Chapter 1 Unlimited Sword System. Note: the name of this book has been changed to In SHINIGAMI, Unlimited Sword System at the beginning. The editor has been contacted, but I don't know when it will be changed. Let's make do with it for now. This body is made by the sword. Blood is as strong as steel, and the heart is as fragile as glass. There are countless battlefields. Although I have never been defeated, I am not understood either. So I always stand on the sword hill and indulge in victory. My whole life is meaningless. This is Unlimited Sword System. In the dormitory, Ailan opened his eyes and looked at Jiendo on his lap. No, this sword can now be called a Zanpakuto. Stroking his Zanpakut, Ailan felt incomprehensible emotions. Ailan, in his previous life, was an extremely ordinary social creature. His only hobby was animation novels. Perhaps it was a joke by a certain great being. 30 years ago, Ailan was reincarnated into an anime he once liked, and he also had spiritual pressure. At that time, Ailan, who thought he was the protagonist, happily went through all kinds of hardships from Rukanga and finally successfully joined the Janang Spiritual Arts Academy. At that time, Ailan was arrogant and thought that the protagonist himself, not to mention 3 years as deputy captain and 5 years as captain, but 10 years as captain for 100 years, was not too much, right? But it is a pity that after 6 years at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, Ailan almost failed the assessment of the Godii 13th team and became one of the countless cannon fodder incorporated into the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. In the past 100 years, the war between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo has been raging, and the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force has become a veritable death-grinding ground. That is to say, Ailan's shunpo was not bad, so he was accepted by the examiner of the second team. He never imagined that 24 years after accepting that he was very ordinary, he would actually successfully give birth to his own Zanpakut. Moreover, because of his understanding of this ability, he already knew the name and ability of his Zanpakut without the Zanpakut telling him. In the Shinigami world, names also represent power. After the gestation of the Zanpakut was completed, Ailan's spiritual pressure also increased by 1 level. Currently, it is the 5th level of spiritual power. Feeling his sudden surge in power, Ailan realized that even if he did not free his Zanpakut, he could still be considered an elite in the criminal army. Then, let's first try to see the difference between our abilities in the Shinigami world and those in Fate. Ailan placed his right hand on the hilt of his Zanpakut. Blue light emitted from Ailan's hand and turned into blue lines, covering his Zanpakut. Identification of creative ideas. Determine the basic skeleton. When these blue lines completely covered his Zanpakuto, Ailan could feel that in his mental space, there was the process of making an additional weapon. After the light in his hand dispersed, Ailan entered his own mental space. The grey earth, the fiery red sky, and the edge of the mental space are countless flames and rotating gears. Different from the soul space of other Zanpakut, there is no actual form of Zanpakut in the mental image space of Ailan's Zanpakut. In other words, this entire space is the embodiment of Ailan's Zanpakut. Stretching out his hand, blue spiritual power bloomed in Ailan's hand. Projection start. The next moment, a large amount of spiritual power, under the control of Ailan, stretched out the shape of a Zanpakut, and blue lines spread on the blue Reiko Zanpakut. Copy the constituent material. Imitation production technology. Shared growth experience. Reproduce the accumulated years. Override and complete many projects. The blue light dissipated, and a Zanpakut appeared in Ailan's hand. Moreover, the power of this Zanpakut is exactly the same as his Zanpakut in the outside world. With a wave of his hand, the Zanpakut flew several times in the air before being inserted into the highest hill in this space. Under the fiery red light in the sky, it reflected a long shadow. Although the gestation of the Zanpakut was completed and the first liberation of the Zanpakut was achieved. Thinking of his Zanpakut's abilities and what happened to a certain genius boy 200 years later, Island finally shook his head. Two identical Zanpakuto are not allowed in Soul Society. But with his own Zanpakuto abilities, are they more than just two identical swords? If you give me enough time, it won't be difficult to sell Zanpakutos that appear in the entire Soul Society in bulk. If his abilities were known to those nobles, God knows what they would do to him. Before you grow up, it's better not to use your Zanpakuto's true ability in front of outsiders. Therefore, Island is still fishing as always in the 2nd division. If there is a mission, I will go on a mission with my companions. If there is no mission, I will train at the training ground of the 2nd team. After returning to the dormitory at night, I will make the Zanpakuto that I have recorded in the mental world. Elan's Zanpakuto is called Unlimited Sword System. But rather than saying sword making, it is better to say sword making. This space contains countless sword elements. As long as Island has the blueprint of the sword, he can make the sword. Moreover, the sword made by Island will not only have its own abilities, but also its owner's experience in using the sword, which will be copied by Island. In the current general environment of Soul Society, it is impossible for Island to use the abilities of the swords he made, but the combat experience of their owners attached to these swords has also benefited Island a lot. With each additional sword produced, Island will gain decades or even centuries of combat experience from these swords. After absorbing this experience, Ailing uses the 4 Shinigami skills to kill the White Shungi, and then uses a command to the level of tongue smacking increases. In addition, for every additional Zanpakuto forged in Elan's mental space infinite sword system, Elan's spiritual pressure will increase accordingly. Island originally joined the criminal army by dragging the tail of the 2nd division. It can be said that every Shinigami in the criminal army is stronger than Island. The stronger the forged Zanpakuto, the more Elan's spiritual pressure increases. In just a few months, Island's improvement was several times greater than the improvement he had received in the previous 30 years. On this day, Island had just forged a Zanpakuto in his mental world, when he suddenly heard the sound of a gathering. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The sound of the hammer and wooden board was struck 3 times in a row, which was a signal for an urgent mission. Without enough time to absorb the experience of this Zanpakuto, Island quickly put on his clothes. Wearing a black death suit and a hood that only exposed his eyes, the whole person seemed to have become a ninja. Walking out of the dormitory, ninjas similar to Island quickly rushed to the meeting point of the criminal army. Chapter 2 Mission. The criminal army is a covered and mobile unit of the 2nd division, and it is also the most powerful unit. The tasks they are mainly responsible for are lurking, assassination, execution, secret infiltration, etc. In the course of action, what stands out is efficiency. Therefore, during the operation, the members of the criminal army would not yell like the people of other divisions, but they would be heavy, calm, and uniform, like a meticulous machine. After joining the team, Island quickly found his team leader on the way and followed him. Along with Elan, there were 3 other Shinigami. Feeling that a figure suddenly appeared next to him, Furuta Aoki was shocked. Which squad leader is this looking for? Do you want to cooperate with your own team in a mission? A few seconds after the figure followed Furuta Aoki recognized that this guy was a member of his team, and he had personally recruited him from the Jinnu Spiritual Arts Academy. But what's going on? If Furuta Aoki remembers correctly, during the last mission, Island was no different from the other 3 members of his team. But this time, he actually didn't sense Island's aura until Island approached him. Just relying on the method of hiding, Island is no worse than himself. Has Island made such great progress in such a short period of time? Although he was confused, Furuta Aoki didn't say anything. They are a group of hyenas in the darkness, specializing in dealing with shady things in the Soul Society. As long as they don't involve themselves, who will care about the rest? As the team with the highest casualty rate among the Godi 13, what they need to do is survive mission after mission. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black figures, one after another, quickly rose and fell in the team building of the 2nd Division. Soon, before the emergency assembly of the state order had stopped, there were 5 large divisions of the criminal army, 50 small squads, and 250 people gathered neatly at Noda's training ground. Call out! The sound of breaking wind sounded, and 2 figures suddenly appeared at the front of the 2nd team's training ground. Of these 2 figures, one is the captain of the 2nd Division, Yoryuki Shihoan, who is wearing a yellow and black vest, black leather pants, and medium-long purple hair. The other one, with slightly messy light yellow hair and hazy eyes, looked like he was not interested in anything. This is the current vice-captain of the 2nd Division and the captain of the supervision team that oversees the worm nest, Urahara Kisuke. With Island's ability at this time, the sound of breaking wind was only heard after the 2 of them appeared. Everyone, many souls have disappeared in Rukanga for no reason recently. The captain ordered us to find out the reason for the disappearance of the souls as soon as possible. The first team is responsible for exploring the east area of Rukanga. The 2nd team is responsible for exploring the western area. The 3rd Brigade is responsible for the southern area. The 4th Brigade is responsible for the northern area. The 5th Brigade, join me in exploring the Siridii. Yes. After receiving their respective tasks, everyone quickly turned into afterimages and used Shunpo to rush to the area they were responsible for to explore. Island's team belongs to the 4th Brigade. And their exploration area is the northern district of Rukanga. Each of the 4 blocks of Rukanga is divided into 81 districts. The further down the ranking, the more confusing it becomes. Perhaps because of Island's improvement in strength, this time Furuta Aoki assigned Island to explore the area of Rukanga North 61 and North 62. Compared with the front area near Siridii, the residences in the blocks behind number 60 have become extremely dilapidated. Moreover, there is no fixed trading place here, and from time to time, people will fight and kill. Whoosh! Island's figure appeared in the shadows in the corner of a room. With all his efforts to hide his presence, the people in the room did not notice that there was an extra person around them. After recording the spiritual pressure of these people, Island continued to travel through North 61 and North 62 districts, recording the spiritual pressure of these people. These wandering souls in ragged clothes and withered bones are obviously not the culprits who caused their souls to disappear for no reason. But they are the souls most suitable for disappearing in the eyes of the culprits. After Island records their spiritual pressure, he can sense their spiritual pressure within a certain range and use this to judge their situation. The soul disappeared for no reason. The most profound thing in Island's memory is the incident of Isensuke's development of Hagyaku. But, clearly, the time is not right now. Or maybe, because this is the real world, Isensuke researched Hagyaku earlier than he knew? Island concentrated and raised his sensing ability to the highest level. While sensing the spiritual pressure around him, he thought about the fundamental reason for this incident in his heart. In the past 30 years in Soul Society, Island has almost sorted out his current point in time. This is about 200 years before the plot of Shinigami unfolds. The captain of the 2nd Division is still Yoryuki Shihoan, the captain of the 3rd Division is still Jiro, the captain of the 5th Division is still Hirako Shinji, the captain of the 7th Division is still Aikawa Ratake, and the captain of the 9th Division is still Rokusha. Kanishi, the captain of the 10th Division, is Ishin Shiba, the captain of the 11th Division is Kenpei Kimoljo, and Hikifune Kiryu is the captain of the 12th Division. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Island's mind. Before Aizen, Urahara Kisuke had successfully created an incomplete Hagyaku. Could it be that this time the soul dissipation incident was caused by Urahara Kisuke? Captain Yoryuki asked the 2nd Division to investigate Rukanga with such great fanfare, and he and Urahara Kisuke were investigating the Siridii. Is this to wrap things up for Urahara Kisuke? Think about it carefully. After more than 100 years, why are the nobles of Central 46 so sure that the aberration experiment was carried out by Urahara Kisuke? The only possibility is that Urahara Kisuk has a criminal record. Thinking of this, Island paused. That's all, these things are not something that a little shrimp like me can know and deal with. Just do your part. No longer thinking about it, Island continued to record the spiritual pressure of the drifting souls in the 2 areas he was responsible for, and he continued to act in these 2 areas in an orderly manner. If he senses the loss of spiritual pressure, Island will definitely send out a signal immediately and escape. I have just gained the ability to be called the strongest, how could I be willing to die here? Fortunately, this situation continued until the end of the mission, and nothing unusual happened in the area Island was responsible for. After that, the second team regained its calm, and Island resumed his practice of going to the training ground during the day to copy other people's Zanpakuh, and after meeting in the dormitory at night, he entered his own mind space and forged the Zanpakuh that was copied during the day. Come out. Moreover, by absorbing the combat experience of these Zanpakuh masters, one's own strength will gradually increase. Chapter 3: The Taper Yao Knife Incident. Call. Hu-ho. Call. On the second team's training ground, Island held his Zanpakuh and practiced carefully. If someone carefully observes all the people training on this training ground, they will find that Island's training at this moment is very similar to one of these people. This is because the Zanpakuh in Island's hand at the moment is not his own Zanpakuh, but a projection from his own mind space. Holding this Zanpakuh, Island has all the experience of the owner of this Zanpakuh. However, these experiences will only appear in Island's mind when he holds the projected Zanpakuh. For those whose Zanpakuh have been copied by Island, Island is sure to be able to defeat them 50-50 in a short period of time. After all, their opponent is not others, but themselves. However, Island was not satisfied with being evenly matched with others. Instead, he practiced harder and turned the experiences of these people into further qualifications for himself. White hits, swordsmanship, shunpo, kid. Every criminal has his own favorite moves or some practical tricks that have been immersed in the 4 Shinigami techniques for decades or even hundreds of years. One person's weakness may be another person's strength. Every time he practices for a period of time, Island will sheath his Zanpakuh, secretly activate his Shikai, and project his Zanpakuh into other people's Zanpakuh to practice and master the unique skills of these Zanpakuh owners. When all the experiences of these people are absorbed by Island alone, how strong will Island be? No one knows. Even Island himself is currently confused about his position. However, what Island is sure of is that Captain Gushin, who he thought was very strong in the past, no longer poses any threat to him. And Furuta Aoki is also at the forefront among the squad leaders of the criminal army. It is said that one time after being drunk, Furuta Aoki once said that he almost became the last member of the 2nd Division. In each division, in addition to the captain and vice-captain, there are 17 officers who assist in managing the division, ranging from 3 to 20 seats. The last seat is 20 seats. These officials are generally determined based on their strength. After all, if he is not strong enough and is defeated in public, the winner will take the seat of the official. Although the 2nd Division has 4 divisions, the strongest among them is the Xingjun. It's not that there are no strong people in other teams, but the strong people in other teams may only be a few team captains and a few team captains. Island guessed that even if Furuta Aoki was suspected of bragging, among the 2nd team, Furuta Aoki's strength could at least rank among the top 50. Being stronger than Furuta Aoki, he might have really touched the chief officer's tail. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Just when Island and others were practicing vigorously, the 2nd Division's emergency assembly order came to mind again. However, this time not everyone gathered at the training ground. Because hundreds of messenger hell butterflies had already flown over the 2nd Division and stopped nearby. Island stretched out his left hand, and a hell butterfly rested on his index finger. When he read the information in the hell butterfly through some means, Island did not dare to neglect and rushed to the noble residence of Siridii. According to the information in the Hell Butterfly, it seems that the upper-class noble Kazumioji's family has been attacked, and Shinigami is in urgent need of rescue. Kazumioji's house. Following Hell Butterfly's guidance, Ailen rushed to Seattle's house while recalling in his mind whether his dispatch this time matched up with certain events in his memory. If I remember correctly, the Kazumioji family should be the family that created the Tapi Raya sword, but in the end lost to Nigia Wang Yu by a single move, and failed to be promoted to the Soul King Palace, right? And the Tapi Raya sword is a weapon that can directly give the user powerful power as long as it provides spiritual pressure. Even a person who has completed the Zanpakuto Shikai may not necessarily win against someone who uses the Tapi Raya sword. Although the Tapi Raya sword is not as Shikai Benkai as the Zanpakuto, each Tapi Raya sword also has a unique ability, and anyone can use it as long as it provides spiritual pressure. It can be said that it is a taper yao knife made of iron and a shinigami made of flowing water. The Kazumiro family, which owns the taper yao sword, has always had more than 20 chief officials. How could such a powerful family be invaded? And it also needs the shinigami of the Godai 13 to rescue them? Are you kidding? However, despite the doubts in his heart, Ailen was not ambiguous at all. Boom! Boom boom! As Ailen advanced, he was able to sense the spiritual pressure of the combatants in front. There were dozens of people with extremely chaotic spiritual pressure fighting against a person with slightly burst spiritual pressure. Judging from what Ailen sensed, the party with the larger number of people was at a disadvantage. In addition, there are 4 or 5 battlefields where many people with chaotic spiritual pressure are besieging people with pure spiritual pressure. However, in other battlefields, those with chaotic spiritual pressure have the upper hand. Are these chaotic spiritual pressures from the Kazumioji family's dead warriors using Tapi Raya swords? The reason why something like the Tapi Raya sword was eliminated by Nigia Oyui's Zanpakut is that the upper limit of the Tapi Raya sword is lower than the upper limit of the Zanpakut. Second, the taper yao knife absorbs spiritual pressure and does not have a safety valve. In battle, those who use the Tapi Raya sword can input their own spiritual pressure into the Tapi Raya sword, making themselves more powerful. However, when the user's spiritual pressure is insufficient, he will be completely swallowed by the taper yao knife. It takes great courage to use the taper yao knife. Generally speaking, those who use the Tapi Raya sword in the Kazumadaji family are the death warriors they have trained themselves. What they pursue is people can die, but the sword cannot be thrown away. If someone dies in the battle, the taper yao knife they use will be recycled by other dead soldiers. The Kazumadala family's taper yao sword has never been lost since the beginning of its forging. Whoosh! A dozen Shinigami in ninja costumes also followed Ailen. However, soon, these Shinigami were divided into several small teams and rushed to several battlefields. Those who have some strength at their own expense rush to the place where the battle is fiercest. Ailen and the other 3 rushed to one of the small battlefields. Judging from the fluctuations in spiritual pressure, even if the strength of the people fighting over there is stronger than myself, they are not much stronger, and they are still within the range of my ability to deal with them. On the main battlefield, with the strength this man has shown so far, he is at the level of deputy captain. But Ailen suspected that the man under siege had not used his full strength. After all, how could someone who dared to come to Seattle's house to cause trouble have only this little strength? Ailen won't be surprised if the man uses Benkai later. Chapter 4 Meeting Benkai for the first time. Whoosh! With the speed of Ailen and the others, they had arrived at a small battlefield in just a few dozen seconds. In this small battlefield, 5 people with strange weapons in their hands were besieging a Shinigami wearing a Death Tyrant costume. The reason why the weapons in the hands of the 5 besieging people were strange was because the hilts of these people's weapons were not sword grids, but something like octopus tentacles. These octopus tentacles seemed to be alive, snaking along the right hands of these people and inserted into their arms. The reason Island felt that their spiritual pressure was chaotic was because part of their spiritual pressure came from the swords in their hands. Taper Ya knife. The Shinigami who was besieged by them had a spear in his hand. The weapons of the Shinigami are basically Zanpakuto. However, every Shinigami can blend his soul with Kyanda through sword Zen to create his own Zanpakuto. By calling the name of the Zanpakuto, Shinigami can gain the power of the Zanpakuto. Usually, the shape and ability of the Zanpakuto will change after liberation. Obviously, this Shinigami is a strong man who can liberate the Zanpakuto. Just look at how strong this Shinigami is just by looking at how every time he waves the spear in his hand, a bolt of lightning shoots out from the tip of the spear, knocking down the dead soldiers who besieged him. However, after these fallen warriors input their spiritual pressure into the Tapi sword in their hands, they would soon stand up again and besiege the Shinigami together. Are they reinforcements from the Godai 13? Please help us to capture this murderer together. Seeing the arrival of Island and others, one of these dead soldiers immediately asked Island and others for help. Although he saw that his opponent was a fellow Shinigami, the mission the criminal army received was to assist the Kazumioji family in suppressing the attackers. Therefore, Alan and the others had no choice but to pull out their Zanpakutos from their waists and attack the Shinigami. Seeing Island and others, the Shinigami's movements obviously paused. However, after Island and others joined the battle, he did not hold back. This young man, Shinigami, waved the spear in his hand and separated the attacks from Island and others. Feeling the strength of the young Shinigami's spear, Island's whole body was shaken, and a strong force came through the spear, causing Island's body to retreat involuntarily. Not good. Just after being knocked back, Island saw a flash of blue light. At the moment, Island didn't care about anything else, and quickly stretched out his free left hand in front of him, with the back of his hand facing outward. Bakud number 8, Rebuke. A transparent light appeared in front of the back of Island's hand, and the next moment, the attack came. After repelling the incoming Shinigami, the young Shinigami let out a loud shout, and blue lightning flashed on his spear. Lightning strike. Boom. Following the wave of the young Shinigami, this lightning instantly turned into dozens of thunderbolts and struck everyone present. Boom. Several other people were severely injured in an instant under this lightning. On Island's side, because Bakud number 8 was released in advance, it blocked the lightning for a moment before the light curtain was shattered by the lightning. Boom. With the help of Bakud no. 8 blocking the lightning, Island made his own response again. Projection. Sword and shield. Blue spiritual power condensed in front of Island, and a dozen long swords solidified in front of Island, forming a shield made of swords. As long as there are weapons in Island's infinite sword system, Island only needs to consume some spiritual power to project these weapons in the outside world. However, because it is just a projection of the weapon in the unlimited sword system, its level is one level lower than the prototype in the infinite sword system. Bang! The thunder light collided with the sword and shield, breaking a Bakud. The power of the thunder light was attenuated, and the remaining power was completely dissipated after breaking most of Alan's sword and shield. Following this force, Island retreated some distance and stood firmly. Seeing that only Island was not knocked down by him, the young Shinigami wanted to attack Island. However, the dead warriors of the Kazumioji family recovered quickly with the power of the Tapi sword and joined in attacking him again. Under siege. When Island saw this scene, he did not rush to participate in the siege. Instead, he rushed to his teammates, pressed his hands on one of them, and released a blue light. Kaide. Among the many Zanpakuto wielded by Elin were several of Grandmaster Kaide's executioners. After absorbing their experience, Island's Kaide ability at this time was not inferior to others at all. Thank you, brother. I'll treat you to a drink after this mission is over. Okay, brother, go and contain him first, and then I'll go treat the other brothers. Good. Next, Ailen successively treated several other Shinigami and became a field doctor on this small battlefield. The dead soldiers from Seattle's house have a TAPI Raya knife to recover. Colleagues of the 2nd Division Criminal Army were also supported by Kite of Ailen after they were injured. 10 minutes later, 3 of the dead soldiers of Seattle's family were killed, and 3 of the 5 members of the 2nd Squad were seriously injured, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. However, this young man, Shinigami, was almost at the end of his tether. Kill. Another round of attacks. At this time, the spiritual pressure on each of the dead warriors of the Kazumi Aji family turned into substantial light and appeared in the surroundings. The tentacles of the taper Yao sword in their hands had now been eroded to the neck and chest. Location. Even though the strength of the Tapi Raya sword warrior in this state is not as strong as that of the young Shinigami, it is not much different. Soon, the young Shinigami had several wounds on his body. Just when the young Shinigami was about to lose his strength, Ailen suddenly felt a powerful spiritual pressure coming towards him at a very fast speed. At that moment, Ailen did not dare to neglect at all, not caring that the 3 seriously injured people had not been cured yet. He kicked a wounded person onto his back, then held one in each hand and quickly moved away from the battlefield. Boom! In the distance, a powerful flame struck, and a powerful explosion blew Ailen and others away. Puff! Damn it, are you on the main battlefield? You actually let that person rush over. Getting up from the ground, Ailen felt pain all over his body. He turned around and saw a man walking out of the flames. The giant sword in his hand was slightly curved and there was a red groove in the middle. Wisps of flames burned in the grooves of the giant sword, and the surrounding air wrinkled under the powerful high temperature. At the same time, the spiritual pressure emanating from this man's body made Ailen feel as if he was in the deep sea. Not to mention moving, even breathing seemed to be a luxury. Captain level, this is definitely captain level spiritual pressure. And this Zanpakuto test state is definitely Bankai. Chapter 5 Ryu Taiwu. Shinigami, this anime was a very popular anime in Ailen's previous life. Together with the other 2 animations, it is called the 3 major migrant worker comics. According to the strength displayed by the characters in the anime, they can basically be divided into several levels: Shinigami members in the general team, elite Shinigami members, chief officer, deputy captain, captain, centenary captain, chief captain, and soul king. Team member Shinigami, this is a person who just graduated with honors from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy and was recruited by the Godai 13 team. Elite Shinigami, this is a Shinigami who has been a Shinigami for more than 10 years. Among the 4 skills of slaying ghosts, they have their own special moves. Sir, this is the elite force in every squad. If you want to become a Shikai, you must at least reach the 5th level of spiritual power and successfully complete the Zanpakuto Shikai. The deputy captain has reached the 3rd level of spirit power, and is the strongest person in the squad besides the captain. Captain, this is considered a big shot in the entire Seridai. Centennial captain, this does not mean that a person who has been in the position of captain for more than 100 years is a century captain, but their Shikai strength is comparable to other ordinary captains' Bankai, not to mention after Bankai, ordinary captains are in front of them, they were no different from other miscellaneous soldiers. Captain, this is Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. This level can only be described in 2 words, invincible. The Spirit King who is higher up can no longer be described in terms of strength, but is the cornerstone of the world. Every time you jump up a level, the span of strength becomes larger. For example, there seems to be only 1 level difference between the captain level and the deputy captain level. However, if a captain level expert releases his spiritual pressure with all his strength, a deputy captain level person will find it very difficult to even breathe. Just like Ailen at this moment, he was like the man in front of Ailen. The surging spiritual pressure flooded Ailen like a tide. Concentrating his concentration, Ailen silently chanted the kid mantra in his heart. After a few seconds, a diamond-shaped light lit up between Island's hands. Bakud number 63, Mirror Gate. The next moment, the light turned into a transparent barriers, protecting Island and the others. The Mirror Gate is a high-level barrier that can bounce back external attacks. With the protection of this barrier, the pressure of spiritual pressure that Island and others suffered was instantly dissipated. Bear, 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 bear. Raging flames erupted in the groove of the Zanpakut in the man's hand, and the violent spiritual pressure impacted the barriers laid out by Elin so much that they made a crunching sound, as if the barriers would be crushed by the man's spiritual pressure in the next second. Generally, Island was also helpless. This barriers is already his strongest defense method at present. But in front of the real captain level, it's really not enough. This guy had just wiped out all the dead soldiers who besieged the young Shinigami with one sword strike. If he and the others were struck with another sword blow, I'm afraid the fate of them would not be much better. Fortunately, the man only glanced at Island and the others, gave the young man Shinigami a few instructions, and then quickly rushed to the next battlefield. The seriously injured Shinigami quickly left the battlefield after the young Shinigami left. Call. Seeing the two people leaving, Island also breathed a sigh of relief. A life was saved. Moreover, I was lucky enough to encounter two powerful Zanpakut, one of which could reach the level of Bankai. When this mission is over, let's make these two Zanpakut in the unlimited sword system. In the following time, Island used Kide to treat the three seriously injured people around him without rushing to other battlefields. With that fierce man around, Island would go crazy and die. Moreover, judging from today's emergency edict, it is obvious that there is something dirty in it. Generally, when a noble is attacked, the captain is not the one who comes to the rescue, but at least the deputy captain must take the lead, right? But in this incident, Island and others were actually informed of the mission by Hell Butterfly. At least more than half an hour has passed since the battle began, but Island has not seen a single one of the captains, deputy captains, and even the chief officers of the 2nd Division. Obviously, the only reinforcements informed by Hell Butterfly were the Shinigami members at the bottom. Elin didn't believe that the big shots in the Godi I-13 team couldn't sense the captain-level spiritual pressure burst, so why didn't any of them show up? Obviously, this must involve a fight between the big shots at the top. They are just a group of cannon fodder being thrown out. Maybe, it was also made for those nobles. Look, it's not like our Godi I-13 team didn't send reinforcements. In order to help your Kashomyoji family, we sacrificed so many members. This battle lasted for almost an hour. In the end, after the man who attacked Kashomyoji's house made a big fuss, his spiritual pressure suddenly increased and he rushed straight to the Siridii first team building. Then, Island experienced for the first time the tip of the iceberg of the strongest Shinigami strength. The flames that soared into the sky, the powerful spiritual pressure that covered the entire Siridii, and the captain level that Island had experienced before, there was no comparison at all under this powerful spiritual pressure. In the following days, Island learned about Central 40SIX's handling of this matter through some channels. The Shinigami who attacked Kashomyoji's house that day were led by a Shinigami named Kisaragi Taigo. Kisaragi Taiwo knew from some source that the Seattle family had weapons that could enhance their strength, so he led several of his confidants into the Seattle family's hinterland and seized a powerful Tapi Raya sword from the Seattle family. The strength is greatly increased. After that, Kisaragi Taigo, who had greatly increased his strength, directly attacked the first team and launched an attack on Captain Yamamoto. In the end, Kisaragi Taigo was easily defeated by Captain Yamamoto. Although he successfully escaped from the captain, the members of the first team Kisaragi Taiwo's body was soon found somewhere in Rukanga. At this point, the attack on Seattle's house came to an end. However, unlike others, Island had his own opinion on this matter. Ryu Taiwu, others don't know, but Island knows. This man is a disciple of Captain Yamamoto. The reason why he broke into Kashomyoji's family was not because he coveted the power of the taper Yao sword. It was because the Kashomyoji family secretly captured many Rukanga souls from Rukanga to test the taper in order to study the taper Yao sword. Yao knife performance. Because the Kashomyoji family is a superior noble, the Godii 13, as a force that protects the Shiridii, has no law enforcement power against the nobles. However, Kisaragi Taigo, who was born in Rukanga, could not just sit back and watch the Kashomyoji family kill many roving souls, so he sneaked into the Kashomyoji family with several companions who were also born in Rukanga, trying to find evidence that the Kashomyoji family killed roving souls at will. In order to allow Central 46 to initiate an investigation order against the Kashomitaji family. Chapter 6: The Nature of Ability. However, Kisaragi Taiwo obviously underestimated the guarding strength of Kashomedeo Lo family. A group of 5 people were discovered immediately after sneaking into Seatolo's house. Under the attack of the dead soldiers, Kisaragi Taiwo may be able to escape, but his companions will become prisoners of Seatolo's house. In order to save his companions, Kisaragi Taiwo had to show his true strength and break into Kashomedeoji's house. However, Kisaragi Taiwo still underestimated the dead soldiers of Seatolo family. Although there is no one strong enough to rival Kisaragi Taiwo in Kashomedeolo's family, their family has a more evil taper Yao sword. After killing more than 20 soldiers in the battle, the soldiers of the Seatolo family finally put a powerful Tapi Raya knife into the hands of Ryu Taiwu. The taper Yao sword is a weapon forged by the Kashimuro family using a unique method. It once competed with the Zanpakuto to become Shinigami's standard weapon, but was rejected because its side effects were too evil. When dealing with Kisaragi Taiwu, the Seatolo family also went all out and took out the strongest taper Yao knife in the family. How could this Tapi Raya knife, which had been kept by Kashimoto's family for hundreds of years, be let go after encountering a spiritual powerhouse like Kisaragi Taiwu? As a result, Ryu Taiwu, who was killing everyone, was defeated. Almost all the spiritual power in his body was sucked dry by this Tapi Raya knife, and he fell to Seatolo's house. In the end, he was controlled by the Tapi Raya sword controlled by the Kashomitalo family, and he attacked the first team and swung the sword at his teacher. Everyone thought that this incident was over. But Alan knew that after this incident, the Seatolo family also began to go downhill. More than 200 years later, the legitimate daughter of the Seatolo family was almost stolen from the entire family by her own retainers. If it weren't for Kisaragi Taigo's son, who changed his name to Amagai Susuk more than 200 years later, and involved Kurosaki Ichigo and others in order to avenge Captain Yamamoto, Kashomyoji's family might really be gone. During this period, Ailan had successfully forged the Zanpakuto of Kisaragi Taiwo and the young Shinigami, greatly improving his strength. Especially Kisaragi Taigo's Zanpakuto, which is a powerful Zanpakuto that has been completed by Bankai. When Aaron forged this Zanpakuto, the feedback he gave to himself made Aaron's spiritual pressure reach 3rd class. That is the vice captain level. Boom! Whoosh whoosh! Boom boom boom! Under the fiery red sky, hundreds of long swords rained like rain, blasting into the ground under Ailan's control, bursting out with huge power. As Ailan's strength improved, the shooting speed and power of these long swords increased a lot. At present, it seems that the power of each of these long swords hitting the ground is comparable to head number 30. In other words, Ailan's move was similar to releasing hundreds of number 30 head at the same time. At this moment, the entire Soul Society can safely take over the number of people, no more than 100. Well, this is after Ailan included the hidden guards of the nobles. With my current strength, I am not considered weak among the vice captains. In the inherent barriers, Ailan looked at the damage caused by his move and nodded secretly in his heart. Then, Ailan turned his gaze to Jiankaiu on the other side. On the sword mound, there are now 15 Zanpakuto. At the center is Ailan's own Zanpakuto, unlimited sword system. The next level down is Kisaragi Taigo's Zanpakuto, which was just made by Elan. Halfway up the mountainside of Sword Hill, there are still 13 Zanpakuto that are sparsely inserted. Compared to Kisaragi Taigo's Zanpakuto, these 13 Zanpakuto are much inferior. But being able to be inserted into the sword mound also proves that these 13 Zanpakuto are not mortal objects. In fact, this is indeed the case. These 13 Zanpakuto are all Zanpakuto capable of shikai. However, due to the rules of Soul Society, these Zanpakutos copied by Elan are not allowed to see the light of day. 200 years later, Central 46 demanded that one of the two people with the same Zanpakuto be executed. Then if it is learned that Elan possesses multiple Zanpakuto, does one of Elan and the owners of these Zanpakuto have to die? When the time comes, do we still need to consider whether those people or Elan will die? Even if the people in Central 46 are pig-brained, they will not let a person with unlimited potential like Elan grow up. From Kisaragi Taiwo, Aaron knew that if he wanted to grow up quickly, getting close to the captain of the Godai 13th team was the fastest way. After all, every time a captain-level Zanpakuto is made, Elan's spiritual pressure will be greatly improved. For example, this time, Kisaragi Taigo's Zanpakuto forcibly raised Elan's spiritual pressure from breaking through the 4th level to the 3rd level. However, Elan's current identity is that of a member of the criminal army, and he needs to wait in the team building for emergency orders from above whenever nothing happens. If there is an emergency order and they are absent, the worm's nest will not spare them just because they are members of the 2nd division. Otherwise, Aaron would have gone out to Siraidai and wandered around, copying all the Shinigami's Zanpakuto he encountered, and then making them in the inherent barriers. If I want to get close to those big shots, my status and strength must be improved. Currently, my strength is about the same as that of the vice-captains of other divisions. What is difficult is how I need to introduce my Zanpakuto abilities to the outside world. Looking at the hundreds of Zanpakuto and his inherent barriers, Elan lowered his head and pondered. At a certain moment, Elan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, my Zanpakuto's ability is unlimited sword control. To be honest, it is actually an unlimited sword. I can't expose the Zanpakuto in Soul Society, but if I can make weapons from other worlds, there will be no problem in using them in Soul Society. Thinking of this, Elan's heart suddenly became hot. A man remains a boy until he dies. After watching so many anime, who doesn't have a dream of a magic weapon? If you can make all those weapons, even if you can't use them outside, you can still use them in your own barriers. Therefore, Elan, directly based on the image in his mind, began to collect the elements of the sword inherent in barriers, and made those weapons that were deeply remembered. Identification of creative ideas. Determine the basic skeleton. Countless blue rays of light shine in the inherent barriers and infinite sword system. As time goes by, weapons emerge in Elan's mental world. If anyone who is familiar with the 2nd dimension sees the weapons in Elan's barriers at this moment, I am afraid they will scream. Chapter 7: The First Sword of Success, Iron Broken Teeth. Although these weapons that appear with the blue light are all swords, each one is different. Iron Broken Ye, Tian Sheng Ye, Kanjiun Ye, Fighting Ghosts and Gods, Explosive Broken Ye. Kill with one hit, March of the Dead, Dancing in the Moonlight. The Interpreter, the Chaser of Darkness, the Sword of the Night Sky, the Sword of the Blue Rose, the Sword of the Golden Osmanthus, the Sky-Piercing Sword, the Time-Piercing Sword. Black Sword Knight, Ace, Kusumai Kiri, Griffin, First Generation Kaititsu, Wadu Ikemanji, Black Sword Shusui. Ganjiang, Moi, the Sword in the Stone, Durandal, Spiral Sword, Wugongan, Original Fire, Between Victory. After Elan's spiritual power was completely consumed, the blue light gradually dissipated, and no more weapons were born. Soon, Elan produced so many swords that the ability Unlimited Sword Control gave Elan feedback on his abilities. However, contrary to Elan's expectation, the feedback he received from the hundreds of weapons from other worlds he made was almost the same as the feedback he received from making those ordinary Shinigami Zanpakuto. Although Island's spiritual pressure increased a little, it was not proportional to his ability to make these weapons. Feeling that something was wrong with the feedback he received, Island opened his eyes. Then, Island saw that the hundreds of swords he had made this time were sparsely inserted on the planes of the barriers, and none of them was inserted on the sword hill. Island still knows his abilities very well. Among the inherent barriers, sword hill is the only high point. Swords that can be inserted into the sword mound are all very powerful weapons. At the very least, it can achieve Shikai level. Other Zanpakutos that cannot be liberated can only be inserted on the plane and cannot be inserted into the sword mound at all. For example, of the hundreds of Zanpakuto that Aaron made before, only a dozen Zanpakuto can be inserted into the sword mound. Now among the hundreds of swords from other worlds made by Island, none of them can be inserted into the sword mound. Is it reasonable? He took a few steps forward and placed his hand on the hilt of one of the swords. Suddenly, Island understood. When Island used to forge Zanpakuto, he successfully copied other people's Zanpakuto from the outside world, and then made these Zanpakuto in his own Zanpakuto's inherent barriers unlimited sword system. In this way, the Zanpakuto made by Island is naturally a complete Zanpakuto. Identification of creative ideas. Determine the basic skeleton. Copy the constituent material. Imitation production technology. Shared growth experience. Reproduce the accumulated years. 6 production steps, not one is missing. The weapons that Island made based on the memories in his mind only had 2 steps, identifying the creation concept and conceiving the basic skeleton. There is nothing behind the composition materials, production technology, growth experience, and accumulated years. Therefore, the weapons from other worlds made by Island now only have their functions but no soul. Therefore, Island put his hand on the hilt of the sword and did not gain the experience of a master of these weapons. No wonder this time he exhausted his spiritual power to make hundreds of swords and got such a low improvement. A sword of this quality is similar to other Zanpakuto copied by Island. Sword has a certain experience. Clang. Pulling out the knife in his hand, Island waved it a few times and shook his head. These swords only have their shape but no function. In the following time, Island would spend the rest of his time immersed in his own barriers, except when he had tasks to do, and study how to forge the swords from other worlds in his mind. The inherent barriers of unlimited sword system contain all the elements of sword. Therefore, as long as Island has the sword template, he can make a sword with 100% accuracy. The sword Island wants to make now only has the memory in his mind. Then, based on the memory in his mind, he collects the elements suitable for this sword to make a new sword. This is a big project. Even Island didn't know how long it would take him to successfully make a complete sword. Therefore, what he chose was his entry into the second dimension. Inuyasha. After countless attempts, Island finally made great progress. Blue light condensed in Island's hand, and blue lines outlined the shape of the weapon. Buzz. At this time, a ray of fire suddenly appeared in the Kisaragi Taiwa's Zanpakuto that was made by Island on the sword mound. The fire turned into a stream of light and directly connected with the sword being forged in Island's hand. When the blue light dissipated, a slightly broken sword with large and small jagged gaps on the blade appeared in Island's hand. Iron broken teeth. Success. When the sword was completely solidified, Island's eyes lit up. Different from other inferior products, the current one has memory in it. Therefore, Island ignored his current consumption and immersed his mind in the memory of this iron broken tooth. After a long time, Island opened his eyes and let out a satisfied but not so satisfied sigh. I am satisfied because this iron broken tooth really contains the experience of a certain half-demon. The reason why I say I'm not satisfied is because this iron broken tooth is only a semi-finished product. Among the experiences, in addition to enlargement, there is only one secret wind injury. There are no other blasting styles, Vatra spear breaking, or underworld Zangetsu slash. However, in terms of form, although this iron broken tooth does not yet have the red and dragon scale form, it has a flame form. This is because, according to Island's memory, Tetsuya has a flame form, so when forging Tetsuya, there was a flame in the Zanpakuto of Kisaragi Taiwu on the sword mound. The power poured into it, complementing Taisuiya's flame form. When Island realized all this, he was overjoyed. It turns out that the weapons you make will actually help you when you make new weapons. In this way, if you copy more Zanpakuto, will it be much easier when you make weapons from other worlds in the future? For example, if you copy Sui Feng's Suzumibaki, will it still be difficult to make the level 1 killer Murasame? Chapter 8b Shaoling. If Sodi no Shirayuki or Haranmera were copied, how difficult would it be to make the Taigu demonic essence? Can the Black Sword Knight, which was created by copying Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu and Zaraki Kenpei's Noze, have the power to cut mountains apart? After copying Hisagomaru and making natural teeth, what effect will it have? Thinking of this, Alan felt hot in his heart. Moreover, Aaron, who had already made Tetsuya, no longer minded leaking his Zanpakuto's abilities. As long as no other Zanpakuto in Shinigami appears in his hand, what if everyone knows that his ability is sword making? After he copies more Zanpakuto and improves his strength to the point where he surpasses Yamamoto and surpasses the monk, what if he reveals that he can make the same Zanpakuto? After exiting the mind space, Alan had a beautiful sleep. The next day, Alan got up, tidied himself up, and walked to the team room of the captain of the 2nd Division. The Godi I-13 is essentially a violent organization. The principle is to put the strong on top and the weak on the bottom. Even if you are the captain, if you can defeat him in front of more than 200 team members, you can take his place. The captain is the strongest person in a squad. If Alan wants to get the freedom to travel, all he needs to do is show off his strength. Challenging Ziguan, defeating Ziguan, and becoming Ziguan are the most direct and effective means. During this time, Alan had also found the target he needed to challenge. That was Nozomi Omida, the vice-captain of the 2nd Division and the head of the lower-level noble Omida family. Omida's Hijin's strength is worthy of his seat. Just like the captain's challenge, if you want to challenge the chairman, enough people need to be present, and it must be witnessed by the captain before it will take effect. Along the way, Alan successfully arrived at the captain's room of the 2nd Division. However, contrary to Alan's expectation, in the team room of the 2nd team, there was only a little girl with short hair who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old. She was carefully flipping through the files and writing something down in each file from time to time. Although this was the first time for Alan to meet this little girl, he was very familiar with this person. The next head of the lower noble family, Sui Feng, succeeded Yoriyuki as the captain of the 2nd Division after Yoriyuki and Urahara Kisuk defected to Soul Society. Of course, there is no Sui Feng who has succeeded the position of head of the Feng family, and is not called Sui Feng yet. Instead, it's called Feng Shaoling. If you have any documents, put them here first. I'll look at them after I finish processing them. Hearing Ailin's footsteps, Feng Shaoling thought someone was bringing the team's files, so she said hello casually and continued to work on the files. Every squad has something that needs to be handled by the captain personally every day. But unfortunately, Shifunji Yuan Yoriyuki is not that willing to handle team affairs. Before Hesuaya, Urahara Kisuk basically handled the team affairs of the 2nd team for Yoriyuki. After Hesuaya came to Yoriyuki, Urahara Kisuk was freed from team duties. Hesuaya is very happy to be able to help Lord Yoriyuki. But whenever I think about how Yoriyuki-sama and that timid man often stay together because of his help, I feel inexplicably depressed. She didn't want to be angry with Master Yoriyuki, so she had to vent all her anger on that man. Just wait, after I finish all these team affairs, I will check on that man right away. I will never let Master Yoryuaki stay with that kind of man. You must let Lord Yoryuaki see the true face of that man as soon as possible, otherwise, Lord Yoryuaki will definitely be led astray by that man. Thinking of this, the movements in Feng Xiaoling's hands became faster. However, what surprised Hizeoya was, what happened to the Shinigami who delivered the squad file today? Why haven't you put the file down and left after so long? Did he want to delay his time to deal with team affairs? Thinking that she might have to shorten her time with Yoryuaki-sama today because she was dealing with the files, Hesuya's face suddenly turned ugly. Raising her head, Feng Xiaoling said coldly, "Let me tell you, what I just said." Ah! Before she finished speaking, Feng Xiaoling realized that she seemed to have recognized the wrong person. The man in front of him is not the one who sent the dossier in the past. Moreover, although this man was wearing the uniform of the 2nd Division, there was no image of this man in Hizeoya's mind. Although she felt embarrassed, Feng Xiaoling quickly adjusted her emotions, straightened her sitting posture, and asked Ailan, "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Ailan from the Criminal Army number 120,358. I want to challenge the Deputy Captain Omida Nozomi. How do I register?" "That's right, Ailan came here to register challenge information. After all, the challenges of the chairperson, vice captain, and captain all require the presence of certain team members for the challenge results to be effective. Generally speaking, for a chief officer's challenge, the team captain will make an announcement to the entire team after coordinating the date of the challenge with both challengers. At that time, interested team members can come to watch the game and become witnesses of the challenge. If the number of spectators on the challenge day is not up to standard, the captain will temporarily recruit some people to watch the match. However, generally speaking, every division chief's challenge will not lack audiences. After all, this is also a rare entertainment for everyone, and as a member of the same team, understanding the strength of the strong people in your own team will also help you make some choices when performing tasks in the future." "What? You are the Ailan who has become very famous recently?" Hearing Ailan's self-introduction, Feng Xiaoling glanced at Ailan in surprise. "You know, as a covered mobile unit, the 2nd Division is most famous for its stealth, assassination, and execution. However, in this squad that was based on assassination, a strange person like Ailan actually appeared. Well, to the people in the 2nd Division, Ailan is indeed a weirdo. Because Ailan is famous not for his strength, but for his superb kide. During the attack on Xiaotulu's home a year ago, about 50 criminal troops received a support mission. Among them, 7 people died, and the remaining more than 40 people also suffered injuries of varying severity. At that time, it was Ailan who used his powerful kide to rescue more than a dozen seriously injured people from near death. When the wounded were sent to the 4th Division later, Anoha Naretsu, the captain of the 4th Division, once said that the level of kide, the person who treated these people, was not inferior to the deputy captain Yamada Sanashuk even if he was in the 4th Division. Chapter 9 Good Intentions. Captain Anohana also said that without Ailan's kide, at least a dozen more people would have died in that mission of the 2nd Division. At that time, Captain Anohana smiled and told Yoryuaki, who came to visit the team members, that if Ailan wanted to go to the 4th team, she could make the decision and let Ailan take the 3rd seat in the 4th team. Given time, it is not impossible to surpass Yamada Sanashuk and become the deputy captain of the 4th Division. However, it seems that because this guy was too low-key during that time, and Master Yoryuaki was so careless, he forgot about this guy after he came back without finding him. Hizeoya never expected that just how long had passed, this guy did not become the 3rd member of the 4th Division, but wanted to challenge Omida Nozomi of the 2nd Division to become the vice-captain of the 2nd Division. However, can this guy defeat Omida Nozomi? Regarding this point, Feng Xiaoling feels a little hung up. Omida Shinigami is no ordinary Shinigami. He once followed the previous head of the Shihoan family, Yoryuki-sama's father, Senhai Shihoan, and served as the deputy captain of the 2nd Division for more than 100 years. In other words, she and Yoryuki-sama were childhood sweethearts. Ba, it was that man who kept pestering Yoryuki-sama, so he was not a childhood sweetheart. However, no matter how much Feng Xiaoling dislikes that lazy man, she still has to admit that man's talent. No matter how talented a person is, it will take at least 10 years to complete the training of Zanpakut Bankai. But, that man. Thinking of this, Feng Xiaoling shook her head and threw the man out of her mind. Member Island, are you sure you want to challenge Vice Captain Omida? Maybe you don't know, Omida Nozomi has been the vice captain of the 2nd Division for almost 200 years. Feng Xiaoling looked at the application for the Chief Officer Challenge submitted by Island and kindly gave some advice. Island is a talent, especially Kaide. After so many years, Hai Zaoling has never heard that Lord Unohana of the 4th Division took the initiative to invite others to join the 4th Division, and also gave the 3rd officer's position. Location: Island is still the 1st. Even if such a talent cannot stay in the 2nd team in the end, Hai Zaoia doesn't want him to have a bad impression on the 2nd team. Being able to become the captain of the 2nd team within a short period of time after Yoryuki left, Hesuya is not bad in terms of talent and overall perspective. Ah! Thank you. The reminder to little Suifeng was unexpected by Ai Lin. However, Ai Lin still accepted the kindness of little Suifeng. At that moment, Ai smiled and nodded at Feng Xiaoling and said, however, since I have chosen to challenge Lord Omida, I am somewhat confident. Speaking of this, Ai also deliberately patted the Zanpakut on his waist. Well, since you are so confident, I will tell Lord Yoryuki the news and let Lord Yoryuki arrange your challenge. Seeing Ai like this, Feng Xiaoling frowned and stopped trying to persuade her. Have you completed the liberation of the Zanpakut? No wonder he is so confident. But forget it, maybe his Zanpakut is very powerful? Well, I have recorded your breath. If Master Yoryuki arranges it, I will let the Hell Butterfly inform you. Thank you. Suifeng. After getting the result he wanted, Ai smiled and nodded his thanks to Feng Xiaoling before leaving the captain's room. However, his last words made Feng Xiaoling stunned. Suifeng? Where did he know this name? As the next head of the lower-level noble Feng family, Feng Xiaoling naturally has her own family name. However, that would have to wait until she truly became the head of the Feng family before she could officially use it. Currently, only Master Yoryuki knows this name and often calls her by this name. Elin is just a very ordinary Shinigami, how could he possibly know this name? After thinking about it, Feng Xiaoling still didn't understand how her other name was leaked. She could only shake her head and continue to deal with team affairs. At the same time, she did not forget to immediately send the news that Eren wanted to challenge the Vice Captain Omida Nozomi through the Hell Butterfly to Lord Yoryuki. Well, Hesuya can swear that she definitely didn't mean to disturb Yoryuki-sama and the man's alone time, but as a member of the 2nd Division, she has the obligation to pass on some matters that she can't handle to Yoryuki-sama as soon as possible, so that he can Lord Yoryuki took care of it himself. As a covered mobile unit, confidentiality is the first priority for the 2nd Division. Therefore, the management of the 2nd Division is much stricter than that of other divisions. Moreover, the team members must be on call at any time. Other divisions can meet up for drinks and parties. People in the 2nd Division, especially Xingjun, really have no other entertainment activities except being able to leave the team building when they go on missions. The Chief's Challenge is a rare way for everyone to relax. No, when the news spread that Ailan wanted to challenge the Vice Captain Omida Nozomi, there was almost no peace in Ailan's dormitory. Especially Ailan's former team leader Furuta Aoki, who came 3 times a day. No, Ailan had just sent away a colleague who had been treated by him, and Furuta Aoki came again. Ha 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 ha, Aileen, I knew you had a lot of potential. Under Ailin's speechless gaze, Furuta Aoki knocked Ailin away from the door and led several of his friends into Ailin's dormitory. Quick, Ailin, let me introduce you. This is Fuyuan Cheng, the captain of the second team of the fifth team, lighting team. This is Daiju and Xiaoyanagi Xiangping, members of the second team. Hello, Captain Fuyuan, hello Daiju, and hello Xiaolihuduishi. After everyone became familiar with each other, Gushin Aoki put his hand on Fuyuan Ken's shoulder and muttered, Fuyuan, it took a lot of effort for me to have such a good seedling. If Ailin really goes to your place then, come on, Fuyuan, you have to help me. Hearing Furuta Aoki's words, Ailin paused slightly. Furuta Aoki, this is paving the way for himself. Think about the people Furuta Aoki brought during this period, including those from the supervision team, the police patrol team, and the intelligence team. Now, Fuyuan City belongs to the lighting team. In the second division, there are a total of 5 divisions, except for the criminal army. Furuta Aoki has invited all of them. Ailin challenges the third seat Omida Nozomi. If he wins, he will become one of the few big names in the second team. But if it fails, if you want to kill a criminal soldier quietly, there aren't many ways. Obviously. Furuta Aoki was afraid that Ailin would be resented after he failed in the challenge, so he used his connections early, hoping that Ailin would have a good place to go. Chapter 10 Urahara Kisuk's new invention. Among the second division, only the criminal army is a high-risk position. The supervision team is the guard who looks after the worm nest. Under normal circumstances, there is no need to take action. Even if he takes action, the enemies he faces are prisoners without Zanpakut. The police patrol team is a scout unit that monitors the movements of the other 12 divisions. The other 12 divisions are all aware of their existence, and no one will find it uncomfortable to attack these scouts. The intelligence team is responsible for processing and classifying all kinds of information from Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the real world, and storing this information into the Great Spirit Book Corridor. The lighting team is a unit responsible for delivering messages and delivering orders issued by Central 46 or the Commander-in-Chief to specific groups of people. They are both in the second division. As long as Ailin is transferred out of the criminal army, no matter which division he goes to, his safety will be guaranteed. After understanding Furuta Aoki's good intentions, Ailin's figure froze. Captain Furuta. Ailin still remembers that he had just graduated from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, and his talent was mediocre, but he was still a little short of joining the Godai 13th team. That is to say, Furuta Aoki, who was recruited by the second team, saw that his shunpo was good, so he made an exception and included Ailin in the second team. In the next 30 years, it was under the care of Furuta Aoki that Ailin was able to survive from a rookie to one mission after another. Now, Ailin's strength has greatly increased, surpassing Furuta Aoki, but Furuta Aoki is still using his own way to solve his crisis for Ailin. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of warmth appeared in Ailin's eyes. In this fed-up world, there are still people who are kind to me. Oh? Interesting. In an empty sandy field, a black hell butterfly rested on the index finger of Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki. When Yoryuaki finished reading the information in the hell butterfly, he grinned. Hey, Urahara, how long do you have? It's coming soon, it'll be fine in 3 days at most. Okay, I'll send a message back to little Suifeng first, and we'll go back in 3 days. 3 days later, a very embarrassed Urahara Kisuk appeared in front of Yoryuaki, placing a wooden golem target in front of Yoryuaki. It's finally finished. It's really difficult to make this thing. Yoryuaki of Shifunji Yuan stepped forward, flicked the human-shaped wooden rake a few times with his fingers doubtfully, and said doubtfully, Urahara, can this thing really make a person become a bankai in 3 days? Urahara Kisuk and Shifon Yoryuaki are childhood sweethearts who grew up together. In Yoryuaki's mind, as long as Urahara Kisuk wants, there is nothing he can't do. However, what Urahara Kisuk made this time was indeed beyond her understanding. In Yuruki's opinion, the most genius person in Seoul society is Urahara Kisuk. But even for Urahara Kisuk to complete the training of Bankai, it took nearly 10 years. This has already broken the Seoul society's record. However, this latest thing made by Urahara Kisuk can actually allow people to complete Bankai training in 3 days. If this spreads out, it will definitely cause a major earthquake in Seoul society. Well, the most important step in Bankai's training is to allow the body of his Zanpakut to materialize, and then to surrender the materialized Zanpakut before it can be completed. But throughout the 2000 years of Seoul society's history, there are very few people who have the talent to accomplish this step. Most Shinigami don't have enough spiritual pressure to materialize their Zanpakut. Chapter 11 Omidanozomi. This thing I created is called the transformation body. As long as Shinigami inserts his Zanpakut into Tenshin's body, this thing. Knocking on the human-shaped target sign on the ground, Urahara Kisuk couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Being able to make something like this is indeed enough to make Urahara Kisuk proud. This thing can replace Shinigami and manifest Shinigami's Zanpakut. After listening to Urahara Kisuk's words, Yuruki touched his chin and nodded in agreement. Indeed, many vice-captains actually have considerable strength, but their spiritual pressure is not enough to manifest their Zanpakut, so they have never been able to complete Bankai. If this Zanshinki can complete the manifestation of the Zanpakuto instead of Shinigami, there will be at least half as many people in Seoul society who can complete Bankai training. No, not that much. Urahara Kisuk shook his head. Although most Shinigami are stuck at the stage of manifesting the Zanpakut, making the Zanpakut surrender is no less difficult than manifesting the Zanpakut. Even if those people successfully manifest their Zanpakut using their Zanshin body, 2 or 3 out of 10 people can surrender their Zanpakut and cultivate into Bankai, which is considered powerful. And speaking of this, Urahara Kisuk touched his hair and said with a naive smile, my Zanshin body does not use Shinigami's own spiritual pressure to manifest the Zanpakut. It is best to successfully make the Zanpakut surrender within 3 days. After 3 days, the manifested Zanpakuto will become violent due to the incompatibility between spiritual pressure and Shinigami. At that time, hearing Urahara Kisuk's last words, Yuruki crossed his arms. Zanpakuto Fury? Urahara, are you still a failure? The materialized Zanpakut becomes violent, which is basically the biggest disaster for Shinigami. Most of the Shinigami's strength, 80% or more of their strength, lies in their Zanpakut. Shinigami can call the Zanpakut's name to free his Zanpakut. The first stage of liberation can increase Shinigami's own spiritual pressure by 3 to 5 times, and he can use the Zanpakut's abilities. Fortunately for the captains who have completed Bankai training, their compatibility with their Zanpakut has reached an extremely high level, and they can directly Shikai without calling the Zanpakut's name. But for those who have not yet completed Bankai training, if their own embodied Zanpakut goes berserk and does not respond to them, they will not even be able to liberate their Zanpakut. In other words, if a Shinigami who uses the Tenshin body to practice Bankai cannot complete the Bankai training within 3 days, he will not even be able to use his own Shikai in the future. What Yuruki is confused about is that with Urahara Kisuk's ability, it is impossible to make a prop with such great side effects. If the practicality of the divine transformation body without side effects is 100, then the practicality of the divine transformation body with this side effect is not even 1. Not everyone has the courage to risk everything in the future to win this final leap. Moreover, even if they have the courage, they may not have enough strength to make the Zanpakut surrender within 3 days. In this way, a paradox is formed. Those who can make the embodied Zanpakut surrender within 3 days can complete the manifestation of the Zanpakut without using the Zanshin body at all, and gradually strengthen themselves, conquer their own Zanpakut, and become Bankai. And for those who cannot make the Zanpakuto surrender within 3 days, if they use the Zanshin body, they will only lose their strength in the end, and even Chikai can't do it. In other words, this transformation body can only be used by geniuses who have great potential but don't want to waste time practicing Bankai. Oh, you saw through it, Yuriyuki. After making a playful face at Yuriyuki, Urahara Kisuke said seriously, I did it on purpose. As a researcher, Urahara Kisuke was born to pursue the unknown. However, as he learned more and more, he became more and more confused. This period was also the most confusing period for Urahara Kisuke. With this mentality, some of the things Urahara Kisuke invented and produced were all very useful, but actually useless, such as the Shinken body. As Urahara Kisuke's childhood sweetheart, Shifunji-Yuan Yuriyuki naturally knows Urahara Kisuke's current state. However, she didn't say anything, she just stayed by Urahara Kisuke's side quietly. Let's go Yuriyuki-san, if I remember correctly, the vice-captain's challenge is today, right? Well, let's go and see if this little guy has the strength to match his own courage. Hundreds of people had gathered at the second team's training ground. After these 3 days of publicity, everyone knows that Ailen, who has become famous in the second team in recent times, today challenged the vice-captain Omida Nozomi. Speaking of which, a challenge from the chief officer of the 2nd Division occurs every few years, but a challenge from the vice-captain has not happened for nearly 200 years. This is not only the trust that the Shifunji-Yuan family has in the Omida family, but also the strength of Omida Nozomi, who can overwhelm most people. It can be said that in the entire second team, except for Yuriyuki and Urahara Kisuke, Omida is the strongest. Standing in the center of the training ground, Ailen closed his eyes and concentrated. If the vice-captain of the second team was Urahara Kisuke, then he would not have the intention to challenge at all. After all, there may be no one in this world who knows that man better than him. However, Ailen didn't think he would lose if it was just Omida. Hey, is it you, the little one, who wants to challenge me? Just as Ailen closed his eyes to rest, a powerful voice sounded behind Ailen. Opening his eyes, Ailen felt like he was enveloped by a huge shadow. Ailen raised his head slightly and saw this man who was several heights taller than him. The brown nose of the aircraft, the height of nearly 3 meters, and the huge body that is fatter than the average person give people a strong pressure. The current vice-captain of the 2nd Division Omida Nozomi. Ah, it's me. I'll ask Vice-Captain Omida for advice later. Ha 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 ha, little guy, you are good, courageous. Contrary to Ailen's expectation, when facing himself who challenged him and wanted to obtain the position of his vice-captain, Omida Zizhijin did not speak harshly, but happily patted Ailen on the shoulder. As your seniors, the happiest thing is to see you juniors surpass us. Little guy, I admire you. After this battle, no matter whether you win or lose, I will treat you to a drink. After finishing speaking, Omida Zizhijin laughed and crossed Ailen and walked towards the opposite side of Ailen. However, after meeting Ailen, Omida suddenly had a serious expression on her face. This kid is not simple. Chapter 12 The challenge begins. Omida Nozomi is the head of the lower-level noble Omida family. At the beginning of the establishment of Shiridai, the Omida family was just an ordinary family. However, after Omida Zizhijin was born, Omida's family ushered in great changes. One, of course, is that Omida Nozomi has considerable talent and graduated from Jinnu Spiritual Arts Academy with honors. Secondly, after joining the 2nd Division, Omida Nozomi directly devoted his family's efforts to join the Shifunjin family, used the Omida family's hundreds of years of business channels to help the Shifunjin family, and became a retainer of the Shifunjin family. Under the operation of Shifunji-Yuan Kiani, the Omida family became a lower-level noble. Thirdly, Omida Nozomi's personal strength has grown rapidly. In less than 100 years, he has become the right-hand man of Shifunjin Senhai and the vice-captain of the 2nd Division. After Yoryuki Shihoan resigned, Omida continued to work for Yoryuki Shihoan. Even though Urahara Kisuk's strength surpassed Omida's, Yoryuki Shifunjin did not replace Omida's position as vice captain. Of course, there is also part of the reason why Urahara Kisuk is unwilling. However, the position of vice captain for nearly 200 years has not made Omida's hijin inflated. Rather, these 200 years have allowed Omida to fully understand his own limits. So far, Omida Nozomi has no idea about the manifestation of the Zanpakuto. 100 years ago, his Ryotsu also stopped growing, leaving Bankai hopeless. It is estimated that in a few decades, he will retire. Before that, Omida wanted to pave the way for his son. This little guy named Ailin is young. I heard he is not yet 40 years old, but he already has quite a reputation and is a worthy target for his investment. After knowing that Ailin wanted to challenge him, Omida valued Aaron even more. If you challenge the vice captain, except for a fool, you have completed the first stage of liberation of the Zanpakuto, and the Zanpakuto's ability is still very strong. If the ability of the Zanpakuto is not strong, even the official position will be suspended. If before meeting Ailin, Omida's hijin still had the idea of leaving a hand to give Ailin a decent idea, then after meeting Ailin, Omida's hijin felt that if she didn't try her best, it would be dishonorable. I'm afraid I will become myself. Having been a Shinigami for more than 300 years, Omida has not made much progress, but her eyesight is not bad. In Ailin's body, Omida Nozomi actually faintly felt a bit of the temperament of Senhai-sama, Yoryuki-sama, and the third one named Urahara Kisuk. And those three people. God, is this Ailin right? Thinking of this, Omida almost softened her steps forward. However, after all, he is a person who is used to seeing big scenes, so Omida quickly adjusted his mentality. After walking 10 meters in front of Ailin, Omida turned around and crossed her arms, quietly waiting for the arrival of Captain Yoryuki with Ailin. Everyone else in the training ground, after seeing Omida Nozomi's arrival, stopped talking and stared at the two people quietly. Didn't make everyone wait any longer. After a gust of wind blew, the figures of Shifunjin Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuk appeared between Ailin and Omida Nozomi. Lord Yoryuki! Lord Yoryuki! Everyone, including Aaron, bowed to Shifunjin Yoryuki. Ha ha ha, it seems we are not late. After laughing a few times with his hands on his hips, Yoryuki looked at Aaron and Omida Nozomi with a serious look. Aaron, let me confirm with you again, do you want to continue the challenge? Lord Yoryuki, I choose to challenge. Very well, then good luck to you. I announce that the challenge between second team member Aaron and Vice Captain Omida Nozomi will begin now. Call out. After saying these words, the figures of Shifunjin Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuk flickered and teleported outside the training ground, leaving the open space to Aaron and Omida Nozomi. Vice Captain Omida, please advise. As a challenger, Ailin took the lead in drawing out his Zanpakuto. Hey! After seeing Ailin's Zanpakuto, Omida's face became even more serious. He did not dare to be careless and immediately pulled out his Zanpakuto. Shinigami's Zanpakuto has various abilities, but before liberation, everyone's Zanpakuto forms were similar. However, the Zanpakuto in Ailin's hand actually gave people an old and broken feeling. The worn blade, the chipped blade. If it weren't for this serious battle, everyone would probably laugh at Ailin's Zanpakuto. But in such a battle scene, the people in the second division would not underestimate Ailin, thinking that Ailin's Zanpakuto was broken. The greater possibility is that Ailin's Zanpakuto has some special ability, which is why its appearance is so broken. Bring it on! Ha! Omida's hijin shouted, and his majestic spiritual power exploded, and white spiritual power flames appeared all over his body. Hey! It's strange, the battle has just begun, and Vice Captain Omida actually pays so much attention to it. Vice Captain Omida actually used all his strength from the beginning. Seeing Omida's appearance, the Shinigami watching the battle were extremely shocked. The spiritual power is coming out of the body, which means that except for not liberating the Zanpakuto, Omida Nozomi is ready to try her best. Boom! Like Omida Marekiyo, Elin also exploded with his own spiritual pressure. I really can't believe that Ilan's spiritual pressure is no weaker than that of Vice Captain Omida. Ilan's outburst was beyond everyone's expectations. After Ilan became famous, everyone knew that it had only been 30 years since Ilan joined the 2nd Division. In just 50 years, Ilan has acquired a 6th-level spiritual power comparable to that of Vice Captain Omida. This talent is so high that few people can match it. Call out! The next moment, in everyone's eyes, Ilan and Omida disappeared. Boom! Clang! 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 There was a roar, sparks flew around the training ground, and then the sound of weapons clashing reached everyone's ears. So fast! Among the people watching the battle, some people couldn't help but exclaimed. Those who can join the 2nd team may be weaker in other aspects, but Shunpo will definitely not be bad. However, during the battle between Eren and Omida Nozomi, many of them could not even see the two of them. Whether it is Ilan or Omida, their Shunpo attainments far exceed those of the others. They could only catch Elin and Omida Nozomi through the sparks on the training ground and the clash of Zanpakuto. However, when their eyes looked at the place where the sparks splashed, the two figures had already appeared on the other side. Chapter 13 Shikai Iron Broken Ye. Outside the training ground, both Yoryuki and Urahara were a little surprised. Although they knew that Ilan had the courage to challenge Vice Captain Omida, they had certain confidence in their own strength. However, based on Ilan's performance over the years, they speculated that what gave Ilan confidence was probably Ilan's Zanpakuto ability. They never expected that in the duel between Shunpo and swordsmanship before both sides had liberated the Zanpakuto, Eren would actually be on par with Omida Nozomi? No, not evenly matched. Shifunji and Yoryuki and Urahara looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Judging from the strength of Yoryuki and Urahara, it can be seen that the apparently equal match is that Elan's achievements in swordsmanship and Shunpo are even higher than Omida's. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Clang! Omida crossed his sword, collided with Ilan, and then Shunpo escaped. But the next moment, Ilan's figure appeared in front of him, forcing him to draw his sword again. Although Omida Nozomi is huge, being able to become the vice captain of the 2nd team for nearly 200 years shows how strong Omida Nozomi's Shunpo is. However, at this time, Omida Zizhijin felt that he was restrained in every way during the battle with Ilan. Whether it's Shunpo or swordsmanship, he can only passively respond to the attack from Ilan. This feeling reminded Omida Nozomi of the time when she fought with Captain Shifunji Yuansenhai more than 100 years ago. At that time, I was also so powerless. Does this Ilan really have the same power as Master Kyunri? Bang! However, within just a few minutes, Omida felt herself dripping with cold sweat. Compared with Omida Zizhijin, Ilan is much more relaxed. After fully absorbing Kisaragi Taiwa's experience, Ilan's 4 Shinigami skills have been greatly improved. Especially swordsmanship. You know, Kisaragi Taigo is a disciple of Captain Yamamoto. Under the guidance of Captain Yamamoto, his swordsmanship will naturally be good. It can be said that Ilan's swordsmanship at this time is not weak even among captains. The gap between captain level and below captain level is as big as a chasm. Of course, Ilan's spiritual pressure is only at level 6 now, which is about 10 times worse than captain level. A dimension reduction attack under a high-rise building, with the same spiritual pressure, Omida Zizhijin had no power to fight back. However, if Ilan really hit him like that, he would undoubtedly press Vice Captain Omida's face to the ground and rub it. At that time, everyone in the 2nd team, including Shifunji and Yoryuki, may not look good. After all, before this, Omida Nozomi was the vice-captain of the 2nd Division for nearly 200 years, and to a certain extent, he represented part of the face of the 2nd Division. Although Ailen also belongs to the 2nd Division, his rise has been short-lived and has not yet been recognized by most of his colleagues. If you act too forcefully, you may be offended by everyone, overtly or covertly. Therefore, although it was Ailen who actually suppressed Omida Nozomi, what appeared in everyone's eyes was that Eren and Omida Nozomi's vice-captain met each other and were inextricably linked to each other. Clang! The figures of Ailen and Omida Nozomi appeared in the center of the training ground. The figures of the two figures, one large and one small, formed a sharp contrast. Crack, click, click. The broken Zanpakuh and the intact Zanpakuh struggled with each other. After a few seconds, the spiritual power on the swords burst out, knocking them back. Ho-ho! Hey, hey! Omida's Hijin gasped for air and stared at Ailen tightly. How long has it been since you had such a fierce battle? Thinking of this, Omida Nozomi's expression became tense, and her majestic spiritual pressure was synchronized with the Zanpakuh in her hand. Blast him to pieces, Juguin! As Omida Nozomi shouted, the Zanpakuh in his hand suddenly expanded and turned into a mace more than 3 meters long. Boom! After the Zanpakuh Shikai, Omida Nozomi's spiritual pressure increased 5 times. For Shinigami, especially Shinigami who has completed the liberation of the Zanpakuh, at least 80% of his strength lies in the Zanpakuh. The Zanpakuh's Shikai can increase the Shinigami's spiritual pressure by 3 to 5 times. The Zanpakuh's Bankai can increase Shinigami's spiritual pressure by 5 to 10 times. Although Omida Nozomi has not touched the edge of Bankai for more than 200 years, he has also developed the power of Zanpakuh Shikai to the extreme, and the increase in his own spiritual pressure has reached 5 times the strongest Shikai. This is Omida Nozomi's strongest state. In his normal state, he is no match for Eren, but after freeing his Zanpakuh, Omida is confident that among the vice-captains, there are few who can beat him. Ailen has only been in the 2nd Division for 30 years, and seeing that his spiritual pressure is about the same as his own, Bankai must have not yet mastered it. Swordsmanship and Shunpo are still above themselves. However, Omida Nozomi didn't believe that she would still be so passive after freeing herself with the Zanpakuh. That's right, at this moment, Omida, no matter how confident she is, she doesn't think she can win. Ailen really put too much pressure on him. Has the Zanpakuh been liberated? Seeing Omida's appearance at this time, Ailen's expression became serious. During this period, Ailen also obtained some basic information about Omida Nozomi through Captain Furuta Aoki. His Zanpakuh Chuakameru is said to be a pure power-based Zanpakuh. Once, Vice-Captain Omida smashed a Jillian to pieces with one move. Well, Jillian Daigzu, this is a terrifying existence nearly 100 meters tall. Shinigami and elite Shinigami, even Jillian Daigzu's steel skin cannot be broken. If you want to deal with Jillian, you must have a 5th level spiritual power or above and have completed the first stage of Zanpakuh liberation. If an ordinary chief officer wants to kill a Jillian quickly, at least 3 or 4 people must work together. Omida Nozomi's ability to instantly kill Jillian Daigyu shows how powerful his Zanpakuh's attack power is. Faced with Omida Nozomi's spiritual pressure increased 5 times and her strength greatly increased, Ailen did not dare to underestimate him. At that moment, Ailen poured his spiritual power into the dilapidated Zanpakuh in his hand and shouted, "Iron Broken Tooth!" Boom! As Ailen shouted loudly, the iron broken tooth in his hand finally revealed his true form. The slender and worn blade turned into a wide-toothed knife. The majestic spiritual power makes the tooth knife exude a dazzling halo of spiritual power. With the release of the Zanpakuh, Ailen's spiritual pressure has naturally increased. However, the semi-finished Tetsuya only brought Ailen a 3-fold increase in spiritual pressure. At this time, in terms of the strength of spiritual pressure, it was Omida Nozomi who had the upper hand. Chapter 14 Wind Injury. After successfully making the iron broken tooth, Eren received the spiritual pressure feedback, and his spiritual pressure was not much different from Omida Nozomi's spiritual pressure. However, after both of them released their Zanpakuto, Elan's spiritual pressure was at least nearly half lower than Omida Kainajin's spiritual pressure. After all, Omida Nozomi has honed his Shikai to its peak, increasing his spiritual pressure by as much as 5 times. As for Elan, this iron broken fang was only a semi-finished product. It transformed into a tooth knife and only brought Elan 3 times the increase in spiritual pressure. There's a show. Feeling that Elan's spiritual pressure was much lower than his own, Omida was overjoyed. The Battle of Shinigami is ultimately a battle of spiritual pressure. Although Omida Nozomi's current spiritual pressure is not enough to reduce or even ignore the ability of the Zanpakuto. However, under the powerful spiritual pressure, his speed, strength, and defense were greatly enhanced. He couldn't believe it. Even though he had so much stronger spiritual pressure than Elan, he would still lose. Ha! Thinking of this, Omida waved the huge mace in his hand and rushed towards Elan. Facing the high-speed attack of Omida Nozomi, Elan grasped Tai Suiya's handle tightly with both hands, raised Tai Suiya above his head, and slashed at Omida Nozomi. Boom! The gigantic Tetsuya is, to a certain extent, a Zanpakuto of the power and slashing type. However, compared with Omida Nozomi's Jukimura mace, the bonus to strength is much worse. The iron broken teeth collided with the mace, and the huge force made Elan's body shorter. Boom! A large crater with a radius of 5 meters exploded on the ground under Elan's feet, and the cracks in the ground even spread to 10 meters away. What a power! At the bottom of the pit, Elan's eyes widened, and the iron teeth of the mace crunched and trembled in his hand. Drink! Blue spiritual pressure burst out from Elan's body, and the surge in spiritual pressure increased Elan's speed and strength. Ryotsu bursts. This is a technique that many Shinigami know how to use. Ryotsu. Strictly speaking, for a Shinigami with low spiritual pressure, this is a life-threatening technique. The principle is to gather one's spiritual pressure and suddenly explode it in exchange for an increase in strength in a short period of time. The side effect is that the spiritual pressure will be consumed at an extremely fast rate. The spiritual energy that can be used for fighting for an hour may be exhausted in less than 5 minutes. Clang! After using the Ryotsu burst technique, the battle between Elan and Omida entered the most intense situation. On the ground of the training ground, huge pits appeared after the two men fought. After wiping out the gap in spiritual pressure through the burst of spiritual pressure, he relied on a much stronger swordsmanship than Omida Nozomi, allowing Eren to forcefully compete with Omida Nozomi's with an iron broken tooth of less than 1.2 meters. There is no losing in a fight between maces and maces. He even slowly suppressed Omida Nozomi in turn. However, although Omida Nozomi is temporarily at a disadvantage, his mentality is very stable. Under such circumstances, as long as Omida can hold on until Elan's spiritual pressure burst ends, it will be his victory. Clang! 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 Elan's figure was like lightning, turning into afterimages to surround Omida. The sword lights were like nets, shrouding Omida. However, Elan's attack was not very effective. Although Omida Nozomi has a strong body, his movements are silky smooth. Shunpo's attainments are among the second team, and he can also be ranked in the top 3. Well, now that Eren and Omida are included in Nozomi's ranking, I'm afraid they will have to move back 1 place. However, because Eren was running around Omida Nozomi, although his Shunpo speed was faster than Omida Nozomi's, the attack speed was not so fast that Omida could not react. In addition, the huge mace in Omida's hands is huge. He only needs to adjust the angle to hide most of his body behind the mace and use the mace to defend against Elan's attack. In this way, Elan's attack only caused a few wounds on the vital parts of Omida's Hijin's body, and it had little effect. Call out! Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Elan didn't waste much spiritual power, flashed in an instant, and stood more than 20 meters in front of Omada's Hijin. So strong. Yes, both Vice Captain Omada and Island are so strong. At this moment, more than 400 Shinigami from the 2nd Division outside the training ground finally woke up from the fierce battle before. Their eyes seemed to be shining when they looked at Island and Omada's Hijin. Shinigami has never been a safe profession. Every year, many Shinigami sacrifice themselves. This is also the main reason why the Godi I-13 recruit Shinigami from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy every year. With a strong teammate, everyone's survival probability will be greatly improved. Didn't you realize that in the most dangerous mission to rescue Xiaotalo's family, at least a dozen seriously injured people in the 2nd Division survived because of Ai Lin? At this time, Ailan showed great strength again, and his sense of security was immediately filled. After this battle, everyone believed that even if Ailan did not succeed in the challenge, becoming the vice captain of the 2nd Division, at least the position of chief officer would be indispensable. Urahara, what do you think? Shifon Yuryuaki looked at the two people in front and asked Urahara Kisuk. What do you think? Before Urahara Kisuk could answer, Aya, who was standing next to Yuryuaki, didn't hesitate. Mr. Yuryuaki immediately took over Yuryuaki's words without asking her. Yuryuaki-sama, although this guy named Aaron has some strength, he is still a bit inferior to Vice Captain Omada, right? You see, he is now using methods like spiritual pressure explosion. When his spiritual power is exhausted, he will naturally be no match for Vice Captain Omada. On the contrary, if Vice Captain Omada even uses his spiritual pressure to explode, this guy named Ailan will never be able to stop him. Oh, my opinion is opposite to yours. Urahara Kisuk glanced at Heizuo Aya funny, his confused eyes under his broken hair were unexpectedly more serious. The guy named Ailan is going to win this battle. How is that possible? Heizuo Aya didn't believe a word of what Urahara Kisuk said. Judging from the situation just now, although Ailan has gained some advantages through the burst of spiritual pressure, these advantages cannot be the key to determining victory or defeat. However, the next moment, Feng Shaoling's pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the sword in the hand of the guy I was not optimistic about seemed to be surrounded by some wind. With Ailan's wave, it turned into 3 huge slashes and attacked Omada. Wind injury. Chapter 15 Victory. It seems that I can't win this battle without using Tai Suiya's secret power. After calming down his breathing and feeling his remaining spiritual power, Ailan shook his head slightly. Although his own Zanbei Shengyi are currently on the threshold of captain level, their spiritual pressure is insufficient, which is ultimately a flaw. Without strong enough spiritual pressure, no matter how strong your 4 Shinigami skills are, you will not be able to exert your due strength. The difference in spiritual pressure intensity between the 3rd-class spiritual power and the captain-level 2nd-class spiritual power is more than 10 times. Omada's Hijin has been the vice-captain for nearly 200 years, and her own strength has been polished to its peak. After liberating the Zanpakuto, Omada Nozomi's spiritual pressure was not as good as the captain's usual state, but it was not far behind. If the captains don't release their Zanpakuto, it won't be easy to kill Omada Nozomi in a short time. Ailan used a trick like spiritual pressure burst. If he didn't defeat Omada Nozomi when he had a surplus of spiritual power, when his spiritual power was exhausted, he would be like fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by others. Vice Captain Omada, next, I am going to use the secret of the Zanpakuto. Since I successfully practiced this technique, I have never used it outside. Also, this move is very powerful, so please be careful, Vice Captain Omada. What? The secret of Zanpakuto. Hearing Ailan's words, Omada's pupil shrank. Every Shinigami, after giving birth to his own Zanpakuto, and the compatibility between the Shinigami and the Zanpakuto reaches a certain level, he will learn the name of the Zanpakuto from the mouth of the Zanpakuto. Then, Shinigami can complete the liberation of the Zanpakuto by calling its name. This is Shinigami's Shikai. The secret of Zanpakuto. These are the moves that only powerful Zanpakuto possess. Especially since even a person of Ailen's strength said it was very powerful, it shows that this move is not simple. At the moment, Omida did not dare to be careless at all. Boom! The majestic spiritual pressure erupted from Omida Nozomi's body. Omida Nozomi also used tricks like Ryotsu burst. With the burst of spiritual pressure and the increase of Zanpakuto Shikai, Omida Nozomi's spiritual pressure has already reached the second level spiritual power of captain level. Bring it on! Good! Seeing that Omida's Hijin was ready, Ailen no longer hesitated. Most of the spiritual pressure in his body flowed along Ailen's hand and poured into the iron-broken teeth in his right hand. Whirlwinds swirled around Taisuiya's blade. Then, Ailen suddenly slashed his sword in the direction of Omida's Hijin. Wind injury. Ho-ho! 3 wind slashes transformed from spiritual power tore 3 deep ravines into the ground, carrying unparalleled power and attacking towards Omida. Drink! At the same time, Omida Nozomi's spiritual pressure also poured into his Zanpakuto, activating his strongest move. Drunkard Rage. Boom! Omida's Hijin blasted out a mace, hitting the 3 wind slashes struck by Ailen fiercely. Crunch, crunch. Boom boom boom. So heavy. Omida Nozomi held the mace in his hand tightly, drunkenly, and violently, which was the strongest secret of his Zanpakuto. However, his strongest secret could only barely resist the momentum of Ailen's slashing attack. The subsequent more and more powerful slashes still pushed Omida Nozomi's huge body back. His 2 feet drew 2 long grooves on the ground of the training ground. No, I can't stop it. After holding on for a few seconds, Omida's drunkard's violent remaining strength was exhausted, and she could no longer block the attack of Ailen's wind wound. In the end, Omida Nozomi only had time to protect her vitals with the mace Jukimaru, and her whole body was sucked in by Ailen's wind wound. Ah! Whoosh! Omida Nozomi's screams were heard, and Ailen's eyes were dazzled. The next moment, the figures of Shifunji and Yuriyuki and Uraharakisuk appeared in the center of the training ground. In Uraharakisuk's hands, he was holding Omida Nozomi, who was covered in blood. So fast! Ailen was shocked. Although I know that Shifun Yuriyuki and Uraharakisuk are very strong, knowing it in my heart and actually facing them are 2 different things. However, after all, Ailen is the one who has actually seen the captain-level powerhouse Bankai. Besides, Yuriyuki Shihoan and Uraharakisuk have not released their spiritual pressure, so the pressure they put on Ailen is really greater than it's not as good as Ailen's pressure when he faced Kisaragi Taiwu. What Shifunji and Yuriyuki and Uraharakisuk brought to Ailen was more pressure from Ailen's own heart. However, seeing the tip of the iceberg of their strength also made Ailen feel less stressed. At that moment, Yuriyuki directly intercepted the follow-up of Ailen's wind wound, while Uraharakisuk Shunpo came in front of Omida Nozomi and pulled Omida out of the power of the wind wound. The 2 acted lightly, with Uraharakisuk not freeing his Zanpakuto and Yuriyuki not using Shunkaku. Obviously, neither Eren nor Omida Nozomi is qualified to take Shihoan Yuriyuki and Uraharakisuk seriously. Yuriyuki-sama, Urahara 3 seats. Ailen restored the Tetsuya in his hand to its old state, inserted it into the scabbard at his waist, and bent down to salute Yuriyuki and Uraharakisuk. Now that these 2 have finished, this challenge can be considered to have come to an end. Ahem, puff. Omida, who was rescued by Uraharakisuk, coughed a few times and then spat out a mouthful of blood. However, even though he was seriously injured, Omida's Hijin did not do anything indecent. Instead, he gave Ailen a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha, that's awesome, little guy. This time a battle, I lost." Although at the end of the battle, everyone knew the outcome of this battle, hearing Omida Nozomi admit that he was defeated still made everyone watching the battle feel like a dream. Wow! Here, I'm not dreaming, am I? Vice Captain Omada actually lost. This battle made everyone in the 2nd Division feel ups and downs. Whether it was Eren suppressing Deputy Captain Omada Nozomi at the beginning, or Deputy Captain Omada taking the advantage after the liberation of the Zanpakuto, to the ultimate duel between the two Zanpakuto. No one knows who the final winner is until the end. However, no matter whether it is Island or Omada Nozomi, no one has any opinion on who becomes the vice captain of the 2nd team based on the strength shown in this battle. Shinigami, even if he has a powerful background, he can't convince his subordinates without strength. Chapter 16 Promoted to Vice Captain. For example, Kokaki Sojun, the vice captain of the 6th Division, the successor of the head of the 4 noble Kokaki family, and the son of the captain of the 6th Division, Kokaki Jinling. Does his background have a deep enough background, right? But how many people in the 6th Division admire him? Kokaki Sojun, Shinigami's talent is not low. He completed the liberation of the Zanpakuto at a young age and gained the combat power of a chief officer. However, Kokaki Kangchun's physical fitness greatly hindered him. Due to the pain all over his body, Kokaki Sojun could only perform 5 or 6 points out of his very strong strength. Of course, speaking of physical ailments, Jaishur Yukatake, the captain of the 13th Division, is also plagued by illness and cannot display his strength in most cases. However, Jaishur Yukatake's talent is more than a little stronger than Kokaki Aokun's. Even if he cannot exert his full strength, Jaishur Yukatake possesses power beyond that of an average captain. This point cannot be compared to Kokaki Sojun. Now, Eren used his battle with Omada Nozomi to prove to everyone in the 2nd team that he has enough power to become the vice captain of the 2nd team. Especially for Eren's final blow, no one present, except Shifunji Yuan Yuryuaki and Urahara Kisuke, was confident that they could survive this move. Look, even if the subsequent slashes were defeated by Yuryuaki-sama, 3 ravines more than 3 meters deep and more than 50 meters long were left on the training ground. Sorry, Vice Captain Omada. This is the first time I used this trick, but I couldn't master it well. Now that Omada's Hijin has given up, Island is naturally happy to show off. At that moment, Island walked up to Omada Nozomi in a few steps, stretched out his hands, and the green kite light instantly enveloped Omada Nozomi. Soon, under Island's kite, Omada's Hijin's injuries were almost healed. After all, the violent drunkard in front of Omada blocked a lot of wind damage's power. When he couldn't block it from behind, Yuryuaki crushed Island's slash, and Urahara Kisuke also saved him immediately. Therefore, Omada Nozomi's injury was still within the range that Ailing could treat. In less than a minute, Omada's Hijin's injury was completely healed by Island. Ha 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 ha, I once heard that Captain Uzawa said that he wanted you to join the 4th Division as the 3rd seat. At that time, I thought Captain Uzawa overestimated you, but now I think Captain Uzawa underestimated you, AI Forest. Standing up from the ground, Omada moved his body. Except for the tears on his clothes and some blood stains remaining on his body, he felt that he had fully recovered. Even Yamada Sanashuk can't achieve your kite ability. Yamada Sanashuk is currently the vice captain of the 4th Division. His kite ability is only inferior to that of Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th Division. Vice Captain Omada is joking, how can I compare to Vice Captain Yamada? Regarding Omada's Hijin's praise, Island shook his head and did not really take it seriously. Yamada Sanashuk, this is the guy who created Hikoya together with Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, creating life. This is an area that Elon has not yet touched. Of course, that was Yamada Sanashuk 100 years later, and the current Yamada Sanashuk may not have reached that level. Hey, Island! You defeated me upright, how could you be so self-defiled? Hearing Island's words, Omada Najijin was unhappy. What? In your mind, the vice captain of our 2nd Division is not as good as the vice captain of the 4th Division? Or is it that our 2nd Division team is not as good as the 4th Division team? This. Island was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Omada's Hijin's reaction to be so big. However, Island thought about it. Among the second team, whether it was the previous captain Shifunjin Senhai, the current captain Shifunjin Yoryuaki, and the next captain Sui Feng, the three of them together might not be enough. Captain Anohana fought. Captain Anohana is Siraidi's first-generation Kenpeiki. He and Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni were known as two evil people 1,000 years ago. If Yoryuaki develops the Shunku Thunder God fighting type and the Thunder Beast fighting type, he may still be able to fight. If he has not developed these two forms, all three of them will be useless in front of Captain Anohana. However, now that I am in the second division, even if I really think so in my heart, I would be really stupid to say it out loud. How is it possible? Our second division is the strongest covered mobile force, and the fourth division is a rescue team, which is not at the same level as us. That's right. Shifunjai Yuan Yoryuaki and Urahara Kisuk looked at each other, and both sides could see the embarrassment in the other's eyes. These two people are really ignorant and fearless. Afraid that the two of them would say something shocking later, Shifunjai Yuan Yoryuaki quickly interrupted Omada Shinigami's words, and at the same time walked up to Island, raised Island's hand high, and faced the onlookers Shinigami. They loudly announced, "Everyone, this time the second division vice-captain challenges, witnessed by more than 400 division colleagues and me, the second division captain Yoryuaki Shihoan, the winner has been decided. Now, in the name of the captain of the second division, I announce that the winner of this challenge is Island. From now on, Aaron will take over the position of vice-captain of the second division. Former vice-captain Omada Nozomi will be exempted from the chairperson challenge and will share the third spot of the second division with Urahara Kisuk. Do you have any comments?" "No." Vice-captain Island, 3 seats in Omada. Vice-captain Island, 3 seats at Omada. Witnessed by more than 400 people from the second division of Shifunjai Yuan Yoryuaki, Aaron successfully defeated the former vice-captain Omada Nozomi and became the new captain of the second division. Later, with the help of Omada Nozomi, Island gradually became familiar with some affairs of the second team. However, more often than not, Island still forges weapons in his own mental space. After meeting Shifunjai Yuan Yoryuaki and Urahara Kisuk, 3 more Zanpakuta appeared on the Sword Hill in Island's mind space. 2 of them are on the same level as Kisaragi Taigo's Zanpakuta, and the latter one is located in the lower half of the hill. This is the Zanpakuta of Shihoan Yoryuaki, Urahara Kisuk, and Omada Nozomi. After successfully forging these 3 Zanpakuta, Elan's spiritual pressure was greatly enhanced. In particular, Yoryuaki Shihoan and Urahara Kisuk had already completed Bankai's Zanpakuta, which tripled Elan's spiritual pressure. Island's spiritual pressure is now 4 times stronger than those who have just been promoted to the 6th level of spiritual power. In other words, if a Shikai's Zanpakuta Shikai does not increase his spiritual pressure by more than 4 times, then his own spiritual pressure after the Zanpakuta Shikai is not as strong as Elan's normal situation. Chapter 17 New Zanpakuta. The existence of captain level and second-class spiritual power are the most basic conditions. Only a second-class spiritual power can complete the realization of the Zanpakuta. Then, comes the ultimate liberation of the Zanpakuta, Bankai. During the day, Aaron and Omada Nozomi handle the affairs of the vice-captain together, and occasionally receive tasks. But those tasks were just a few more meritorious deeds in Island's credit book in front of Island, who had greatly increased his strength. At night, Aaron held the Zanpakuta of Yoryuaki and Urahara Kisuk of Shifunjin, absorbing their training memories to enhance his basic strength again. Yoryuaki Shihoan does not often use his Zanpakuta, so the swordsmanship experience Aaron gained from Yoryuaki's Zanpakuta is almost non-existent. However, Shifunjai Yuan Yoryuaki is most famous for her Shunpo accomplishments. Throughout the Siraidii, Yoryuaki is called the Flash Goddess by the Siraidii. Her Shunpo attainments are unparalleled. From Yoryuaki's Zanpakuta, Aaron gained Yoryuaki's Shunpo experience. What Eren gained the most from Urahara Kisuk's Zanpakuto was the Kid ability. At the same time, based on the ability of Urahara Kisuk's Red Princess Blood Cloud Shield, Island successfully forged the scabbard of Tetsuya Sugaya, giving his Zanpakuto's scabbard the ability to defend against barriers. In this way, the degree of completion of Tetsuya has been improved a bit, and the increase in spiritual pressure after Shikai has reached 3.5 times. Time passes through everyone's efforts. Hey! On this day, Island went to the captain's office to meet with Chiffon Yoryuki due to matters in the squad. However, under normal circumstances, the person who connects with Island is Yoryuki's little fangirl Heseo Aya. Over the past few years, although Island and Feng Xiaoling had not spoken much, they were quite familiar with each other. This feeling. The moment he saw Ha Shizuoling's, Island narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the Zanpakuto at Ha Shizuoling's waist. Blue lines flashed in his eyes, but within a few seconds, Island completed the analysis of the Zanpakuto at Ha Shizuoling's waist. Congratulations, Miss B. When are you going to start the Chief's challenge? Putting the file on the table, Island smiled and congratulated Feng Xiaoling. It is also a great joy for Island that Ayaheza has completed the conception of Zanpakuto. After all, Island has a weapon in his mind that is very suitable for two-hit kill. When I go back to make Suzumibaki tonight, that weapon will be available. Oh? You can actually see that I have completed the liberation of the Zanpakuto. Feng Xiaoling raised her head and looked at Island in surprise. Although she was beaten by that guy because she guessed wrongly during the Island challenge, which made Feng Xiaoling not have a very good sense of Island, but after a few years of getting along with her, her original tenacity has long since changed. Articles. Moreover, judging from the files he handled, Island, as a vice-captain, completed his tasks very beautifully. In addition, Island does not have the aristocratic airs of former Deputy Captain Omida Nozomi. Every time he goes on a mission, he takes the lead. When he encounters injured team members, he will also use Kide to heal their injuries. Over the past few years, Island has become deeply he gained the trust of his Shinigami. And his reputation completely surpassed that of former Vice-Captain Omida Nozomi. This made Feng Xiaoling identify a little more with Island. However, what surprised Ayaheza even more was that she had just completed the gestation of her Zanpakuto a few days ago, and yesterday she got the recognition of her Zanpakuto and completed the training of Zanpakuto Shikai. Even Lord Yoryuki didn't notice it, but Vice-Captain Island noticed it at first sight? No, how could Lord Yoryuki not see that? It should be that this achievement he has achieved is too insignificant in the eyes of Yoryuki-sama, and he is not even qualified to praise it. But if I successfully challenge the chairman, will I be praised by Yoryuki-sama? Is this the chief's challenge? Thinking of this, Feng Xiaoling tapped her head with the pen in her hand. Vice-Captain Island, this guy is very powerful, especially his Zanpakuto secret, which is called Wind Wound, right? That move could almost cover most of the area in front of Island, and Feng Xiaoling had no confidence in escaping from that move. The third seat, Urahara Kisuke, although Heseo Aya can't stand this guy, she also knows that this guy's strength is hardly inferior to Lord Yoryuki. The other three seats are former Vice-Captain Omida Nozomi. After thinking about the abilities of her own Zanpakuto and the abilities of Omida's three-seat Zanpakuto, Heseo Aya simulated it several times in her mind and finally made up her mind. When Feng Xiaoling filled out the challenge form for the chief executive, Island stretched his neck and easily saw the name written by Feng Xiaoling. Oh? Ms. B actually wants to challenge Omida for the third seat. It seems that Ms. B's Zanpakuto ability is very strong. 3 seats in Omida are really unfortunate. Island shook his head and chuckled. This Omida is really unlucky. It is undeniable that Omida's Hijin is indeed very strong. However, the compatibility between him and Feng Xiaoling is 0. Before the spiritual pressure reaches a certain level, the two-hit kill of Heseo Aya's Zanpakuto is really unsolvable. Omada's Ryotsu is much stronger than Sui Feng's, that's true. But his spiritual pressure is not enough to ignore Sui Feng's Zanpakuto abilities. It is not difficult to avoid Omada Nozomi's attack and wait for the opportunity to hit Omada Nozomi with Shunpo of B's Hasa Aya. Hey? Don't make it sound like I've already won. Feng Shaoling raised her brows, put away the file of her challenge to Omada's third seat, and glanced at Ai Lin. Although she didn't admit it, her eyebrows were raised a bit. After leaving the captain's room, Ailan returned to his dormitory. Buzz. Blue light shone, and a Zanpakuto fell from the sky and inserted into the sword mound. To Ailan's expectation, Sui Feng's Zanpakuto Suzumibaki was on the same level as those of Bankai's Zanpakuto. Oh! Ailan stepped forward and held his hand on the handle of Suzumibaki's knife. After a few seconds, Ailan showed a smile. This is really a big surprise. Infinite Instant Coax, Jakarake Ben. Contrary to Ailan's expectation, Sui Feng, as the prototype, has not yet been able to practice his Zanpakuto to the level of Bankai. But Suzumibaki, who was created by himself in Mugen sword system, is a Zanpakuto that can already Bankai. However, Ailan soon understood. These weapons and inherent barriers all come from your own memories. In his own memory, Suzumibaki was indeed able to Bankai's Zanpakuto. In other words, if Ailan copies the Zanpakuto in his memory in the future, even if they themselves have not yet completed the liberation of the Zanpakuto, as long as they succeed in gestating the Zanpakuto, in Ailan's case, they will be what it will look like more than 200 years later. Chapter 18 New Weapon Kills Murasame with one hit. This can be regarded as one's own trump card. These Zanpakuto cannot be used in Soul Society. But there are no such restrictions in your own inherent barriers. Throwing away the thoughts in his mind, Ailan stretched out his right hand and began to make a new weapon. Identification of creative ideas. Murasame is a sure kill blade. Any enemy struck by Murasame will die even if only a layer of skin is broken. Determine the basic skeleton. It has a long and narrow blade, a sharp blade, and a conspicuous white strip in the center of the red hilt. Copy the constituent material. Murasame's materials mainly come from super dangerous poisons and the strongest metal Oria gang. Imitation production technology. The people who make Murasame are the most advanced craftsmen in that world. Each of them possesses the best skills, and they also use a lot of lost secret techniques. Shared growth experience. After Murasame was successfully forged, he was used by countless powerful swordsmen, and every user became famous. Reproduce the accumulated years. The combat experience of these users has gone through countless years and makes Murasame even more powerful. In particular, in Ailan's memory, the girl with black hair and red eyes defeated the strongest general in the world. A large amount of spiritual power gathered in Ailan's hand, and blue lines spread to the entire blade. 2 black spiritual pressures flew from the sword hill, blended into the lines, and slowly spread to the entire blade. These 2 black lines of spiritual pressure are Suzumibaki's 2-hit kill ability. It is precisely by integrating these 2 spiritual pressures into this sword that Murasame has the ability to kill with one strike. Everything is ready. Override and complete many projects. When the blue light dissipated, there was a long sword in Ailan's hand that was longer than an ordinary Zanpakuto. Kill with one hit Murasame. Throwing the long sword whirled in the air, drew an arc, and was finally inserted into the sword mound. Judging from its position on the sword hill, it is 1 level higher than Suzumibaki. What? Can we go out? In the captain's room of the 2nd Division, Ailan looked at Feng Shaoling in shock. Yes, our 2nd Division has never prohibited people from going out. Feng Shaoling looked at Ailan in surprise and asked exaggeratedly, is it possible that you have been in the 2nd Division for such a long time and have never gone out except for one mission? No one told me this. Ailan smiled bitterly. Since joining the 2nd Division, due to the nature of the division, every time there is an emergency edict and Shinigami fails to arrive at the meeting point or receive a task within the specified time, he will be imprisoned in the creeping center for dereliction of duty. In the nest of insects. Therefore, in the past 30 years, except when he was on a mission, Island always stayed in the team building, fearing that he would miss the order one time. Unexpectedly, today I learned from Heseo Ayazenka how to travel freely. Ha ha ha, I have heard of a fool who has been in the team for 10 years before, but I didn't expect to see a fool who has been in the team for more than 30 years today, ha 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 ha. So funny. Come on, if you want to smile, smile more. I'm out. Rolling his eyes at Feng Xiaoling who was laughing so hard, Island stood up and left from the captain's room. This time, Island did not return to the team building, but walked straight out of the second team. 3 years have passed since Ayaheza challenged Omida Nozomi. After Omida lost to Ayahesu, Omida did not continue to serve as the fourth seat of the second team, but chose to retire. However, he did get his son Omida Marekio into the second division to train with Island. The smell of freedom. Stepping out of the gate of the second division, Island felt that his mind suddenly broadened. After so many years, God knows how he got here. However, Island still had to be cautious when going out for the first time. At that moment, Island roughly estimated the time in his mind, and then disappeared on the road in a few flashes. Call out! Call out! Call out! The time for an emergency edict is 1 minute. The second team's rule is to assemble before the end of the emergency edict. Therefore, people who have been in the second division for a period of time generally know some tips for leaving the team. Normally, everyone would test how far they can run in 1 minute using shunpo at full strength. This distance is the range within which everyone can move freely without the second division. The faster shunpo is, the wider the scope of personal activities is. For example, Yoryuaki Shihoan, the captain of the second team, can run around the entire Shiridai in 1 minute with her shunpo. If shunko is used again, the entire Shiridai, and even part of Rukanga, will be within Yoryuaki's safe range. Of course, as the captain of the second division, Yoryuaki, unless Central 46 or the captain personally appoints her to go on a mission, otherwise, there is no problem in being absent from general missions, as long as Aaron and others complete it. This kind of tip for leaving the team will usually be known in the second team for 2 or 3 years. After all, we all get along day and night, and occasionally go out to get together. Even if no one tells us how many times we come, we know it. Only Island, because of his poor talent in the early days, devoted himself to training in order to increase his strength and enhance his sense of security. By the time Island gained strength, everyone thought Island knew this little trick because Island was already the vice-captain of the second team and an old man who had been in the second team for more than 30 years. In addition, Island had been practicing in the team building besides going on missions, so no one told Island. If he and Feng Xiaoling hadn't complained in the captain's room today, Island might not know how long it would take before he found out. Call out! Island's figure appeared on the top of a hill. 50 breaths, that's about the distance. Although the limit distance is 60 breaths, Island does not really use the limit distance of 60 breaths as his usual range of activities. Leave a distance of 10 breaths to deal with some emergencies. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking back, Island discovered that his range of activities, centered on the second division, could cover almost half of the Shiridai. Very good. In this way, I can move around within this distance. As long as I encounter 4 or 5 captain-level experts within this range, my spiritual pressure will be able to break through to captain level. At present, Elan's spiritual pressure is almost the same as Omida's spiritual pressure after the release of Nozomi's Zanpakut. As long as 4 more captain-level Zanpakut are produced, Elan's spiritual pressure will completely break through to captain level. At that time, Island's inherent barriers unlimited sword system can truly be used by Island. Chapter 19 Encounter. Elan's Zanpakuto is an unlimited sword system. Because they are inherent barriers, and Island himself knows the true name and function of this ability, so as long as Island's spiritual pressure reaches a level that can materialize the inherent barriers, that is, captain level spiritual pressure, it can be released. My own Bankai, unlimited sword system. That's when Island can fully display his strength. It is true that due to some special reasons in Soul Society, they do not allow two identical Zanpakutos to exist at the same time. But Island's Bankai, unlimited sword system, erodes his mental world into the real world, separates it from the real world and creates a new space. This space and Soul Society can be regarded as two worlds. At that time, Elin only needs to pull his enemies into the inherent barriers, and then in his own world, all Zanpakut Elin can use. All Island needs to do is kill the enemies he pulls into the inherent barriers and prevent his Bankai information from being leaked. In the past, the area where Island could move was only the second team. Now that he knows the tips for leaving the post, Island's scope of activities has suddenly expanded thousands of times, covering almost half of the Siridii. Then, captains of the Godii 13, let's have a pleasant encounter. After a few breaths, Island came from the quiet mountain top to the bustling commercial street. The areas where I can currently move include the 3rd Division, the 5th Division, the 8th Division, the 10th Division, the 13th Division. The captain-level experts in these divisions include Jiro Hirako, Hirako Shinji, Sukaisen, Shunsui Kirikou, Ishin Shiba, and Jaishur Yukatake. For others, you can only try your luck when you meet them on the street. But I remember that Captain Kirako Shunsui of the 8th Division always liked drinking in izakayas and flower streets. For now, let's get familiar with the izakayas and flower streets in this part of the commercial street. As expected, Island did not meet any captain on this day. However, Island was not without other gains. There are 5 more Zanpakutos at the official level. There are hundreds of other ordinary Shinigami Zanpakut. The forging of these Zanpakut increased Elan's spiritual pressure. Cheers! In a moonlit izakaya, Island sat at the same table with a girl with a hairdo and messy makeup on her face. In addition to some snacks, there are also various drinks on the table. Cheers! Bump! The two glasses collided, and the wine in the glasses spilled due to the collision, but this did not affect the mood of the two drinking friends at all. Gudong! Gudong! Ha! After a period of investigation, Island finally failed to lose face and go to Flower Street, but chose to drink in an izakaya. But unfortunately, perhaps because of Island's bad luck, he hasn't seen any captain in this izakaya for several months. Originally, Island was planning to change to another izakaya, but a few days ago, a girl suddenly broke into the izakaya, forcing Island to stay in this izakaya for another month. How should I put it? When Island saw this girl, he immediately knew that if something happened to this girl in this izakaya, and if he was later found to be indifferent in this izakaya, there was a high probability that Island will encounter a lot of trouble. As the deputy captain of the 2nd Division, Siridii has a lot of information passing through Island's hands every day. Although the girl tied her long, silky hair into a towering hairdo and put on messy makeup on her face, Island still recognized the girl at first sight. The youngest daughter of the current head of the Kokaki family, Kokaki Jinling, Kokaki Haruko. Although he didn't know why the little princess of the Kokaki family would dress up like this and come to an izakaya far away from Division 6, Island couldn't let this girl have an accident in front of him. So Island invited Kokaki Haruko to sit at the same table with him before everyone else. Afterwards, Island could feel the restraint and worry in the heart of the girl who entered the izakaya for the first time. It took a while to slowly calm down, and curiosity took over. However, in the end, he was still a bit thin-skinned. He only said thank you to Island in a low voice and lowered his head to taste the wine. Every day after that, the girl would take the initiative to sit at Island's wine table. The two of them didn't communicate much, they just drank some wine and ate some snacks in a tacit understanding. When the mood strikes, I occasionally have a drink. After 1 month, the exchange between the two did not exceed 35 sentences. However, what makes Aylin curious is that the girl is very proactive today. I have clinked glasses with myself 3 times. From tomorrow on, I won't come. Thank you for your protection during this time. On the way back, Kokaki Haruko bowed to Aylin and thanked her. At this moment, Haruko Kokaki, even if her makeup and hairstyle do not match, still shows the upbringing of a big family. If you only looked at the movements and demeanor, no one would think that such a person would appear in an izakaya. When Kokaki Haruko left, Aylin sighed, drank all the wine in his glass, paid the bill, and followed Kokaki Haruko. This month, Aylin secretly escorted Kokaki Haruko home. On the road, Kokaki Haruko's appearance would change at every turn. The bun on her head was scattered, and the sky-high rebellious hairstyle turned into smooth long hair, hanging down to her waist. The exaggerated makeup on the face was quickly wiped off, restoring elegance. The fancy clothes were thrown away, revealing the pure white kimono underneath. In just a few turns, an impulsive and rebellious girl turned into a gentle woman like Yamato Nadeshiko, exuding strong feminine power. When he sent Kokaki Haruko back for the first time, Aylin's eyes were almost shocked. After watching Kokaki Haruko enter the door of Kokaki's house, Aylin prepared to go back. After all, the distance from the 6th Division to the 2nd Division has exceeded Aylin's safe distance. If there is an emergency edict at this time, Aylin's situation will be very dangerous. But who? Putting his hand on the zanpakut at his waist, Aylin shouted coldly into the depths of the alley. Aylin never imagined that on the last night after escorting Kokaki Haruko, he would actually encounter an enemy. Such powerful malice! Tap 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 tap. The sound of footsteps sounded, and 2 footsteps reached Aylin's ears. When the faces of the 2 people walked into the moonlight from the darkness and were seen by Aylin, Aylin's pupils suddenly shrank. Finished. I actually met these 2 people at this time. Of these 2 men, one has white hair and a white beard, and looks about the same age as Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sashi Mizukuni. They are wearing white Captain Hayori's uniforms. The other person was wearing a black Death Tyrant uniform, and the anger in his eyes seemed to burn Aylin to death. Chapter 20 Hoshino Zyonghi. Of these 2, one is the current head of the Kokaki family and captain of the 6th Division, Kokaki Silver Bell. The other one is the current captain of the Special Forces of the 1st Division, Hoshino Hibiki, the newly appointed 3rd seat of the 1st Division after the death of Taiwo Kisaragi. Yes, he is also the husband-in-law of the future eldest daughter of the Kokaki family. Judging from Kokaki Haruko's performance today, it may be tonight that Hoshino Hibiki and Kokaki Haruko will make an engagement. Of course, if they met these 2 in normal times, the 2 sides would at most say hello because they were both members of the Godi I-13 team. But the current situation is as if Aylin was stalking the eldest daughter of the Kokaki family and was caught on the spot by someone else's father and fiancé. In the eyes of the 2 of them, Aylin had been labeled with negative labels such as wretched, disgusting and toad. 2nd Division Vice Captain, Aylin, has met Captain Kokaki. Oh! Aylin's self-introduction made Kokaki Yinling frown. The Vice Captain of the 2nd Division, I remember he took office 5 years ago. However, Vice Captain Aylin will die if he does not join the 2nd Division. Instead, he stalks my daughter in a sneaky manner. I would like to ask Vice Captain Aylin to give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I will arrest you personally, and then go to the 2nd Division to ask Captain Shifunjiyuan whether the Kokaki family has been included in the surveillance of the 2nd Division. This. Aylin was speechless after hearing Kokaki Silver Bell's words. What should he say? Not to mention whether Aaron would believe it if he escorted the eldest daughter of the Kokaki family home from the izakaya, something that was detrimental to the Kokaki family tradition. Even if they believed it, in order to maintain the reputation of the Kokaki family, Aylin was not sure whether he would be eliminated by the Kokaki family. Well, of course, the Kokaki family can also clean up Kokaki Haruko. However, with the wretched following man on one side and his own daughter on the other, it's easy to imagine who will be the one to be eliminated. Snort. Seeing that Ailan was silent, Kokaki Jinling let out a cold snort and put his hand on the zanpakut at his waist. Although he is getting older and his strength is not as good as before, even so, Kokaki Jinling has not fallen behind from the captain level at all. It takes no effort for Kokaki Jinling to win a vice-captain. However, before Kokaki Jinling started to take action, Hoshino Hibiki behind him spoke. Kokaki-sama, you are just a disgusting maggot following Miss Haruko. How can you let Kokaki-sama get his hands dirty? Otherwise, let me do it for you and capture this guy. This period of time may be Hoshino Zyonghee's most proud time. 5 years ago, the captain of the special team, Kisaragi Taiwu, attacked the captain and was killed by the captain himself. Hoshino Hibiki became the new captain of the special team. Not only that, because of his handsome appearance and strong strength, Hoshino Hibiki has also entered the eyes of the captain of the 6th division, Kokaki Jinling. After that, Kokaki Gingling and Hoshino Hibiki had close contact under the leadership of Captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. As the head of the 4 nobles standing at the top of the Shiridai, the Kokaki family has entered an embarrassing situation in the past 100 years. Kokaki Jinling is old, and her final date may be between 20 and 50 years. However, the eldest son of Kokaki Jinling's 2 children, Kokaki Sojun, has the talent of Shinigami, but is in poor health. He has followed Kokaki Jinling for hundreds of years. Although he is now the deputy captain of the 6th division, if there is no Kokaki Jinling above, if you hold on, you may be challenged and pulled down in just a few days. The eldest daughter Kokaki Haruko is deeply loved by Kokaki Jinling, but she was born only 20 years ago. Although she is healthy, her Shinigami talent is weak and she cannot become a Shinigami at all. His eldest grandson, Byakuya Kokaki, has excellent talents and a healthy body, and will definitely grow into the pillar of the Kokaki family in the future. But not enough time. The Kokaki silver bell is paid by oneself, and one can live for another 30 to 50 years at most. In these decades, Byakuya has only grown to the level of vice-captain at most. If you want to become a true captain-level powerhouse, it will take at least 50 to 100 years. During this period, if the Kokaki family did not have a pillar of support, how could they continue to serve as the example of the Shiridai nobles? I'm afraid that by then, several other great nobles will pounce on them and eat up the entire Kokaki family. Therefore, Kokaki Jinling wants to find a new pillar for the Kokaki family while he is alive. Fortunately, my daughter has reached adulthood and she can consider recruiting a son-in-law. Hoshino Hibiki is the candidate chosen by Kokaki Gingling after all kinds of selections. Hoshino Zyonghee naturally knows this in his heart. Of course, Hoshino Zyonghee himself also had this intention. In the first team, Hoshino Zyonghee was already at his peak. First team captain, that position, even if Captain Yamamoto retires, it will not be his turn. Hoshino Zyonghee is self-aware of this. And the position of deputy captain of the first team. People from other divisions may not know it, but as a member of the same division, Hoshino Hibiki knows how powerful that man is. The owner of the strongest Zanpakut of the lightning system, Jonri Imaru, but his spiritual pressure is higher than most of the captains. More importantly, Hoshino Hibiki knew deeply how much Captain Yamamoto trusted Vice-Captain Sasakaibe Kojiro. Even if he finally defeated Vice-Captain Sasakaibe Kojiro through a challenge, he would not be able to become the vice-captain of the first team. The 3 seats of the first team is the limit of all first team Shinigami. However, it would be different in a different environment. In the 6th division, Kokaki Jinling is getting old, and Kokaki Ong is a waste. If he succeeds in marrying into the Kokaki family, then after the death of Kokaki Jinling, whether it is the captain of the 6th division or the head of the Kokaki family, won't Hoshino Hibiki still have it in his pocket? Kokaki Haruko, even if Hoshino Hibiki hasn't really seen her yet, she is still his future wife. How can someone as dirty as Ai Lin covet her? Therefore, Hoshino Hibiki wanted to take action against Ailan more than Kokaki Jinling. Hoshino Hibiki's words made Kokaki Jinling stop his movements. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Xianghe. Well, Xianghe will not disappoint Master Yinling. Hoshino Hibiki respectfully saluted the Kokaki silver bell. Moreover, he calls himself Xianghe. Because, once he succeeds in marrying into the Kokaki family, he must abandon his surname and change his surname to Kokaki. At that time, he will no longer be Hoshino Hibiki, but Kokaki Hibiki. After walking a few steps in front of Kokaki Yinling, Hoshino Hibiki looked at Ailan with murderous intent in his eyes. Call out! Hoshino Xianghe's figure was like lightning, and he suddenly rushed in front of Ai Lin, and slashed at Ai Lin with the Zanpakuta in his hand. Chiang! Ai Lin instantly drew his sword and blocked Hoshino Xianghe's attack. Chapter 21 Whisper, Muramasa. Shua shua shua. Dang dang dang. Two figures flashed at the door of Kokaki's house, and the sound of Zanpakuta fighting continued. Hoshino Xianghe made a move without holding back any force. He had plans to directly kill Ailan here. Facing Hoshino Xianghe's attack, Ailan also tensed up his mind and tried his best to deal with it. The news of the two men fighting in front of Kokaki's house quickly attracted the attention of many people. Especially the people from the 6th, 7th, and 10th divisions rushed here quickly. The head of the Kokaki family is the captain of the 6th division, and the 6th division is not far from the Kokaki house. After sensing the spiritual pressure of the battle here, the Shinigami of the 6th division quickly gathered here. The 7th division is the inner court guard, mainly responsible for the security and order in the residences of nobles. There is fighting at the Kokaki residence, and this is a problem they must come forward to solve. The 10th division is a patrol force. If there is any violation of laws and disciplines in the entire Ciridii, the 10th division will come out to arrest them. The battle between Ailan and Hoshino Xianghe can be regarded as the strongest conflict below the captain level. This is also the worst incident that has occurred in Ciridii since Captain Yamamoto was attacked 5 years ago. Captain Kokaki. Captain Kokaki. The ones who arrived fastest were the members of the 6th division closest to Kokaki's house. They quickly gathered around Kokaki Jinling, drew their Zanpakuta, and protected Kokaki Jinling in the center. With their strength, they could only vaguely capture the figures of Ai Lin and Hoshino Xianghe. If they faced these two, they might be killed in an instant. But even so, they did not retreat, or let their captain stand at the front. Okay, you all stand behind me. You can't interfere in this kind of battle. Fortunately, Kokaki Jinling is not a vicious captain. He knows that these team members have no effect, but still uses them to consume the enemy's power. When the Shinigami of the 6th team stood behind Kokaki Jinling, the people from the 7th and 10th teams had already rushed over. Captain Kokaki, who are these two? The captain of the 7th team is a middle-aged man with cocky starfish hair. He looks quite serious. Love Chuan Luowu. When arriving at Kokaki's house, Aikawa Luowu first asked Kokaki Jinling about the situation at this time. The two people fighting now are Hoshino Hibiki, the 3rd seat of the 1st division, and the other is Ai Lin, the deputy captain of the 2nd division. Kokaki Jinling nodded to Aikawa Luowu and explained what he saw to Aikawa Luowu. I invited Hoshino Hibiki to my Kokaki house today. I happened to encounter the vice-captain of the 2nd division following my daughter, so Hoshino took action to capture her for me. After Ichuan Luowu finished listening, he touched the beard on his chin. I see, then it seems we just need to wait for the battle to end. Generally speaking, the gap between the 3rd seat and the vice-captain is very large. After all, the vice-captain can be said to be the 2nd largest person in a squad, and the strongest person besides the captain. But if these 3 seats come from the 1st team, then the gold content is much greater than that of other teams. Among the Godi I-13 team, only the captain is qualified to wear the white Captain Haori, and the other Shinigami can only wear the black Death Overlord uniform. But in the first team, Deputy Captain Sasakaibe Kojiro is the only one wearing a white Death uniform modified by Captain Haori. Although Sasakaibe Kojiro is very low-key, his strength is higher than that of most captains. The 3 seats of the first team are basically at the same level as the vice-captains of other teams. However, what Aikawa Luaohu didn't notice was that after he finished saying this, Kokaki Jinling became obviously silent. With their strength, they could easily see the battle scene between Ailin and Hoshino Xianghe. Judging from the situation, Hoshino Xianghe and Ailin are on par. No, it should be said that as the battle continued, Hoshino Xianghe was suppressed by Ailin. Because the battle took place at the door of Kokaki's house, neither Ailin nor Hoshino Hibiki used Kid, but only had a duel between swordsmanship and shunpo. When it comes to spiritual pressure, Hoshino Xianghe is above Ailin. But in Shinigami's battle, when the gap in spiritual pressure has not yet reached a qualitative change, Shinigami's instant white ghost slaying greatly increases Shinigami's strength. Compared to ordinary people, Hoshino Hibiki's swordsmanship and shunpo are pretty good. However, Eren has the experience of 4 captain-level powerhouses, Taiwu Kisaragi, Yuryuaki Shifunjin, Yura Harakisuk, and Suifeng 200 years later. Kisaragi Taigo's swordsmanship, Shifunjin Yuryuaki's shunpo, Yura Harakisuk's Kid, Suifeng's white hits 200 years later. If it weren't for Hoshino Xianghe's spiritual pressure being stronger and increasing his all-round effects even more, he would have been defeated by Ailin long ago. Aikawa Luaohu thought that Ailin, who had the upper hand, was the 3rd member of the first team, so he said that he only needed to wait for the battle to end. But Kokaki Jinling knew that the person at the disadvantage was the real 3rd seat of the first team. However, he couldn't say much at this time. If he denies it out loud, he thinks that Hoshino Hibiki is not as good as Eren. What will Hoshino Hibiki think? At this time, Kokaki Jinling's evaluation of Hoshino Hibiki unknowingly dropped a lot. Indeed, when it comes to the ability of the Zanpakuto, Hoshino Kyuga can almost be said to be the strongest. He is definitely the nemesis of most Shinigami. However, Shinigami's strength is not just the ability of the Zanpakut. Hoshino Xianghe obviously relied too much on his Zanpakut ability and neglected other aspects of practice. If the opponent is Shinigami, Hoshino Hibiki will take a big advantage. But outside Soul Society, Shinigami's enemies include the Hollows in Hueco Mundo, and the remnants of the Quincy from the Empire of Light thousands of years ago. If faced against the strong ones among Hollows and Quincy, Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakut's ability will be useless. Looking at it now, although the Kokaki Silver Bell is not good for Ailin's senses, it does not hinder his vision. Except for the inferior spiritual pressure, the vice-captain of the 2nd Division's swordsmanship and shunpo are not weak among the captains. Hateful. Although they were fighting against Ailin at high speed, both Ailin and Hoshino Hibiki heard the conversation between Kokaki Jinling and Aikawa Luaohu. How could he endure being looked down upon by others, with Hoshino Xianghe's arrogance? At that moment, Hoshino Xianghe directly released his Zanpakut after being slashed back by Ailin's sword. Speak, Muramasa! Boom! Magnificent spiritual pressure erupted from Hoshino Xianghe. At the same time, a wave of purple spiritual pressure spread along Hoshino Xianghe's blade towards Ailin. What? When this purple spiritual pressure wave spread to Ailin, Ailin suddenly felt that he had lost control of the iron broken teeth in his hand. No, not only did he lose control, this iron broken tooth actually controlled Ailin's right hand holding the knife, and slashed it at Ailin's own neck. Chapter 22 Suppression. This. Feeling that he lost control of his right hand, Ailin's left hand immediately lit up with lightning. Had number 11, Thunder and Lightning. Sis. A bolt of lightning emitted from Ailin's left hand and hit Tai Suiya. Ah! This lightning spread along Tai Suiyang to Ailin. After Ailan let out a muffled groan, he let go of Tai Sui-yang with his right hand, and then he regained control of his right hand. Dang Kang! Looking at the broken iron teeth that fell to the ground, Ailan looked at Hoshino Xianghe with a bit of surprise, a bit of fear, and at the same time, a bit of surprise. Surprisingly, Ailan did not expect that the weapons he made would be controlled by Hoshino Hibiki Muramasa like the Zanpakuto. What's worrying is that Ailan owns hundreds of Zanpakutos. If Muramasa really lets Muramasa enter his mind time, it may cause him huge trouble. And the surprise is the same. Muramasa has been copied by himself, and when he produces Muramasa, by then, through Muramasa's ability, he will truly be able to form an army of one man. However, you need to wait until you are safe to do this. Snort. Although it did not achieve the expected effect, Ailan's Zanpakuto was destroyed with one blow, and Hoshino Hibiki showed a proud look in his eyes. Your own ability is the strongest. Surrender, you despicable person may still be able to survive after being judged. Pointing the liberated Muramasa at Ailan, Hoshino Hibiki spoke nonsense that he didn't even believe. Let Ailan go? How is this possible? Following Kokaki Haruko, who may be his fiancé, the mere existence of such a guy is enough to make Hoshino Hibiki feel sick. So, if you continue to be stubborn, I will not hold back anymore. I will take your life with the next blow. A green light emerged on Ailan's body, but in the blink of an eye, the right hand injured by the lightning bolt of had number 11 had completely recovered. Oh, despicable person! Ailan glanced at Kokaki Silver Bell, with a disdainful sneer on his lips. He only wanted to protect Kokaki Haruko if his life was not in danger. But if Kokaki Gingling and Hoshino Hibiki really want to put this name on him, he doesn't mind revealing everything. Although Kokaki Haruko made some disguises when entering the izakaya, they were only superficial disguises, and her spiritual pressure never changed. If you want to investigate, you only need to take a look at Kokaki Haruko's spiritual pressure to know the whole story. I can't bear to have such a heavy title attached to me based solely on subjective will and without exploring the facts. As for you saying that the next blow will take my life away. Since when can the third seat talk to the vice captain so arrogantly? Ailan did this on purpose. Indeed, in terms of status, the 3 seats cannot be compared with the vice captain in any way. But the first team is an exception. However, this was the acquiescence of everyone and was not announced verbally. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with Ailan saying this. Even if Hoshino Kyoga's third seat is the third seat of the first team, he is only a third seat. Damn it, you guy! Sure enough, Hoshino Xianghe was instantly angered by Ailan and turned into an afterimage and attacked Ailan. Projection. Seeing Hoshino Hibiki's action, Aaron suddenly shouted and released his Zanpakuto. Boom! Suddenly, Ailan's spiritual pressure surged 5 times, reaching captain level. Although there is still a huge gap between him and Hoshino Xianghe, their spiritual pressure is finally at the same stage. Ailan waved his hand, and blue light condensed in front of him. Suddenly, dozens of Zanpakuto appeared in the light. Fantasy crash. Blue lines spread out on the blades of these dozens of Zanpakutos, turning into arrows and attacking Hoshino Xianghe. Boom boom boom. Facing these incoming Zanpakuto, Hoshino Kyoga waved his long sword in his hand, and the purple halo emitting from Muramasa instantly enveloped these incoming Zanpakuto. However, what shocked Hoshino Xianghe was that these dozens of Zanpakuto actually had no spirit. The reason why Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto Muramasa can control Shinigami's Zanpakuto is because Muramasa has the ability to communicate with other Zanpakuto spirits. Moreover, Muramasa after Bankai can also enter the spiritual space of the Shinigami Zanpakuto, instigate rebellion against the Zanpakuto, and even directly control the spirit of the Zanpakuto to make the Zanpakuto materialize in the outside world and work for him. Oh! Seeing Hoshino Xianghe's actions, Ailan sneered. In order to deal with Hoshino Hibiki's Muramasa, Island did not take out the Zanpakuto body in his inherent barriers and use it directly this time, but used the Shikai ability of his Zanpakuto, projection. After liberating his true Zanpakuto ability, Island can project all the weapons in his inherent barriers to the outside world by consuming spiritual power. Because they are just projections, the real power of these Zanpakutos is a bit weaker than the genuine ones in inherent barriers. However, in addition to projection, Island also has another ability. Fantasy Crash. This is the ability to greatly increase the power of the projected weapon at the cost of damaging the projected weapon. Although it only has the power of one blow, the power of this blow is already comparable to the power of the original product. Moreover, because these are just projections of the Zanpakuto, there is no spirit in them at all, and they are completely immune to the influence of Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto abilities. Hoshino Hibiki, who lost the opportunity, faced the attack of dozens of Zanpakuto, and had no choice but to wave the Muramasa in his hand to separate these Zanpakuto. But boom boom boom! These Zanpakuto exploded violently the moment they were hit by Hoshino Hibiki. The power of each Zanpakuto explosion is no less powerful than the number 31 had red fire cannon. Call out! Amid the massive flames, a figure soared into the sky. The three strong captains present, Kukaki Jinling, Aikawa Ratake, and Shiba Ishin, raised their heads. The other Shinigami were a little slow, but then followed the captain's gazes and looked at the figure standing in the air. Fake, right? That's the third seat of the first team, and he's actually injured. So strong, these two guys are really strong. At an altitude of more than 20 meters above the ground, Hoshino Ziongi was covered in a large amount of black smoke and dust. He had many burns on his hands and body, and even his Death Overlord suit had several holes. There was also a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Very good, you guy really p'd me off. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hoshino Hibiki glanced at the three captains on the ground wearing captain's feathers and more than 50 Shinigami around him, with a sinister look in his eyes. I can't control your weapons, so why can't I control these people's? The Zanpakuto of 3 captain-level experts plus the Zanpakuto of more than 50 Shinigami have materialized. Let's see how you die. Bankai, kill Muramasa with no hook. Chapter 23 Fierce Battle. In the Shinigami world, one of Shinigami's most powerful tricks and trump cards is the ultimate liberation of the Zanpakuto, Bankai. After Bankai, the most basic thing is that Shinigami's spiritual pressure will skyrocket by 5 to 10 times. In addition, Shinigami can fully control and use all abilities of the Zanpakuto. The power of Bankai is directly proportional to the difficulty of practicing Bankai. Among the entire Godai 13 teams, only the 13 captains can make public information. After nearly 2,000 years of peace in the Shiridai, in order to maintain the safety of the residents of the Shiridai, Captain Yamamoto once issued a ban. Shinigami above the captain level are prohibited from freeing Zanpakuto. Of course, the captains here are prohibited from liberating the Zanpakuto, but the captain's Bankai are prohibited. The spiritual pressure of captain level is very different from that of non-captain level. If the captains release their spiritual pressure with all their strength, even the vice-captains within a 3-mile radius will be involved. Bankai can even increase the spiritual pressure of captains by 5 to 10 times. If 2 captain-level Bankai fight, the lives of all Shinigami within a radius of 5 miles, except for other captains, will be in danger. Island never expected that Hoshino Kyuga would dare to violate Captain Yamamoto's ban and use Bankai in the Shiridai. However, what made Island feel relieved was that the purple-haired and shadowy man appeared next to Hoshino Ziongi. He did not extend his hand with long nails to himself, but to the man who was watching the battle on the other side. Shinigami. Ziongi, how dare you? Among these people, only Kukaki Gingling knew the true power of Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto. However, he never expected that this guy would dare to use this ability on himself and others. Quick, close your heart quickly. Faced with Hoshino Hibiki's ability, Kokaki Gingling only had time to say these words to others before closing her eyes, entering her soul space, and sealing her heart. However, Kokaki's silver bell's reminder was obviously too late. How is it possible? Before these Shinigami could feel anything else, strange auras flew out of their bodies and condensed into black shadows holding Zanpakuto in their hands. Others are humanoid creatures with other forms. What is going on? The Shinigami whose auras condensed into black shadows didn't know what these black shadows were. After all, they haven't finished gestating their own Zanpakuto yet. However, those Shinigami who saw the clear form of their aura condensed from their bodies were extremely shocked. This is what their Zanpakuto looks like. How come they escaped from the soul space? Hey, Tengumaru, what are you doing? Injetsu. Niao Niang, why did you come out? For a moment, the Shinigami who recognized their Zanpakuto rushed forward one after another, wanting to ask what happened to their Zanpakuto. However, contrary to their expectations, their Zanpakuto ignored their calls and turned into afterimages, rushing towards Island. Projection. Facing these incoming Zanpakuto, Island did not dare to neglect. A Zanpakuto appeared in front of Island. Compared with the dozens of Zanpakuto when attacking Hoshino Xianghe, this time Island used his own barriers except for the Zanpakuto inserted on the sword mound. It's all projected. The appearance of hundreds of Zanpakuto densely packed in the sky made all the Shinigami present take a breath. Run, everyone, get out of here quickly. This is no longer a battle that you can intervene in. Leave now. Shiba, the captain of the 10th Division, saw this scene and immediately stood at the front, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, burst out his spiritual pressure, and protected the Shinigami behind him so that they would not be hurt by the front. He lost his will under the pressure of two powerful spiritual pressures. On the other side, Aikawa Luohu also quickly broke out the spiritual pressure with Shiba Ishin, and at the same time asked the Shinigami of his division to retreat first. The Shinigami received orders from the two captains and evacuated quickly one by one. In the end, only the high-spirited Faith Hibiki in the sky, Elin surrounded by hundreds of Zanpakutos, Kokaki Jinling who sealed his heart, and Shiba Ishin and Ai who burst out with spiritual pressure were all left in this area. Chuan Luowu. The burst of captain-level spiritual pressure also attracted the attention of most Shinigami in the Seiridii. The captain of the 2nd Division, Yoryuaki Shihoan, the captain of the 5th Division, Hirako Shinji, the captain of the 8th Division, Kirako Shunsui, and the captain of the 9th Division, Rukyuka Kenishi, are all rushing to Kokaki's house. Fantasy crash. A large amount of spiritual power turned into lines, spreading on the Zanpakuto flying around Island. Then, with a wave of Island's hand, these hundreds of Zanpakuto turned into streaks of blue light and shot towards them. More than 60 materialized Zanpakuto attacked. Boom 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 boom. The entrance to Kokaki's house and the nearby alleyways turned into a backdrop of countless fireworks at this moment. If it weren't for the Kokaki family's wealth and the fact that even the material for the courtyard walls was made of murderous stones that are highly resistant to spiritual power, I am afraid that at least 1/5 of the Kokaki family would have been destroyed in this series of explosions. However, even so, the alley opposite Kokaki's house is almost in ruins. Even the wall of Kokaki's house has a few cracks. If such attacks were repeated a few more times, I'm afraid even the courtyard wall made of murderous stone would follow the footsteps of other alleyways. Call out. Whoosh. 7 or 8 figures rushed out of the flames. Elan's attack just now, the ordinary Shinigami's Zanpakuto, had been completely killed. Even the Zanpakuto of the chief officers had a few dead ones. These Zanpakuto that rushed out of the explosion all transformed into liberated Zanpakuto immediately after being attacked. At the same time, they were also lucky. They happened to be behind the two Zanpakutos of Captain Aikawa Ratake of the 7th Division and Ishin Shiba, the captain of the 10th Division. Most of the explosive power was blocked by these two powerful Zanpakuto. Only to survive. After all, they are just projected imitations. Even if they use fantasy Honkai impact to increase their power to the level of genuine products, they are still too far behind for a captain-level Zanpakuto. It is too unrealistic to defeat the captain-level Zanpakuto with the help of projected Zanpakuto bombardment. But... crack! Island patted the scabbard of his Zanpakuto at his waist. In an instant, Island's Zanpakuto's scabbard sent out slight fluctuations in spiritual pressure. Buzz! Feeling the fluctuations of spiritual pressure in the scabbard, the iron broken teeth that had been thrown far away by Island suddenly made a trembling sound. The next moment, the iron broken tooth on the ground turned into a black shadow, quickly flew towards Island, and was held in Island's hand. Chapter 24 Flame Iron Broken Teeth. After making Yura Harakisuk's Beniheim, Eren used the principle of the Red Cloud Shield to make the scabbard of his Zanpakuto into a scabbard containing defensive barriers. In the Inuyasha anime, Tetsuya's scabbard has a hidden function. That is, after Tetsuya leaves your hand, holding the scabbard, you can call Tetsuya Zhang. Although he faced 2 captain-level Zanpakuto and 7 or 8 chief officer-level Zanpakuto, Island didn't feel timid about fighting with the iron broken teeth in his hand. Rather, Island felt very happy to be able to unleash his strength for the first time. Iron broken tooth. Following Island's call, the old iron broken tooth in his hand emitted a dazzling white light. The entire blade expanded several times, and a rich spiritual light lingered around the huge tooth knife. The liberation of Tetsuya did not increase Aelin's spiritual pressure again, which made Aelin's eyes flash with disappointment. Also, he has already liberated his own Zanpakuto. If he frees another Zanpakuto again, his spiritual pressure will increase. That is just to free the Zanpakuto and his inherent barriers. Aelin's spiritual pressure will skyrocket. However, although the liberation of Tetsuya did not cause Island's spiritual pressure to skyrocket for the second time, Island also discovered that he was in the infinite sword Shikai state, liberating other weapons, and even the secrets of using these weapons, consuming his spiritual power has been reduced almost 10 times. What this means is self-evident. The violent spiritual pressure was condensed on Tetsuya in his hand by Island, and miniature tornadoes rotated around Tetsuya's blade. Afterwards, Island swung his iron broken teeth at the 7 materialized Zanpakutos that were charging towards him. Wind injury. 3 slashes soaring into the sky, like a wave, drowned these Zanpakuto. Under this powerful slash, the Zanpakuto of the 5 chief officers were directly torn into pieces by the powerful slash. Breakham Tengumaru. A Kawarate's Zanpakuto image is a muscular man nearly 3 meters tall. Facing this powerful slash, he directly released his Zanpakuto. Boom! Rich spiritual pressure erupted from Tengumaru's body, and the Zanpakuto in his hand turned into a huge mace that looked like a cactus. The fiery hammer. As Tengumaru waved, the mace was wrapped with thick flames. Under Tengumaru's wave, it collided with Island's slash. Boom! White slashes and red flames erupted, shooting straight into the sky, dyeing the nearby sky red and white. The invisible shock wave spread, making the clothes of people around him rustle. At this moment, several people in the field looked very solemn. Things are serious. What a waste! High in the air, seeing the materialized Zanpakuto he controlled after Bankai was almost completely wiped out by Island's attack, Hoshino Hibiki couldn't help but frown and curse inwardly. By now, Hoshino Ziongi could no longer care about Tsuridai and the captain's ban. His Zanpakuto is the strongest. But it seems that this guy named Island is very restrained. Except for the first time when he successfully controlled his Zanpakuto, all the other Zanpakuto that appeared later were immune to his control. For this reason alone, this guy must die. In Soul Society, no one is allowed to appear who cannot control his Zanpakuto with his own abilities. Muramasa, I want to make this person experience the most terrifying despair in the shortest possible time. Then, kill him. I know, Lord Xianghe. The gloomy Muramasa bowed respectfully to Hoshino Hibiki, then stretched out his right hand in the direction of Island. The art of shadow binding. The slashing of the wind wound and the collision with Tengu Maru's secrets caused some buildings in this area to be destroyed. When the smoke dissipated, two figures with powerful spiritual pressure erupting from their bodies walked out of the aftermath of the explosion. As expected, it is the captain's Zanpakut, and the wind wound failed to cause any harm to them. So, just when Island wanted to use a stronger move, he felt as if his whole body was entangled with countless threads, unable to move. Alan was shocked, but quickly recovered. This move is still etched in Island's memory. This move is Muramasa's ability. Although invisible to the naked eye, the protagonist saw countless threads wrapped around his Zanpakut in the reflection of his own mental world. Projection. Boo-hoo. More than a dozen Zanpakut appeared in the air, turning into sharp arrows and falling around Island. Boom 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 boom. With every cracking sound, Island felt that his body became much more relaxed. After all the invisible threads that bound him were cut off, Island had regained his freedom. Oh, thank you very much for reminding me. If you hadn't done this for me, I would have almost forgotten who my real opponent is. Looking up to the sky, Island's spiritual pressure suddenly exploded. Ryotsuha bursts. This is the second time Elan used this ability after defeating Omida Nozomi. After using the burst of spiritual pressure, Ailin, the strength of the spiritual pressure, once again approached Hoshino Hukawa after Bankai. Fire iron shattered teeth. Bear 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 bear. Following Island's call, the iron broken tooth in his hand instantly turned into a flaming blade emitting powerful flames. The scorching heat caused wrinkles in the air around Island. Afterwards, Island ignored the two Zanpakutos that were charging towards him, and instead faced Hoshino Xianghe in the sky, and used his strongest move so far. Fire, wind damage. In an instant, 3 slashes surrounded by wind and fire shot straight into the sky, as if they were going to submerge the Xingyi Xianghe River. Hateful. Facing this soaring slash, a trace of fear flashed across Hoshino Xianghe's pupils. His ability can make almost all Shinigami severely damaged in front of him, and his own side will have stronger Zanpakut. However, Muramasa's ability had no effect on Island's direct and powerful attack. Facing this powerful attack, Hoshino Xianghe could only call out his Zanpakuto's name in his own mind. Muramasa. Called by Hoshino Hibiki, Muramasa's body appeared in front of Hoshino Hibiki. In the moment of crisis, Hoshino Hibiki prepares to use his Zanpakut to block the sword for him. Muramasa had no objection to his master's behavior. For Muramasa, as long as his master is fine, what if he falls into hell? Therefore, when appearing in front of Hoshino Hibiki, Muramasa not only exploded his own power to fight against these 3 flame slashes, but also asked Tengu Maru and Injetsu outside to attack the slashes. Fire Blow Hammer. Crescent Moon Clashes. Chapter 25 Prison. Boom. Whether it's Tengu Maru, Injetsu, or Ilan's Flame Tetsuya, they are all flame-based Zanpakutos. After the spiritual pressure broke out, the power of the flame wind wound cut by Elan's flame iron broken teeth was close to the strength of the captain's after Bankai. The fire-blowing hammer and Getshuga Tenku are the secrets behind Tengu Maru and Injetsu Bankai respectively. The secrets of the 3 captain-level Bankai collided, directly dyeing half of the sky in Siridii red. The shock waves and dissipated spiritual pressure after the explosion blew away the Shinigami who wanted to get close. Those who can resist this shock wave and rush towards the center of the battle are mostly the captains wearing white captain feathers. Bang! In the flames, a figure rushed out from the explosion, with multiple burns on his body from the flame explosion. Hoshino Xianghe. Damn it! The fear in Hoshino Xianghe's eyes hadn't dissipated yet, and then it turned into unparalleled murderous intent. Sure enough, this vice-captain named Island must die. However, thinking of Island's terrifying slash just now, Hoshino Hibiki felt dissatisfied with his Zanpakuto Muramasa for the first time. Why is Muramasa an illusion-type Zanpakuto? Why couldn't Muramasa deliver such a powerful slash? Why couldn't Muramasa completely defend himself against such a powerful slash? Hoshino Hibiki blamed his Zanpakuto Muramasa as the fundamental reason for all this, and blamed Muramasa's weak ability. But he forgot that if he was not obsessed with Muramasa's power and worked hard to practice the 4 Shinigami skills, then when facing Island's previous attack, he could use powerful swordsmanship and slashing to fight hard, and he could use Shunpo to avoid it. Attack range, powerful defense can be used. Hoshino Kyuga, who blamed all his own incompetence on his Zanpakuto, didn't know that, unknowingly, the compatibility between himself and his Zanpakuto began to decrease. Under Island's previous blow, Muramasa, who was not good at head-to-head confrontations, was severely injured. But this does not prevent Hoshino Hibiki from continuing to use Muramasa's ability. Just now, Tengumaru and Ninjutsu had already Bank-Ai'd in order to crush Elan's flame wind wound as quickly as possible. Muramasa is not a Zanpakuto that can fight head-on, but Tengumaru and Ninjutsu are just enough Zanpakuto to fight any enemy head-on. At that moment, Hoshino Hibiki wanted to control Tengumaru and Ninjutsu behind Bankai to attack Elan. Under the attack of 2 captain-level Zanpakuto, Elan can be killed in up to 10 breaths. But that's it. Swish! 3 figures wearing white feathers appeared on the battlefield. Among them, the captain of the 2nd Division stood between Elan and the 2 Zanpakuto. Kokaki Gingling, the captain of the 6th Division, also released his inner seal and appeared next to Hoshino Hibiki. Kiriko Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, stood in the center of the battlefield. He was the one who just said that. The battle between Elan and Hoshino Ziongi did not continue in the end. Moreover, both Hoshino Hibiki and Eren were charged with disturbing the peace of the Shiridai, and Kiriko Shunsui personally sent them to the hands of the captain of the 9th Division, Rokusha Kensai. Well, in fact, both the 2nd team and the 6th team have their own solitary rooms. However, Eren is the vice-captain of the 2nd Division, and Hoshino Hibiki is the 3rd member of the 1st Division who came as a guest at the invitation of Kokaki Jinling. No matter which division they are imprisoned in, Shifonyoryuki and Kokaki Jinling are both worried about what the other party will do. After all, as the heads of the 5 great nobles of the Shiridai, they all know what their ancestors did to get such an honor as the 5 great nobles. Don't say there are good people in the nobility. Because the Shiba family was unwilling to join forces with the other 3 families, they were secretly targeted by the other 3 families. For more than 1,000 years since the establishment of Shiridai, the Shiba family has only the name of a great nobleman, but no real noblemanship. If it hadn't been for the Shiba Ishin of this generation, the Shiba family might still be living in hiding in Rukanga. Just in time, the arrival of the captain of the 9th Division, Rokuka Kensai, solved this problem for Kokaki Jinling and Shifunji Yuanyuryuaki. Rokuka Kenishi is a Shinigami who grew up as a commoner from Rukanga and entered the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy, and has nothing to do with the nobility. The 9th Division, as a prison team, has the responsibility of detaining and guarding prisoners. It puts Eilin and Hoshino Ziongi under the custody of the 9th Division, and both parties are relieved. Following Lu Chechuan Xi, Eilin and Hoshino Ziongi were imprisoned in 2 adjacent prisons of the 9th Division. Hey, you're lucky this time, you were saved by the captain of the Beijing band. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Hoshino Ziongi's cold snort came to his ears, but Eilin ignored it. Although many things happened today, and he was called obscene and despicable by others, for Eilin, the harvest was not small. The first is to know your current strength positioning. At present, at the level of vice-captain, apart from Sasakaibe Kojiro, he should be one of the best. Second, due to some strange combination of circumstances, today I successfully copied the captain of the 6th Division, Kokaki Ginzu, the 7th Division captain, Akawa Ratake, the 8th Division captain, Kirako Shunsui, the 9th Division Captain, Rokusha Kensai, Shiba Ishin, the Captain of the 10th Division, and Hoshino Hibiki who fought with him, and the Zanpakuto of 7 captain-level experts. Therefore, faced with the provocation from Hoshino Hibiki in the prison next door, Ailen ignored it. Indeed, if other captains had not arrived this time and faced 2 captains, Bankai Zanpakuto and a true captain-level powerhouse at the same time, Ailen might have really sent it. But at the same time, this is also the last time that I am so powerless. Closing his eyes and sinking his mind into the inherent barriers, Ailen quickly made these Zanpakuto based on the information copied in his heart. With each additional captain-level Zanpakuto forged, Ailen's spiritual pressure will increase. In this way, when the ins and outs of the battle between Ailen and Hoshino Zyonghe and their achievements began to spread in the Seireidii, no one knew that Ailen's spiritual power level had truly reached the captain level. At the same time, based on the ability of the Rokusha Kensai Zanpakuto to cut the wind, the secret of Tetsuya's explosion style was successfully copied, making Tetsuya truly a captain-level weapon. Standing at the top of the sword mound, which is the center of his own barriers, looking at more and more weapons on the sword mound, as well as the Zanpakuto and the barriers that began to gradually change towards the sword mountain sword forest, for a moment, Ailen's heart was full of pride. These are my greatest confidence in this world. Slowly walking towards the mysterious purple Zanpakuto, Ailen stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the Zanpakuto. Demon Sword Muramasa. Chapter 26 Prison Visit. Next, it's time to witness the miracle. I will give all of you wings to fly. Bankai, kill Muramasa with no hook. Following Ailen's call, majestic spiritual pressure emitted from Ailen's body. The rich spiritual pressure creates ripples in the inherent barriers. That's the power of Bankai. Feeling his current powerful spiritual pressure, Ailen felt like Lao Zi is invincible in his heart. However, Ailen was not lost in this power. Muramasa. Owner. Following Ailen's call, Muramasa's figure appeared next to Ailen. Let's get started. Yes, Master. A purple halo spread from Muramasa's body, and soon, this purple spiritual pressure spread to the entire inherent barriers. Under the influence of this spiritual pressure, blue spiritual power emerged from all the weapons in Ailen's inherent barriers. Then, these spiritual powers condensed into silhouettes around the Zanpakuto. After these silhouettes were condensed and formed, they pulled out their own bodies, and then knelt down on one knee in the direction of Ailen. Meet the Master! Meet the Master! Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. At the highest point of the sword hill, Ailen opened his hands and laughed wildly. Behind him, there is a white-haired half-demon wearing a red fire rat fur, a cool girl with black hair and red eyes, a gentle woman who looks like Yamato Nadeshiko, a pocket-sized arrogant lady the size of a fist, and a lazy and noble black cat. Sure enough, after getting Muramasa, his own strength had a qualitative breakthrough. Well, of course, every gain must come with a loss. At the very least, Ailen will never want to drag Hirako Shinji into his Bankai in the future. When the weapons are not materialized, Hirako Shinji's Bankai poses no threat to Ailen. But now, all Ailen can say is that he doesn't even need his real Bankai to deal with a mere Hirako Shinji. Vice Captain Ailen, someone is visiting the prison. Sensing the call from the outside world, Ailen exited his mind space and opened his eyes, feeling a little strange. Oh? Someone actually came to see me in prison? Is it Captain Gushin or Little Sui Feng? In the second team, Aaron's popularity is pretty good because of Kaide, who has decent skills. But to be honest, only Team Captain Furuta and Sanchi Hazuoya had more interactions with Ailen. If anyone comes to visit him in prison, the only ones who care about him the most are Team Captain Furuta Aoki and Hazuoya. However, the person who finally appeared in front of Ailen surprised Ailen. Why is it you? What appeared outside the door of Ailen prison was a beautiful girl with long hair in a bun and waist length. Kokaki Haruko. Sorry for causing you any trouble. The first time she saw Aileen, Kokaki Haruko knelt down opposite Aileen and apologized to Aileen. Last night, when the conflict just started, Kokaki Haruko was escorted to a safe place by the retainers of the Kokaki family. This morning, when Kokaki Jinling asked Kokaki Haruko about Aileen's situation, Kokaki Haruko guessed that the one whom her father had misunderstood, the deputy captain of the 2nd Division, may be the person protecting him in the izakaya. Therefore, Kokaki Haruko directly confessed to Kokaki Gingling that she felt rebellious because of some of her father's actions, and wanted to do something in an izakaya that she would never normally do. After entering the izakaya, Kokaki Haruko's courage made her like a partridge, not daring to take another step. Fortunately, because of Aileen's existence, there were no blind people in the izakaya to offend Kokaki Haruko. Kokaki Jinling, who learned this from her daughter, realized that she had misunderstood Aileen, and then personally brought a message to Rukuchikengzi when Kokaki Haruko wanted to visit the prison. Otherwise, it would be difficult to visit the prison simply based on her identity as Kokaki Haruko. Aileen understood these questions as soon as his mind turned around. At that moment, Aileen asked Kokaki Haruko directly, "Does Captain Kokaki know?" "Well, I made everything clear to father this morning." Jun-A Aileen, when the day of trial comes, I will attend to testify for Jun-A Aileen and explain to everyone that it is all because of me. Hey hey hey. Hearing that Kokaki Haruko seemed to be telling her dark history, Aileen quickly interrupted. An unmarried daughter of a noble family who goes to and out of izakayas alone does not have a good reputation after all. If Kokaki Haruko doesn't come today and those people from Central 46 want to convict Aileen, Aileen won't mind tearing off the fig leaf of the Kokaki family. But now that Kokaki Haruko is here and has said that she will testify for herself in the trial, Aileen will not pull others down. I admire Miss Kokaki. I happened to meet Miss Kokaki alone on the street, so I escorted Miss Kokaki home. How can I be judged? If those adults feel that admiring a person is a crime, then the entire Seireidii who admires Captain Yamamoto and the Shinigami who admire Captain Anohana will probably be sentenced. Pfft. Kokaki Haruko was amused by Aileen's last metaphor, and then she suddenly reacted and quickly covered her mouth with her two little hands to prevent herself from losing her manners in front of Aileen. Of course, Kokaki Haruko also knew that Aileen's words of admiration for her were just to cover for herself, and she didn't want her going in and out of the izakaya to become public knowledge. So, don't worry, Miss Kokaki, I believe the adults at Central 46 will give me justice. The one who attacked me was openly in the Seireidii Bankai, violating the captain's prohibition, hehe. Aileen and Kokaki Haruko were chatting happily here, but Hoshino Hibiki on the other side was furious. During this period, Kokaki Jinling and Hoshino Hibiki both had intentions, and everyone communicated tacitly. If nothing else, Hoshino Hibiki will meet Kokaki Haruko yesterday under the arrangement of Kokaki Jinling, and today he will announce that he will marry into the Kokaki family and change his name to Kokaki Hibiki. But at this moment, Hoshino Zyonghe felt that he had been insulted. Kokaki Haruko, who was originally his fiancée, actually met that despicable person. And in order for that despicable person to clear his name, he had to testify for him. He took action for the reputation of the Kokaki family, but in the end he was about to be punished for violating the Seireidii's ban. In this light, who do you think you are? A clown? Thinking of this, a red light flashed in Hoshino Zyonghe's pupils. Miss Kokaki, your visit time has come. Aileen and Kokaki Haruko seemed to have returned to their time at the izakaya. However, at that time they were drinking in a tacit understanding, but now they started to communicate verbally. It wasn't until someone from the 9th Division came to remind them that the two of them realized that the time to visit the prison had arrived unknowingly. Thank you all for reading. Currently, I have exceeded 100 reads in a single day. For future updates, one chapter will be released at 12 o'clock noon and one chapter at 1800 hours PM before being put on the shelves. Please give me your support. Thanks. Chapter 27 Tilt. Ah! Is the time already up? Kokaki Haruko covered her mouth with a look of disbelief on her face. In the past, an hour felt like a long time, so why do I feel like I just arrived today? With a trace of reluctance flashing in her eyes, Kokaki Haruko bowed to Ailen again. Ailen-kun, please take care of yourself. I will ask my father to pay attention to this incident. On the day of the trial, I will accompany my father to attend. If necessary, I will testify in court for Lord Ailen. After saying that, Kokaki Haruko left the prison of Team 9 under the leadership of Team 9 Shinigami. Father? Big brother? Why are you here? After being released from prison, Kokaki Haruko was surprised to find that her father, Kokaki Jinling, and her eldest brother, Kokaki Sojun, were waiting for her outside. Ahem. Kokaki Sojun wanted to say something, but due to physical reasons, he covered his mouth and coughed. From between Kokaki's fingers, you can still see bright red blood leaving drop by drop. Brother, are you okay? It's okay, it's the same old problem. Waving his hand to Kokaki Haruko, Kokaki Kangjun wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile, "Little sister, how was your chat with that Deputy Captain Ailen? Your body knows it." Kokaki Ongjun himself didn't know if his remaining time would be as long as his father's. Therefore, Kokaki Sojun also knew that the next generation of the Kokaki family must be supported by her younger sister's husband. Prior to this, Kokaki Jinling selected the third seat of the first team, Hoshino Hibiki. However, after yesterday's battle, and knowing the connection between his sister and the deputy captain of the 2nd Division, Ailen, Kokaki Sojun suggested to his father that the person to marry his sister should be replaced by Ailen. After what happened last night, Kokaki Jinling's impression of Hoshino Hibiki was compromised. Although Hoshino Hibiki will not be rejected immediately, Kokaki Jinling will be more cautious when another choice appears. After a night of investigation, Ailen's information was quickly delivered to Kokaki and his son. Compared with Hoshino Xianghe, Ailen is younger. At the same time, it is also more versatile. From yesterday's battle, it can be seen that Ailen is much better than Hoshino Xianghe in terms of slaying ghosts. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress Hoshino Xianghe in turn when the spiritual pressure gap is so big. Even with the same spiritual pressure, Kokaki Jinling felt that he might not be able to defeat Ailen with his Zhanchuanzuki. From this point, we can see that the 2nd Division Vice-Captain Ailen has a solid foundation. Regarding the Zanpakut, Kokaki Jinling also failed to understand what Ailen's Zanpakut ability was. The one at the beginning seemed to be a wind-type Zanpakut, capable of delivering powerful wind slashes. But what happened to the hundreds of Zanpakut that appeared later, not even Kokaki Jinling knew. Of course, what shocked Kokaki Jinling even more was Ailen's last move last night. If he read correctly, the Zanpakuto in Ailen's hand turned into a flame sword at that time, and launched a slash that was a fusion of wind and fire. If Kokaki Jinling remembers correctly, in the thousands of years since the birth of the Zanpakut, there has never been a Zanpakut that possessed the power of two elements at the same time. Ailen's Zanpakut will probably be the first Zanpakut to control two elements in the history of Soul Society. Perhaps, in terms of function, Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakut's ability is much stronger than Ailen's. But at the same time, precisely because of the Zanpakuto's ability, Hoshino Hibiki's restrictions will be greatly increased. In particular, after he enters the Kokaki family, the enemies standing opposite the Kokaki family will never allow enemies with such terrifying abilities to exist, and the various conspiracies will be more intense than when they were in the first team. After all, Kokaki Jinling is not Captain Yamamoto, and does not have that kind of invincible deterrence. Although Ailen's ability is powerful, it is not to a fearful level. Furthermore, Kokaki Jinling also knows that the real enemy of Shinigami is not Shinigami, but the hollows in Hueco Mundo, the Quincy of the Empire of Light. When facing these enemies, Ailen can play a much stronger role than Hoshino Xianghe. Comparing the Zanpakuto abilities of Hoshino Hibiki and Ai Lin, the balance in Kokaki Jinling's heart tilted slightly. Letting Kokaki Haruko come to visit Ailan today is a test for Ailan by the two father and son. Kokaki Haruko naturally didn't know this, but there was no doubt that through the expression on her daughter's face and the content of the conversation between the two, Kokaki Jinling nodded slightly in her heart. However, what the three members of the Kokaki family did not notice was that in the shadows near the three of them, Muramasa, who exuded a gloomy aura, took all of this into his eyes. The Kokaki family is bullying others too much. In prison, Hoshino Ziyonghe gritted his teeth. Beside him was Muramasa, who was standing with a bow. When they were imprisoned in the prison of the 9th Division, the Zanpakutos of Eren and Hoshino Hibiki were confiscated by the members of the 9th Division. Without the Zanpakuto, the Shinigami's strength is reduced, making it easier for the guards to manage. However, what no one knows is that Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto Muramasa is different from ordinary Zanpakuto. As long as Hoshino Ziyonghe calls Muramasa's name, Muramasa will instantly appear next to him. In addition, as long as Hoshino Hibiki provides spiritual power, Muramasa himself can materialize and act in the outside world, which makes it even more convenient for Hoshino Hibiki to obtain outside intelligence through Muramasa. However, what Hoshino Hibiki never expected was that Kokaki Jinling was actually ready to give up on him. Kokaki Jinling, Ai Lin, all of them are sanctimonious, hypocritical, despicable people. Everyone who dares to tease me like this will have to pay the price. The majestic spiritual pressure emanated from Hoshino Hibiki's body and then passed into Muramasa's body. Yesterday, Muramasa took Ailan's flame wind injury attack head-on and received a huge blow. These injuries began to slowly recover under Hoshino Ziyonghe's powerful spiritual pressure. After a long time, Hoshino Ziyonghe withdrew his spiritual pressure. Muramasa. Master, please give me your orders. Muramasa, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, no longer felt like he had not slept for a long time and would die suddenly at any time. Saluted Hoshino Ziyonghe respectfully. However, a trace of doubt also arose in Muramasa's heart. What happened just now? Why did he feel that the master's voice was so quiet that he almost couldn't hear it? Fortunately, it just returned to normal for a while. Muramasa thought this was his illusion, so he didn't take it to heart and listened intently to the orders from his master. Go ahead, I'm going to sneak into Kokaki's house and kill that old guy's son. Then. Chapter 28 Homicide. Speaking of this, Hoshino Ziyonghe paused for a moment. Originally, according to Hoshino Hibiki's idea, he wanted Muramasa to kill Kokaki Sojun and then kill Kokaki Jinling. However, at this moment, Hoshino Hibiki suddenly remembered Muramasa's powerless performance when facing Ailan's attack last night, and he had great doubts in his heart about whether Muramasa could kill Kokaki Jinling. That's all, without me, you are just a waste. After killing Kokaki Sojun, you can go back to where you were. I will call you when I need you. When the time comes, let's work together to kill Kokaki Jinling and that despicable vice-captain. Muramasa looked at Hoshino Hibiki's lips opening and closing, and a powerful fear suddenly arose in his heart. Can't hear it. Can't hear it. He knew his master was talking, but he couldn't hear what his master was saying. Waste. Kill. Together, we killed Kokaki Silver Bell. Fortunately, after saying we in Hoshino Hibiki's mouth, Muramasa was able to hear Hoshino Hibiki's voice normally. Did you hear that? Muramasa. I understand, Lord Ziyonghe. Muramasa quickly lowered his head and responded to Hoshino Hibiki's question. Just now, it must have been an accident, right? You heard it, why don't you do it quickly? Yes, Lord Ziyonghe. After Muramasa's figure disappeared from the prison, Hoshino Hibiki turned his gaze to the prison where the culprit who turned himself into a clown and turned all his bright futures into darkness was located. Just wait, after I finish off that old guy, it will be your death. Hoshino Ziyonghe restrained the killing intent in his eyes, closed his eyes and waited for his opportunity. Violating Captain Yamamoto's prohibition, Hoshino Kyuga knew that he would be greeted by Bankai in the Shiridai, and he would most likely be exiled to the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. After all, although he is the third member of the division directly under Captain Yamamoto, that adult cares more about maintaining the rules of Shiridai than saving himself. If he is the son-in-law of the Kukaki family, under the operation of the Kukaki family, he will be detained for a few days at most. After a period of time, he will be transferred to the 6th Division. He will be the new vice-captain of the 6th Division. Maybe in a few years. 10 years later, he was able to take over as captain of the 6th Division. But all this was completely shattered after Ailen appeared. The Kukaki family has an additional choice. What makes Hoshino Zyonghe even more angry is that this choice was made by himself. If he hadn't taken action last night and let that guy go, who would have known that a mere vice-captain could have the power to temporarily rival him? Even if that guy rises up after a while, I'm afraid he will already be the captain of the 6th Division. It's a pity. Everything was caused by that guy. In the early morning, when most people were still sleeping, the maid who took care of the eldest son of the Kukaki family, Kukaki Aokun, exclaimed, making the atmosphere in the entire Shiridai become much more solemn. How could it be? Brother, he. Outside Kukaki Kangchun's bedroom, Kukaki Yinling reached out to stop her youngest daughter from seeing the tragic condition of her eldest son. A dozen Shinigami from the secret mobile unit are checking around Kukaki's house. In the bedroom, there are the captain of the 2nd Division, Yoryuaki Saihaoran, the 3rd captain Urahara Kisuk, and Aya Hesu. Shifunjai Yuan Yoryuaki crossed his arms and scanned the entire bedroom with a pair of phoenix eyes, seeming to have discovered something. What do you think? Urahara. Urahara Kisuk looked solemn and nodded to confirm Yoryuaki's guess. On the side, Heizuo Aya couldn't understand what the two were communicating. She could only look at her captain with admiring eyes for a while, and then stared at Urahara Kisuk like she was looking at garbage. Let's go. Chiffon Yoryuaki smiled and rubbed Hesu Aya's head. The interaction between Hisha Aya and Urahara is a rare adjustment in her life. After walking out of the bedroom, Yoryuaki made a gesture to the Shinigami of the secret mobile unit and walked towards Kukaki Jinling, who was waiting outside. Although it was his son who died, Kukaki Jinling still handed over the task of investigating the cause of his son's death to the 2nd squad. After all, compared to the 6th team, the 2nd team is more professional in doing this kind of thing. How's it going? Any clues? Yoryuaki. Old man, Ong Jun died from his Zanpakut's power. The only one who can do this is first team 3 seats, Hoshino Hibiki. Before Shifunjai Yuan Yoryuaki finished speaking, Kukaki Jinling said the name directly. And this answer also made Kukaki Jinling feel great pain. As the father of Kukaki Haruko, Kukaki Gingling will consider the other person's character even if he wants to find a pillar of support for the Kukaki family in the 6th Division. After all, he didn't want his daughter to meet someone unkind. For so many years, Hoshino Hibiki has been the most promising young man of Kukaki Jinling. Even, with only the last step left, he brought Hoshino Hibiki to meet his daughter Kukaki Haruko. If his daughter had no objection, Hoshino Hibiki would become Kukaki Hibiki. Even if his son later proposed to add Ailen, the deputy captain of the 2nd Division, as a candidate, Kukaki Jinling would naturally have a greater preference for Hoshino Hibiki because of their friendship over the past few years. But Kukaki Gingling never expected that just one day later, his son would actually die from the power of his Zanpakut. How is that possible? After hearing the conversation between several people, Kukaki Haruko's mind was buzzing and confused. All along, because of his health problems, everyone knew that he might not be able to hold on for long. Kukaki Haruko is also prepared to lose her big brother at any time. But she never imagined that her eldest brother did not die of illness, but was assassinated. The murderer is the man named Hoshino Zyong-hee. Jin Jinjiro, lead the team members to take good care of Haruko. The Shifunjin captains and I will go to the 9th division. Yes, Captain Kukaki. Next to Kukaki Jinling, a male Shinigami with short broken hair responded, and then immediately arranged for manpower to be deployed throughout Kukaki's house. Jin Jinjiro, the 3rd member of the 6th division, is also the strongest member of the 6th division besides the captain Kukaki Jinling. If Kukaki Sojun was not the son of Kukaki Jinring, the position of vice-captain of the 6th division would be none other than Jin Jinjiro. At the same time, as the 3rd seat, Jin Jinjiro also defeated many people in the 6th team who wanted to challenge the deputy captain Kukaki Sojun. Compared to Kukaki Sojun, Jin Jinjiro is more popular in the 6th team. Looking at the retreating figures of the 4 Captain Kukaki, a Shinigami suddenly spoke to Jin Jinjiro. Sir Jiro, Vice-Captain Kukaki died. The next deputy captain will be Jiro, right? Congratulations, Jiro. Oh. Looking at the Shinigami congratulating him in front of him, Jin Jinjiro shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. If Captain Kukaki knows about it, your boy will be in trouble in the future. Chapter 29 Change of Mentality. When Jin Jinjiro said this, the Shinigami's face instantly turned pale. He did not dare to say anything more and quickly went to patrol his position. Captain Kukaki's son had just died, and he couldn't wait to say that Jin Jinjiro Sanchi would take over as deputy captain. I'm afraid I don't think I died too quickly. After Jin Jinjiro arranged the team members, he personally guarded Kukaki Haruko. Regarding the position of vice-captain, Jin Jinjiro would be lying if he said he had no idea. However, Jin Jinjiro has been in the 6th division for so many years, and he boasts that he has seen through the 6th division, or in other words, the Kukaki family. The 6th division is a noble division. The Kukaki family is one of the 4 nobles of the Shiridai. He leads the noble division, so he has a legitimate name. Therefore, the Kukaki family regards the 6th division as a forbidden area of their own family and does not allow outsiders to get involved. His strength is much stronger than Kukaki Sojun, but he can only hold 3 seats in the 6th team. Although Kukaki Sojun is dead now, he seems to be only 1 step away from being the vice-captain. But Jin Jinjiro knew very well that the chance that he could serve as the deputy captain of the 6th division was very slim. Glancing at the eldest daughter of the Kukaki family who was immersed in grief, Jin Jinjiro shook his head. The future vice-captain of Division 6 must be the husband-in-law of this eldest lady. If he wants to become the vice-captain, he can only have a chance when Captain Kukaki retires and the eldest lady's husband succeeds in taking over. A&D. Thinking of Byakuya Kukaki, the young master left by Kukaki Sojun, maybe he won't be able to be the vice-captain for long. Making Shinigami is so boring. Especially in a squad where the future can be seen at a glance. I'd better do some side jobs first, and when the time is right, retire from the 6th division. So what to do? I heard that glasses are very popular nowadays. Bang! The prison door was opened and Ailen opened his eyes. There are 5 familiar Ryotsuo approaching. Captain Yoryuaki, Yura Harakisuk, Heza Aya. Kukaki Silver Bell, 6 Chariot Fist West. Could it be that the trial is going to start today? Sensing the approach of the 5 people, Ailen was a little confused. When did the efficiency of Central 46 become so high? However, what surprised Ailen was that the 5 people just nodded slightly at him and then walked straight to another prison. There is where Hoshino Zyong-hee is imprisoned. Zyong-hee. After several people stood still, Kukaki Jinling took a step forward and took the lead in speaking to Hoshino Hibiki, who had his back turned to several people. Hey! What a rare visitor, Captain Kukaki. I didn't expect that the first person to visit me in prison would be Captain Kukaki. I'm really honored. Hoshino Hibiki didn't even bother to turn around. Even Rokusha Kensai, who was unfamiliar with everyone, couldn't help but frown when he heard Hoshino Hibiki's strange words. Faced with Hoshino Hibiki's dissatisfaction, Kokaki Jinling did not defend himself. After all, Hoshino Hibiki used Bankai to help him catch Aaron, who was following his daughter, violating the captain's prohibition. And instead of visiting Hoshino Xianghe immediately, he asked his daughter to visit Ai Lin. The second is that he did not use his own connections to reduce Hoshino Hibiki's charges, or made any move to transfer Hoshino Hibiki to the 6th Division. In general, it was Hoshino Hibiki who stood up for Kokaki Jinling, but in the end all the consequences were borne by Hoshino Hibiki himself. At this point, Kokaki Jinling also knew that he was in the wrong. However, he is not here to apologize now. Xianghe, you should know very well how I have treated you in the past few years. Hey, if there's anything unclear, don't you just want me to marry into the Kokaki family and work for the Kokaki family? Now that his face has been broken, Hoshino Hibiki didn't want to save face for Kokaki Jinling. However, the head of the Kokaki family seemed to have found a better substitute, so I was abandoned. No, I didn't give up on you before. Hey. Kokaki Hibiki sneered. The conversation between Kokaki Jinling and Hoshino Hibiki gave everyone present a big meal. Even Shifunji Yuan Yuruaki didn't know that there were so many elements in the battle between Aaron and Hoshino Hibiki the night before yesterday. However, when everyone thinks about Kokaki Jinling's age and Kokaki Ongjun's situation, everyone understands. Indeed, after that person appeared, my heart was shaken. But Xianghe, do you think I will veto you because of someone I've only known for a day? The smile on Hoshino Xianghe's lips paused. Indeed, over the years, Kokaki Jinling has regarded Hoshino Hibiki as a junior, and Hoshino Hibiki has also played the role of a junior conscientiously. Emotionally, the two of them are not far from the real son-in-law. Based on Hoshino Hibiki's understanding of Kokaki Jinling, it is true that Kokaki Jinling will not deny itself just because of a new person. A trace of regret flashed in Hoshino Xianghe's heart, but immediately, this regret and guilt was torn apart by Hoshino Xianghe. Who is he? He is Hoshino Hibiki, a genius with the ability to subvert soul society. Why does Kokaki Jinling speak to herself in such a condescending tone? Is it the strength of the captain of the 6th Division, or the status of the 4 nobles? Unknowingly, Hoshino Xianghe's heart had undergone great changes. Why can these people be so superior and decide their own destiny so naturally? And I must obey their decision? Even if it is a veto, it should be him who vetoes the Kokaki family. Therefore, Hoshino Hibiki only felt disgusted with Kokaki Jinling's current attitude. Xianghe, why did you kill Kang Chun? Faced with Kokaki Jinling's questioning, Hoshino Hibiki finally turned around. Hey? Kokaki Sojun is dead? This is really enjoyable. However, Captain Kokaki, if your son died, it would be inappropriate to blame it directly on me, right? Stop quibbling, Xianghe. Kokaki Jinling didn't believe Hoshino Hibiki's sophistry at all. Aijun died under the power of his Zanpakut. In the entire Soul Society, you are the only one who can do this, Xianghe. Answer me, why did you kill Kang Chun, Xianghe? Hoshino Hibiki laughed at Kokaki Jinling's aggressiveness. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Captain Kokaki, you need evidence to speak. When I was sent to the 9th Division prison yesterday, my Zanpakuto was taken away by the 9th Division captain himself. Furthermore, all the Shinigami who guard the prison of Division 9 can testify for me that I have been in the prison since I entered it until now. Captain Kokaki, tell me, without a Zanpakut, how could I kill Kokaki Sojun in the prison of Division 9? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 30 Invitation. Hoshino Xianghe's wild laughter resounded in the prison of Division 9. Everyone present was silent. After knowing that Kokaki Sojun died from the power of his Zanpakut, everyone put Hoshino Hibiki under suspicion. However, as Hoshino Kyoga said, his Zanpakuto was personally put into the warehouse by the captain of the 9th Division, Rokusha Kensai, and he has always stayed in the prison of the 9th Division and has never left. Before coming to ask Hoshino Hibiki, they had already checked in the warehouse. Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto was still in its original location. Just like what Hoshino Hibiki said, they said that Kukaki Aijun was killed by Hoshino Hibiki, so they need to provide evidence to prove that Hoshino Hibiki was able to kill 6 people in the prison of Division 9 without using a Zanpakuto. The deputy captain of the squad is Kukaki Sojun. Or, it turns out that the members of the 9th Division were not good at guarding him, allowing Hoshino Hibiki to leave the prison without anyone noticing. Yoriyuki obviously thought of this latter point first. So, Chiffon Yoriyuki walked to Ilan's prison. "Hey, Vice Captain Ilan, you have been so impressive these past 2 days. Now many Shinigami in the outside world are saying that you are the #1 person under the captain. Come on, Captain, if possible, I would rather not have this happen. Hey, looking at you, I thought you liked it here." Ilan shook his head. "It's not that I like it, I'm just used to it." Shifunji and Yoriyuki nodded slightly. Indeed, as far as Yoriyuki knows, his vice captain has been either on missions or practicing in his dormitory for more than 30 years. That is to say, I recently got some fishing tips from Feng Shaoling, and then I gradually started to go outside the squad. The prison of Division 9 was about the same size as Alan's dormitory of Division 2, so Alan said he was used to it and there was no problem. But, Captain Yoriyuki, how much longer do I need to stay here? Also, what are the charges against me by those noble gentlemen from Central 46? If nothing else happens, you can come out tomorrow. As for the charges, the eldest daughter of the Kukaki family and Captain Kukaki personally testified for you and provided Central 46 with evidence that you were protecting the eldest daughter of the Kukaki family. What other charges can they arrange for you? The most it can do is compensate for the repair costs of repairing the street. Thank you very much, Miss Haruko and Captain Kukaki. After the two exchanged some information with each other, Yoriyuki asked Ilan directly, "Ilan, you should know what I want to ask." After hearing the conversation between Shifunji and Yoriyuki and Ilan, several other people also turned their attention here. Even Hoshino Hibiki is no exception. After all, if Ilan really wanted him to die, he could just make up lies. Under everyone's gaze, Ilan nodded. "However, the result may disappoint you. Last night I did sense that Hoshino-sanchi's spiritual pressure fluctuated violently, but his entire body has indeed never left the prison." After leaving the prison team, Shifunji and Yoriyuki looked at Urahara Kisuke after Kukaki Jinling left. "Urahara, what do you think about this matter?" For Urahara Kisuke, Shifunji and Yoriyuki has absolute confidence. In her mind, Urahara is the smartest person in the world. As long as he wants, there is nothing he can't do. This time, the attack on the eldest son of the Kukaki family naturally did not trouble Urahara. There is no doubt that whether it is the way Kukaki Sojun died or the tone of Hoshino-sanchi, we all know that Kukaki Sojun was killed by Hoshino-sanchi. However, as Hoshino-sanchi said, he was in the prison of Division 9 and never left. The Zanpakuto has always been in the warehouse of Division 9. It is very difficult for us to find evidence of his entry. Yes, the ability to control other people's Zanpakuto is the ability of Hoshino's 3 Zanpakuto. But Hoshino-sanchi's Zanpakuto has always been in the 9th team's warehouse. Without a Zanpakuto, even Hoshino-sanchi cannot activate the ability to control other people's Zanpakuto, right? By the way, Yoriyuki, you go back first. I have some ideas that I need to test. Oh. Yoriyuki stopped and smiled. As expected of Urahara, she has never been disappointed. Okay, then little Suifeng and I will go back and wait for your good news. After watching the figures of Yoriyuki and Hizeo Iya go away, Urahara Kisuke took out a black night clothes from somewhere. After putting it on his body, Urahara Kisuk's spiritual pressure, smell, and figure disappeared in an instant. Then, Urahara Kisuk used the concealment ability of the dark cloak to sneak into the 9th team's warehouse silently, and set his sights on the Zanpakuto of Hoshino Sanchi. In 2 days, it will be the day when Hoshino Hibiki will be judged. Judging from Urahara Kisuk's previous understanding of Hoshino Hibiki, such a proud person will never let the people of Central 46 do so to him. Judgment. The breath of freedom. Sure enough, Shifunji Yuan Yuryuaki did not deceive Aaron. The next day, Team 9 received the verdict from Central 46. Because the head of the Kukaki family and the victim Kukaki Haruko submitted evidence sufficient to prove Island's innocence, Island was directly declared innocent without having to go through the Central 46 trial. As for Hoshino Hibiki, because he violated Captain Yamamoto's ban, no one in the first team dared to intercede with Hoshino Hibiki. The ability of Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto and his direct control of other captains' Zanpakuto in front of Kukaki's house made the nobles of Central 46 think that Hoshino Hibiki was uncontrollable. The system of soul society can be said to be extremely corrupt. But being able to maintain this decadent system for thousands of years also shows that the nobles who rule soul society are not fools. Their strength may not be strong, but for those powerful Shinigami who are not under their control, they have many ways to expel them from soul society. After retrieving his Zanpakuto, Island walked out of the gate of the 9th Division prison under the escort of the 9th Division team members. June A. Island, I'm causing trouble for you. Outside the gate, Kukaki Haruko, dressed in white, with red eyes, bowed and apologized to Island. Well. Seeing Kukaki Haruko's outfit, Island sighed. He knew that Kukaki Sojun would die, but he didn't know that Hoshino Hibiki would be so decisive and take action immediately after being imprisoned. To a certain extent, he has an inescapable responsibility for the death of Kukaki Sojun. My condolences, Miss Kukaki. Island's comfort made Kukaki Haruko's eyes turn red again. June A. Island. My father asked me to invite you to attend my brother's funeral ceremony. Chapter 31 Agree. Invite me to Kukaki Sojun's funeral. Island was a little surprised. Soul Society is originally the world where the souls of human beings live after death. It belongs to the afterlife world. The people in Soul Society are not so much people as they are souls. However, because of the extraordinary energy of Raiko, it can absorb the souls of more Raikos and use these Raikos in various ways, which is called Shinigami. Generally, after the death of a Rukanga, their souls will turn into spirits and disperse. Because Shinigami possess spiritual pressure and absorb spiritual energy, their souls are much stronger than ordinary ones. Therefore, after the death of Shinigami, their bodies can remain in the state of corpses for a period of time before they turn into spirits and completely dissipate. Even if the spiritual pressure reaches a certain level, even if the body dies, the corpse will not transform into a spirit child for hundreds of years. In Soul Society, it is generally believed that the soul will become a new pure soul and be reincarnated into the present world after becoming a spirit child. If the body after death never becomes a spirit child, it means that the person will never be reincarnated. Therefore, in order to allow the sacrificed Shinigami to be reincarnated faster, a core burial ceremony was spread in the Seireitei from unknown time. The so-called core burial is a ceremony in which the corpses of the sacrificed Shinigami are burned to make their corpses transform into spirits more quickly. According to the Shinigami, the faster the body becomes a spirit child, the faster it can be reincarnated into the present world. Although Kukaki Gingling was deeply saddened by her son's death, she did not want to delay her child's reincarnation, so she decided to hold a core funeral for Kukaki Sojun tomorrow, the 3rd day after her death. At that time, the Kukaki family will naturally invite some relatives and friends to see Kukaki Aokun off. However, Island didn't expect that he would also be invited. Since Captain Kukaki invited me, it would be unwise for me to refuse. When the time comes, I will go with Captain Yuryuaki. Although Ailin and Kokaki Yinling had some unpleasantness a few days ago because of Kokaki Haruko's incident, now that Kokaki Yinling has shown kindness to him, Ailin will not act arrogantly. No. Hearing Ailin's answer, Kokaki Haruko was stunned, then shook her head, feeling a little cramped. After a while, Kokaki Haruko plucked up the courage, blushed, and said to Ailin, "Ailin-kun, what my father said was that he wanted Ailin-kun to receive condolences with me as my friend." Guests. In fact, what Kokaki Jinling said was to ask Kokaki Haruko to invite Ailin to receive guests together in the name of her fiancé. Now, Kokaki Jinling has confirmed that Hoshino Hibiki is the murderer of his son Kokaki Kangjun. No matter how much he valued Hoshino Hibiki and wanted Hoshino Hibiki to marry him, it all came to nothing. Now that Kokaki Sojun is dead, the Kokaki family is in decline. If the Kokaki family does not want to follow in the footsteps of the Tsunoya Shiro family, they must give the outside world a signal as soon as possible that the Kokaki family is still strong. Otherwise, those nobles would be like bloodthirsty sharks, coveting the Kokaki family. Once Kokaki Jinling passes away, you can imagine what a horrific ending the Kokaki family will face. The battle between Ailin and Hoshino Xionghe that day could be regarded as a disguised use of Ailin's name. If Ailin becomes the son-in-law of the Kokaki family, he can deter most people with malicious intentions. Once Ailin completes Bankai's training, the Kokaki family will be worry-free for hundreds of years. However, Kokaki Haruko was too shy to tell Ailin directly that she wanted Ailin to be her fiancé. At the same time, Kokaki Haruko was also afraid of Ailin's rejection, so she only said that she would accompany her as a friend. Receiving guests with you as a friend. Although Kokaki Haruko didn't say it clearly, Ailin was not a fool. Who can receive guests together with Kokaki Haruko? Ailin raised his eyebrows and looked Kokaki Haruko up and down. It has to be said that Kokaki Haruko has inherited the excellent genes of the Kokaki family. Although she is a bit green, it can be predicted that she will still have a lot of room for growth in the future. Do you want to agree? Ailin rubbed his chin. As the head of the four nobles, the core funeral ceremony for the eldest son of the Kokaki family, Kokaki Sojun, almost the entire Shiridai upper class came to express their condolences. Among them, there must be 13 captains including Captain Yamamoto. If we can meet these big shots, there will definitely be many more powerful weapons in Ailin's infinite sword system. This even includes Captain Yamamoto's Rijinjaka, the oldest Zanpakuto in Soul Society and the strongest in the Heat system. And, the most powerful Zanpakuto of the Thunder system, Yanling Maru. If Eren misses this opportunity, he may only want to meet Captain Yamamoto when Aizensook loses 6 captains to the Soul Society due to the Hollow experiment more than 100 years later. Promise. Only a fool would refuse. Thinking of this, Ailin smiled and nodded under Kokaki Haruko's anxious gaze. Aren't we friends in the first place? If receiving guests together with you can help you, I will be very happy to do so. Well, I'll see you tomorrow morning, Mr. Ailin. With Ailin's consent, Kokaki Haruko patted her chest, breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and waved to Ailin, turned around and walked back to Kokaki's house. She wanted to tell her father that Ailin had agreed to receive the guests with her. Hehe. It wasn't until Kokaki Haruko's figure disappeared around the corner that Ailin withdrew his gaze. Perhaps, having such a lovely wife is not such a bad thing. But, thinking of the crisis behind Shiridai, Ailin finally shook his head and sighed. If you can't even guarantee to survive the 1000-year bloody battle, the more people you care about, the more painful it will be. Think about the enemies you may encounter in the future. Aizensook, who is completely integrated with Hgyaku, Waiwak, the founder of the Invisible Empire's Quincy and his Quincy Legion, the 8th generation Kenpei Kimol Castle Shuang. Even Captain Yamamoto of Ailin Company and the members of Team Zero regarded him as his imaginary enemies. In comparison, no one knows what will happen tomorrow. Only your own strength can ensure that you can protect everything you care about. Putting these thoughts aside, Island walked towards the second division. It's superfluous to think about anything at the moment. Seizing every opportunity to enhance strength is the most correct approach. Think about it, if I had been as strong as I am now that night, let alone Kokaki Jinling couldn't find me, even if he was discovered, what if Kokaki Jinling and Hoshino Hibiki came together? My own abilities dictate that I can only work hard quietly and then amaze everyone. When the day comes when you have invincible power, what's the harm in being an enemy of the entire world? Chapter 32 Xianghe's Defection. In Kokaki's home, Kokaki Ongjun's body was covered with white petals. One after another Shinigami came to the morning hall to bow to him and see him off. At the side of the morning hall, Kokaki Haruko, wearing white mourning clothes, knelt and returned greetings to the Shinigami who came to pay homage to her brother one by one. The same goes for Ilan. However, Ilan's kneeling position was further back than Kokaki Haruko's. Some of the people who came to pay homage to Kokaki Kangchun looked at Ilan in a very strange way. However, Ilan didn't pay attention to them. At this time, although Ilan's face was expressionless, he was already happy in his heart. Make a lot of money. This time, there were many important people who came to pay homage to Kokaki Kangchun, whom Ilan had never been able to contact before. What makes Ilan even more surprised is that Sukaisen, the deputy captain of the 5th Division who came with Hirako Shinji to express his condolences to Kokaki Sojun, is not a stand-in. Captain Yamamoto and Sasakaibe Kojiro also attended the funeral of Kokaki Sojun. The current captain of the 11th Squadron, Moljo Kenpeki, the previous article was wrong, Kenpeki was still Moljo Shuuya more than 200 years ago, has been changed, also showed his face. Kaika Suijutsu, Region Jaka, Yulu Takolai. There are even Minajiki of Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th Division, and Kiryu Hikifun, the captain of the 12th Division. In addition to these top-notch Zanpakuto, Aaron also copied thousands of Zanpakuto. It would probably take a long time to completely make these Zanpakuto. Naturally, it goes without saying that after making these Zanpakuto, Ilan's strength has improved. Of course, the most important thing is that after forging these thousands of Zanpakuto, what sword elements are needed to forge some abilities will be recorded by Ilan's unlimited sword system. With so many recipes, the types and strength of weapons that Ilan can make will be greatly improved. It can be said that this trip to Kokaki's house to help was worth more than Ilan's hundreds of years of hard training. By noon, everyone who was supposed to come had come to see Kokaki Sojun for the last time. The servants of the Kokaki family carried Kokaki Sojun's coffin to a wooden frame that had been set up in the courtyard. Kokaki Jinling personally held it with a torch. This wooden frame is lit. In the fierce fire, Kokaki's pure body glowed with white souls. Amid everyone's wishes, they dissipated in the Soul Society. The Kokaki family was holding a funeral ceremony for their eldest son. On the 9th Division side, Hoshino Hibiki was also escorted by the 9th Division members and was sent to Central 46 for trial. The door opened, and Hoshino Hibiki, who had his hands bound, was sent into it by 2 Shinigami from Division 9. He raised his head and looked at this institution that symbolized the highest authority in Soul Society. The courtroom of Central 46 is a closed space the size of a basketball court. Here, in the open space at the bottom, is where the condemned prisoners are put on trial. Around the square, there are stepped judgment tables. The higher the status, the higher the position of the judgment table. The top floor is a large semicircle surrounded by 5 luxurious arc-shaped judgment tables about 10 meters long. This is the seat of the 5 nobles of the Shiridai, symbolizing their supreme rights. However, currently, only 3 of the 5 seats are occupied. The 2 seats representing the Tsuneyashiro family and the Shiba family are currently empty. Below are the 12 superior nobles of Shiridai. The seats for the 12 superior noble family representatives are divided into 2 levels, with 6 seats on each level. Obviously, even among the upper-level nobles, there are hierarchies. The 3 bottom rows, each with 10 seats, are seats for lower-level noble families. This is the Central 46 composed of 46 nobles in the Shiridai. The criminal Hoshino Kyukawa, because you violated the prohibition of the Shiridai and carried out the liberation of the Zanpakuto without permission, the evidence is conclusive. Here, I'll wait for Central 46 to judge you. The criminal Hoshino Hibiki is lawless and has violated the Shiridai's major ban. The criminal Hoshino Hibiki will be deprived of his Zanpakuto and expelled from Seoul society. He will be demoted to the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force and will not be allowed to return to Seoul society for the rest of his life. Execute immediately. These nobles of Central 46 looked down at Hoshino Hibiki, and with cold and ruthless words, they instantly decided the outcome of the rest of the life of a powerful Shinigami. Without the Zanpakuto, Hoshino Hibiki's threat to Shiridai is almost non-existent. The captain-level spiritual pressure also allows Hoshino Hibiki to kill more hollows in the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. As for how Hoshino Hibiki would deal with a more powerful hollow without a Zanpakuto, that was not within their scope of consideration. It's just a Shinigami. If it weren't for that terrifying Zanpakuto, how could such a person be worth a second glance? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. After hearing the verdict of these nobles against him, Hoshino Xianghe's reaction was beyond the nobles' expectations. Is he laughing? Maybe he is dissatisfied with our verdict, so he is crazy because he cannot accept it. Are you crazy? This is such a pity. Nothing, isn't the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy about to graduate? Then send him to the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force along with those who have not been admitted to the Godi I-13 team. A few days later will not have much impact. Seeing Hoshino Xianghe's reaction, these nobles didn't take it to heart. Anyway, their purpose of coming today has been achieved. You guys really know nothing about real power. Just when these nobles wanted the Shinigami of Division 9 to put Hoshino Hibiki in prison, Hoshino Hibiki raised his head, and his cold voice echoed in the courtroom. They are just a group of weak ants. What is it that gives you the illusion that you can judge the dragon? Boom! Magnificent spiritual pressure erupted from Hoshino Xianghe's body. The waves of spiritual pressure flooded the clan elders of Central 46 like a flood. Bold. Arrogant. These clan elders are the elders of each family. They may not have much power, but their use of power makes them look down upon the Shinigami except for the 13 captains. Unfortunately, what they met now was Hoshino Hibiki, who was respected only for his power. No matter how much they rebuke them, no one can be deceived by their Ryotsu reactions. Under Hoshino Xianghe's huge spiritual pressure, these clan elders couldn't help but put their hands on their necks and breathe heavily. There was fear in the pupils of some clan elders. Muramasa. Ignoring the ugly behavior of the elders of the Central 46 clan, when the two Shinigami who were detaining him attacked, Hoshino Hibiki began to call for his Zanpakuto. However, what surprised Hoshino Xianghe was that Muramasa did not appear. Chapter 33. I won't waste too much of your time. Muramasa. Hoshino Hibiki called again, but Muramasa still didn't show up. At this time, the two Shinigami were almost approaching Hoshino Hibiki. Hoshino Hibiki's face darkened. If it were in the past, Muramasa would automatically control their Zanpakuto to kill such small characters without him having to do it himself. But now, even after calling Muramasa twice in a row, Hoshino Hibiki cursed Muramasa in his heart and shouted loudly in his mouth. Had S32, Diamond Explosion. The blazing red light condensed in Hoshino Hibiki's hands, and finally converged into a huge fireball, blasting towards the two Shinigami. Boom! Ah! The violent explosion and Shinigami's scream before his death frightened the noble men of Central 46. This man really dares to take action here. And when Hoshino Xianghe turned his attention to them, they began to hide under the table one by one, avoiding Hoshino Xianghe's gaze while kneeling and crawling towards the exit quickly. If it's a little later, who knows if this guy will kill them too. Lord Xianghe. Just when Hoshino Hibiki wanted to kill these nobles, the door of the trial room was cut open with a sword, and Muramasa's slightly tired figure appeared in front of Hoshino Hibiki. However, when seeing Muramasa, Hoshino Hibiki was not only not happy, but instead snorted with a cold face. Snort? Muramasa, do you even want to betray me? Faced with my call, you didn't even respond at all. Lord Xianghe called me. Muramasa's pupil shrank. The reason why he came here was because there was a strange Shinigami staring at him in the past 2 days. In addition, Muramasa had not received a call from Hoshino Hibiki for 2 days, so he materialized in front of the Shinigami. That Shinigami was very strong, and Muramasa, after Bankai, was able to escape by making that guy's Zanpakuto materialize. At the same time, it was through Bankai's ability that Muramasa knew that Hoshino Hibiki was going to be tried today from the memory of that Shinigami, and hurried here. He didn't hear Lord Xianghe's call. Could it be that I can't hear Lord Xianghe's voice again? I'm sorry, Lord Xianghe, because I encountered a very difficult opponent, it took some time. However, this time is obviously not the time to discuss this issue with Lord Xianghe. By the way, Master Xianghe, when I came here, I felt that many people were coming here. Hey? These people are very fast. Glancing at the central 46 nobles who were showing their ugly behavior, Hoshino Hibiki showed disdain. However, in front of me, the number of Shinigami has no meaning at all. Taking over Muramasa's body from Muramasa's hands, Hoshino Hibiki stepped out of Central 46's courtroom. Outside, more than 50 Shinigami members led by Division 9 Rukyuka Kenishi have surrounded the entrance to the trial room. Xingyi Xianghe, quickly put down your weapons and surrender, I don't want to waste too much time on you. Rokusha Kensai put his hand on the Zanpakuto at his waist. He decided that once Hoshino Hibiki refused to surrender, he would directly Bankai and try to capture Hoshino Hibiki in the shortest possible time. Indeed, I won't waste your time. Hoshino Hibiki raised his head and looked at the Shinigami surrounding him, with a smile on his lips. These Shinigami help him rule Seoul society. Bankai, kill Muramasa with no hook. Dang, clang, clang, clang. The Kukaki family had just finished the funeral ceremony of Kukaki Sojun, and the alarm bell of Siridi's emergency notification came to everyone's ears. The next moment, a burst of spiritual pressure quickly radiated from the bodies of many Shinigami present. This is Bakud number 57, the toe-chasing sparrow. With Urahara Kisuk's kid experience, Elin quickly understood the nature of this spiritual pressure. The function of this Bakud is to sense and track spiritual pressure. Generally speaking, it is used when chasing criminals. Of course, it can also be used with Bakud number 77. Based on the current tight bell of Siridi and the marked spiritual pressure on everyone, we can guess the next kid. Sure enough, the next moment, the spiritual pressure spread to the entire Siridi, linking all the Shinigami present. Bakud S77, Tenting Kong Luo. Every division, please note that Hoshino Kyuga, the third member of the first division, has refused to accept the verdict of Central 46 and has openly betrayed Seoul society. He has defeated the 9th Division captain and his team members. Currently Hoshino Hibiki is leading a group of Zanpakuto towards the 7th Division. The captain announced that the Siridi has entered a state of alert and temporarily lifted the captain's ban on releasing the Zanpakuto. In addition, Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto has the ability to control Shinigami's Zanpakuto, so Shinigami should try to avoid direct confrontation with it. The captain of the Godai 13 team quickly rushed to the first team to hold a captain meeting. When the sound in their ears stopped, the Shinigami who were still at Kukaki's house were shocked. Especially the Kukaki Silver Bell. Hoshino Hibiki was his most promising descendant before, otherwise he would not have thought of marrying his daughter to him, letting her marry into the Kukaki family, and become the head of the Kukaki family and the captain of the 6th Division after his death. However, Kokaki Jinling never imagined that Hoshino Hibiki would give him such a big surprise in just a few days. First, he killed his son Kokaki Sojun because he suspected that he had rejected him. Now he has launched a rebellion and even started to control the Shinigami's Zanpakuto to attack Seoul society. How arrogant is this? But Kokaki Gingling was reminded of Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto's abilities. Yamamoto asked the captains to go to the first team to hold a meeting. The first was to discuss how to deal with Hoshino Hibiki, and the second was probably because he was worried that the Zanpakuto of these captains would be controlled by Hoshino Hibiki. The only thing that is certain now is that he absolutely controls the Zanpakuto of Captain Rokuri Kenishi of the 9th Division. Together with Hoshino Hibiki, they are only 2 captain-level enemies and are still within the control range. But if the Zanpakuto of other stronger people is controlled, such as Hirako Shinji's reverse brush, such as Captain Yamamoto's Regen Jaka, even if they finally defeat Hoshino Hibiki, the Seireitei, and even the Seoul Society will probably be almost destroyed. Thinking of this, Kokaki Yinling glanced at Ai Lin beside his daughter and said, "Ai Lin, you come with me. I'm afraid I'll need your power to conquer Hoshino Xionghe this time." Hoshino Xionghe fought with Ailan. In that battle, except for the initial stage, Hoshino Xionghe's abilities seemed useless to Ailan later on. Chapter 34 Recommendation. If you think about it carefully, before meeting Ailan, Hoshino Xionghe was good at everything. But after meeting Ailan, all of this man's flaws seemed to be exposed. Unstable, arrogant, and unruly. Aaron, this Shinigami whom he accidentally misunderstood, seems to be Hoshino Hibiki's nemesis. Even Hoshino Xionghe's most powerful ability seems to have no effect on Ailan. This time, the rebellion launched by Hoshino Xionghe might need Ai Lin to solve it. Therefore, although the captain made it clear that it was a captain meeting, Kokaki Jinling was still prepared to take Ailan with him. Oh! Hearing Kokaki Silverling's invitation, Ailan pondered for a moment, and finally nodded and agreed to go to the meeting with Kokaki Silverling. No one who can become a captain in this era is weak. When the captain decided to hold a captain's meeting, in less than a minute, everyone except the captain of the 7th Division, Aikawa Ratake, and the 9th Division captain, Rukyuka Kenishi, rushed to the 1st Division. The captain of the 9th Division has been confirmed to have been defeated by Hoshino Hibiki. At present, Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto army has also arrived at the 7th Division. Aikawa Luau remains in the 7th Division to resist the offensive of these Zanpakuto troops. Although Ailan came with Kokaki Yinling, he was not the captain and could only wait for the summons in the deputy hall on the other side. Boom! In the conference room of the first team, 10 captains wearing captain's haori stood on both sides of the Captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Even Kiriko Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, looked extremely solemn at this moment. Because, the one standing at the top of everyone is Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who is known as the strongest Shinigami in Seoul society. His invincible reputation was forged from the millions of corpses in Seoul society. Looking at his Zanpakuto Bankai's ability Fire 10 Trillion Death Burial Formation, he can turn the ashes of enemies who died under his sword into a skeleton army to fight endlessly against the enemy. Although the number 10 trillion is a bit fictitious, I think there are still more than 100,000. And what about Ailan? I have been a Shinigami for more than 30 years, and I have not killed more than 300 enemies. Of course, this is also related to the nature of the second team. After all, the covered mobile troops are different from those who fight head-on against the hollows. Most of their enemies are fellow Shinigami. Whether it is Kendo, Whiteheads, Kid, Ryutsu, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, there is no doubt that they are the pinnacle of Shinigami. In the face of such an existence, who dares to be presumptuous? The third seat of the 1st Division, Hoshino Hibiki, launched a rebellion. Currently, the captain of the 9th Division, Rokusha Kensai, has been confirmed to be defeated. The 7th Division, Aikawa Luau, is in a bitter battle. You may still be wondering why I don't let you go to support the 7th team at this time. Captain of the 2nd Division, please explain your investigation results to these captains. Shifunji Yuanyuaki nodded, folded his arms under everyone's gaze and said, Hoshino Hibiki has captain-level strength, and has completed the training of Zanpakuto Bankai. Oh, it's really scary. As expected of the first team. Are the 3 seats already so strong? Although everyone knew that the person who started the rebellion had at least captain-level strength after hearing the news of the destruction of the 9th Division, but if it was really confirmed, they couldn't help but sigh for the heritage of the 1st Division. If everyone remembers correctly, the man who broke into the first team and attacked Captain Yamamoto 5 years ago was one of the top 3 members of the first team, and he also had captain-level strength. In other words, 5 years ago, the first team actually had 4 captain-level experts, which was comparable to half the Godi I-13 team. Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakut has the ability to materialize and control the Shinigami Zanpakut. In other words, when facing Hoshino Hibiki, all captains must not take action and must stay away. Otherwise, the power over Hoshino Zyonghe will only become stronger and stronger. What? Most of the captains were shocked when they learned about Hoshino Zyonghe's ability for the first time. Most of their strength lies in their Zanpakut. If the Zanpakut materializes and is controlled, they will only have 30% of their strength left at most. Doesn't this ability have any weaknesses? Based on the current intelligence, there is indeed a weakness. Shifunji Yuanyuaki smiled heartily. The 3rd seat of our division, Yura Harakisuke, was attacked by Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakut. After defeating the materialized Zanpakut, the controlled Zanpakut's mind will recover, although the entity is unknown. How long can the transformed Zanpakut last? But during its existence, the materialized Zanpakut is also a help to the master. But it is unknown whether the recovered Zanpakuto will still be controlled by Hoshino Hibiki. It's really a terrifying ability. After listening to Yuryuaki's description, Captain Kirako Shunsui of the 8th Division pulled down his hat. Faced with such an enemy, it is better not to get involved, otherwise. The other captains also looked at each other. Faced with such ability, no captain dares to say that he can win. For a moment, everyone was pondering how to deal with Hoshino Zyonghe if they met. Boom. Okay, if you want to avoid being affected by Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakut ability, you must close your heart and not use the Zanpakut to fight with it. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni glanced at the captains under his command, and after pausing for a moment on his disciples Kirako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, he looked at Kukaki Jinling. Yinling, among the many captains, only you and I can maintain a certain level of strength while closing our hearts. This time, let's face Hoshino Zyonghe. This. When they heard that the captain was going to take action himself, the captains couldn't sit still. Even Anohanaretsu, who always had a smile on his face, Moljo Kenpeki who looked indifferent, and Kirako Shunsui who had a playful face all suddenly raised their heads and looked at Captain Yamamoto. Captain, would it be too dangerous for you to do it yourself? That's right, Captain, it's just that the Zanpakut is under control. Didn't Captain Shifunjin just say that? Just defeat your Zanpakut and you can recover it. It's up to me to close my heart. I think I can still do it. The person who said these words was the captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu. As a person who was personally defeated by Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni 1,000 years ago, Anohanaretsu is the one who understands the power of the captain best among all people. They have great confidence in Captain Yamamoto. After all, he is the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. However, it is precisely because they have great confidence in it that they know how much damage it will cause if Captain Yamamoto's Zanpakuto is controlled by Hoshino Hibiki. Maybe, Soul Society might be completely destroyed. Ahem. Captain Anohana, we haven't reached the point where we need your action yet. This time, I brought a Shinigami. Hoshino Hibiki's ability seems to be ineffective against him. How about we call him in first and listen to his opinion? Chapter 35 Captain's Meeting. Oh? Is there such a thing? Kokaki Jinling's words surprised the 10 captains, including the captain. However, they all reacted later. Even the ability to control the Zanpakut has appeared, so it is not unacceptable to have someone with the ability not to be controlled by this ability. The only thing that makes everyone feel a little bit subtle is that the time when these two people appear is really a bit subtle. Yoryuki, the captain of the second team, rolled his eyes and quickly guessed who this person was. Sure enough, the next moment, Yoryuki heard the familiar name from Kokaki Jinling's mouth. Well, it's true. Facing the captain's questions, Kokaki Jinling nodded. The reason why Hoshino Hibiki launched a rebellion was because he used Bankai in the battle with this man. And this person is the current vice captain of the 2nd Division, Island. It turned out to be him. At this time, everyone suddenly realized. Being able to force Bankai Hoshino Hibiki into battle, I think the strength of this person is not much different from Hoshino Hibiki. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through the minds of these captains. There seem to be many demons in this Searite. First, 2 and 3 seats in the first team all had captain-level power. The current vice-captain of the 2nd Division seems to be doing well. I just don't know if there are other captain-level experts hidden in other divisions? At this time, Hiriko's real mind flashed through his vice-captain's extremely fake smile, and he frowned. That guy, maybe? Captain, Vice-Captain Island is waiting in the side hall right now. Do you want him to come and participate in this captain's meeting? Well, the situation is special now, Kojiro, go and call Vice-Captain Island over. The captain's meeting, as the name suggests, is a meeting that only the captains of the Godi 13 can attend. The only vice-captain who can participate in the captain's meeting is Sasakaibe Kojiro, who stands inconspicuously behind Captain Yamamoto. However, people who know the depth of Sasakaibe Kojiro will not have any objection to this. After all, this guy is the guy who can turn the on old Yamamoto's head into a. Normally, only candidates for squad captain can be invited to participate in captain meetings. After being recognized by everyone, he will also become the new captain. But now, among the Godi 13, the captains are all still in office. People who are not candidates for captain have attended the captain meeting. Apart from Sasakaibe Kojiro, Aaron is also the first one. During the confrontation in the hall, Island, who felt someone approaching, finished making the sword and opened his eyes. Vice-Captain Kojiro. After seeing the visitor, Island stood up. Vice-Captain Island, the captain asked me to take you to the captain's meeting. Please come this way. Well, please, Vice-Captain Sasakaibe. Although powerful, Sasakaibe Kojiro does not have the demeanor of a strong man at all. Instead, he is like a butler and is extremely polite to everyone. Most people may think that Sasakaibe Kojiro is easy to bully because of his attitude. But in fact, Sasakaibe Kojiro is a big fan of Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sage Kuni. As the deputy captain of the first team, he does not allow himself to be stained by the slightest stain on Captain Yamamoto. Under the leadership of Sasakaibe Kojiro, Island stepped into the Searite's strongest military organization for the first time. Boom! As soon as Sasakaibe Kojiro opened the door of the conference room, 5 powerful spiritual pressures surged toward Island like a tide. From these spiritual pressures, Island felt many familiar atmospheres. Oh? Are you showing off your power? Although these captains knew that the reason for letting Island attend the captain meeting was because Ailing could restrain Hoshino Zyonghi who initiated the rebellion. But they also want Island to know that not everyone can come to the captain's meeting. If he can't even take this level of test, letting him face Hoshino Zyonghi will just be one more corpse. If 5 days ago, Island, who only had the spiritual pressure of the deputy captain, would definitely make a fool of himself when faced with the spiritual pressure of 7 or 8 captains. However, while he was in the 9th team's prison, he made several captain level Zanpakuto, and his current spiritual pressure has been steadily raised to captain level. Therefore, when facing this spiritual pressure, Island also burst out his own spiritual pressure. Boom! If the spiritual pressure of those captains is like a violent tsunami, then Island's spiritual pressure is like a majestic mountain. No matter how rough the waves are, they cannot shake the mountains. Of course, this is because those century-old captains did not take action. Oh! After feeling Island's spiritual pressure, these captains were a little surprised. After nodding slightly, they put away their own spiritual pressure. Having captain-level spiritual pressure means that Elin can at least materialize his Zanpakuto, has the potential to practice Bankai, and has the qualifications to stand with them. Captain-level spiritual pressure. Kokaki Yinling's eyes narrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, when he fought Hoshino Xianghe that night, Vice-Captain Island's spiritual pressure was at the vice-captain level. It was only after freeing the Zanpakuto that the spiritual pressure jumped to the captain level. Did you hide something back then? Or have you grown up in the past few days? This question circled in Kokaki Jinling's mind, and was finally thrown away by Kokaki Jinling. It took only a few days to break through the shackles of deputy captain to captain level. How is this possible? When the captains put away their own spiritual pressure, Island also restrained his spiritual pressure. 2nd Division Vice Captain Aaron, I've met the Chief Captain, I've met Captain Yoryuaki, I've met Captain Kokaki, I've met all the captains. After entering the conference room, Island said hello to the captains, then stood quietly at the bottom with his hands lowered, waiting for the captain's questions. Vice Captain Island, I heard from Captain Kokaki that your Zanpakuto can't be controlled by Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto. Can you tell me about your Zanpakuto's abilities? Captain Yamamoto did not delay and directly asked Elin about the ability of the Zanpakuto. After something like Hoshino Kyuga happened, Captain Yamamoto felt that whenever extremely dangerous Zanpakuto abilities appeared in the future, they must keep an eye on them to avoid causing any further turmoil. My Zanpakuto is called Unlimited Sword Maker, and its ability is to make swords. Patting the Zanpakuto on his waist, Island did not hide the ability of his Zanpakuto, but only concealed that he could even make other captains' Zanpakuto. In fact, it's not that my Zanpakuto is not controlled by Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto, but that after I felt that my Zanpakuto was out of control, I made a sword that was not controlled by it. Oh! Hearing Island's answer, the other captains nodded slightly. The ability to make swords? You can also make a sword that restrains the opponent's ability according to the opponent, which sounds and feels very strong. Thank you all for your likes and giving this book the opportunity to be recommended. In order to go further in the recommendation position, Lao Lu shamelessly asks everyone to read it, recommend it, and collect it. Thank you all for your support, thank you. Chapter 36 Ordered. The ability is to make a Zanpakuto sword. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni flashed through his mind the Zanpakuto he had seen in the past 1,000 years, and finally determined that 2 people had appeared in the history of Soul Society with the ability to make swords. That was in an era when even the Shinigami had not yet used the Zanpakuto. The first one is the founder of the Kazumi Aji family, who created the Taper Yao sword that can absorb Shinigami's spiritual pressure and exert greater strength. The second place is Nigia Oue, who forged the Zanpakuto. There is no doubt that these 2 people were strong men of that era. Nigia Oue, after the Zanpakuto was adopted as Shinigami's exclusive weapon, was promoted to the Spirit King Palace and became a member of the Zero Division. Will Island grow to the level they did? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni didn't know about this problem. But at the very least, being able to make a sword that is not affected by Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto is the best candidate to deal with Hoshino Hibiki at this time. Of course, before that, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni still needed to confirm one thing. Vice Captain Island, I need you to answer me honestly. Ask me, Captain. Have you cultivated into Bankai? After hearing Captain Yamamoto's question, all the captains looked at Island. When he entered the captain's conference room, Island's spiritual pressure had passed everyone's test. Second-class spiritual power. A proper captain level. And everyone knows that one of the hidden conditions for becoming the captain of the Godi 13 is that you must complete the Bankai of the Zanpakuto. If Island has cultivated into Bankai, then Island himself is at the same level as them. What is lacking is just a captain position. Even Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki stared at Island with great interest. As for his vice-captain, Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki only met him 5 years ago when he challenged Omida Nozomi. I learned more about it later from Feng Xiaoling's mouth. At that time, Elan's Zanpakuto was a Zanpakuto that could send out wind slashes. A few days ago, Elan's Zanpakuto was wrapped in flames and unleashed a powerful slash of 2 elements, wind and fire. At that time, Shifunji Yoryuaki thought this was the first Zanpakuto in Seoul society that could use 2 elements. Now it seems that this is a weapon made by Vice-Captain Island. If this guy has completed the practice of Bankai, then what is his Bankai? Well, Commander-in-Chief, I have completed training on the Zanpakuto Bankai. Island's words shocked everyone again. Especially Shifunji Yoryuaki. Elan is her vice-captain, but Yoryuaki knows that Elan joined the 2nd Division right after graduation and is currently around 50 years old. This talent? No worse than her. The Kukaki Silver Bell was also a pleasant surprise. It would be a lie for Kukaki Gingling to say that it was not a pity to lose a future son-in-law like Hoshino Hibiki. But now it seems that his daughter's vision is no worse than his own. No. Thinking of Island's swordsmanship and shunpo that clearly surpassed Hoshino Kyoga, it should be said that his daughter's vision is better than his own. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni opened his eyes. Then tell me, can you defeat Hoshino Kyokawa and restore peace to the Shiridai? Well, if it's the 3rd seat of Hoshino Hibiki, I have no problem. Island looked directly at Captain Yamamoto without flinching. Now he has his own Muramasa among his own barriers, and the presence of Hoshino Hibiki cannot affect his weapons. This is Island's greatest confidence in dealing with Hoshino Xianghe. Very good. Then Vice-Captain Island, I will leave the task of capturing Hoshino Hibiki and quelling the Shiridai's rebellion to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. As you command, Lord Captain. After respectfully saluting Captain Yamamoto and the other captains, Island exited the captain's room. Then, he sensed Hoshino Xianghe's spiritual pressure and turned into a black afterimage and rushed towards the 7th Division team building. Hateful. Ichuan Luohua fell to the ground, covered in blood. I'm still too weak. After the Zanpakuto was controlled by the opponent, Aikawa Luohua could only use Shikai to fight Bankai's Zanpakuto, and ultimately lost miserably. Snort. After stopping Aikawa Ratake's Zanpakuto from continuing to attack Aikawa Ratake, Hoshino Hibiki waved his hand, and immediately, several black shadow Zanpakutos escorted Aikawa Ratake to the rear and threw him together with the other Shinigami. From the time Hoshino Hibiki launched the rebellion until now, he has occupied the 9th Division and the 7th Division, and has more than 1,000 Zanpakuto under his command. Even the captain-level Zanpakuto has 2. There are as many as 47 official-level Zanpakuto. However, fewer than 50 Shinigami died in this rebellion. This is not because Hoshino Hibiki is kind-hearted and doesn't want to kill people. But if these Shinigami are killed, the corresponding Zanpakuto will also dissipate after a period of time. Hoshino Kyoga plans to overthrow the Godi 13 and let himself lead the Seoul society. These Shinigami are also his source of soldiers to a certain extent. If he could rule the entire Seoul society, Hoshino Hibiki would wish that these Shinigami would never die. Tengumaru stood behind Hoshino Hibiki and lined up behind Muramasa. Next to him is the Zanpakuto of Rokuchikenzi, Zanchi Feng. Next. Hoshino Xianghe raised his head and looked around. Teams 9 and 7 have been completely controlled by him. Now Hoshino Hibiki has 2 options. The first option is to take the 9th division as the center of the circle, occupy the other divisions guarding the 1st division, and then attack the 1st division with an absolute superior force. The second option is to just make a desperate move and lead the existing Zanpakuto directly towards the 1st team. According to Muramasa's memory from the captain of the 7th division, Akawaratake, the 1st squadron had not long ago sounded the alarm for a captain meeting. Currently, all the captains of the Godai 13th Squadron are gathered in the 1st Squadron. If he could enter the captain's conference room and control the Zanpakuto of these captains, wouldn't he have the final say in the Shiridai? Thinking of this, Hoshino Zyonghee's eyes flashed sharply. Muramasa! Call out! However, before Hoshino Zyonghee could give the order, a beam of light quickly struck him. Bankai breaking earth wind. A humanoid Zanpakuto wearing silver-white armor appeared in front of Hoshino Hibiki. There was a metal ribbon on the back connecting the fist blades of his hands, and he punched the incoming beam of light. Boom 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 boom. Countless wind blades converged and exploded on the armored man's fist blade, blowing the incoming beam aside and crashing through the nearby houses. Zhang! At this time, Hoshino Zyonghee saw that the beam of light that had just been blown away by the broken wind was actually a Zanpakuto inserted into the ground. Chapter 37 Another Confrontation. Seeing this Zanpakuto, Hoshino Zyonghee showed a terrifying sight and looked at the figure who was approaching quickly. Hey, long time no see, Hoshino Sanchi. Stopping about 30 meters in front of Hoshino Zyonghee, Island smiled and waved to Hoshino Zyonghee. To others in the Shiridai, Hoshino Kyuga is the traitor to Seoul society who started the rebellion. But here in Island, Hoshino Zyonghee is his lucky star. Well, of course, Kokaki Haruko, who made Island meet Hoshino Hibiki, is even more lucky for Island. Look, just a few days after meeting Hoshino Kyuga, the Zanpakuto of all the captains of the Godai 13 team were completely copied by Island. After solving the Hoshino Zyonghee rebellion, Island would be able to take the time to make these Zanpakutos one by one. By then, Island's spiritual pressure will surely increase again. In addition, the experience of these Zanpakuto masters will also usher in a qualitative change in Island's Zanpakutozuki. Island was very grateful to Hoshino Zyonghee for bringing these benefits to him. Island. Hoshino Zyonghee was furious. It was this person who ruined everything about himself. If Island hadn't appeared, Hoshino Hibiki would have become Kokaki Hibiki, the son-in-law of the Kokaki family, the future head of the family, and the future captain of the 6th division. But because of Island's appearance, now he has lost everything. Indeed, long time no see. Obviously the two of them separated only last night, but for the two of them, whether it is their identity, strength, or beliefs, they have completely changed from yesterday. It feels like a long time has passed. However, I still want to thank you. It was you who made me see this hypocritical world clearly. To thank you, let your Zanpakuto become my strength. Afterwards, Hoshino Hibiki pointed his Zanpakuto at Eren, Bankai, kill Muramasa with no hook. Boom! Magnificent spiritual pressure erupted from Hoshino Zyonghee's body, and a purple halo spread outward with Hoshino Zyonghee as the center. In the past few days, Hoshino Zyonghee replayed the battle with Island in his mind. He remembered that before Island had liberated his Zanpakuto Muramasa had indeed controlled Island's Zanpakuto, forcing Island to use Had Lightning Strike number 11. He hurt his right hand and knocked the Zanpakuto out of his hand. This time, Hoshino Zyonghee decided to seize Island's Zanpakuto from the beginning and make it his assistant. In addition, these materialized Zanpakuto around Hoshino Zyonghee also attacked Island like a torrent. Hoshino Zyonghee was preparing to kill Island as quickly as possible. Perhaps Eren's Zanpakuto is very powerful, but the fact that it is not under Muramasa's control after its release has already made Hoshino Hibiki decide not to let Island survive. No one likes things that are beyond their control. In particular, the existence of this thing is still his own nemesis. As the purple halo radiated through Island's body, the materialized Muramasa had found Island's mind space and entered the infinite sword system. Among Island's inherent barriers, Muramasa's eyes widened and he was so frightened by everything he saw that he dared not move. Is this the soul space of the Shinigami just now? Can't a Shinigami only have one Zanpakuto? Why are there so many Zanpakutos here? Moreover, if he read correctly, the figure standing behind the Shinigami opposite seemed to be himself. Welcome, Muramasa. But it's a pity that from the day I awaken this ability, everyone who enters this space must die. After saying that, Island turned and left. At the same time, his voice echoed in the inherent barriers. Everyone, I know that everyone has been a little bored recently, so I will leave this guy to you to relieve your boredom. My only request is that he cannot leave here alive. Others are up to you. How is that possible? Outside, Hoshino Zionghee felt as if he had lost contact with Muramasa. Muramasa's Bankai is a Zanpakuto that sneaks into the opponent's soul space and instigates the enemy's rebellion in some way, causing the Zanpakuto's heart to explode with dissatisfaction with its master, and eventually falls under Muramasa's control. Because the time in the soul space is inconsistent with the outside world, the Zanpakuto that was instigated by Muramasa will materialize in an almost instant. But now, let alone Island's materialized Zanpakuto, even Hoshino Hibiki's own Zanpakuto Muramasa has not appeared. How is it impossible? Island opened his eyes, smiled and asked Hoshino Zionghee, Hoshino Sanchi, you couldn't control my Zanpakuto 6 days ago. Why do you think you can control it now? Moreover, haven't you ever thought that I have absolute strength and confidence to attack you alone? Island's words made Xingyi Xianghe's pupils tremble. The next moment, Hoshino Xianghe's hysterical voice sounded. Give them all to me and kill him. Swish swish. More than 40 Zanpakuto with clear forms, and more than 500 black shadow Zanpakuto, under the order of Hoshino Xianghee, launched a frantic attack on Island. Projection. Buzz buzz. Spiritual power surged, and a Zanpakuto appeared in the sky above Island, turning into a stream of sharp arrows, attacking the incoming Zanpakuto like a heavy rain. Boom 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 boom. For a time, there were explosions and screams. In this wave, at least more than 100 Zanpakuto were killed. The black shadows dispersed, and the Zanpakuto bodies in their hands broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. After a wave of sword rain, a forest of swords appeared in front of Island. Under the forest of swords, there were countless fragments of broken Zanpakuto. Kill. Although Island killed hundreds of materialized Zanpakuto with one move, the remaining Zanpakuto still rushed towards Island in a swarm under the command of Hoshino Xianghee. Shua. Island's body turned into an afterimage, rushed into the forest of swords, casually pulled out a Zanpakuto on the ground, and passed through dozens of Zanpakuto like lightning. Chi chi chi. Blood splashed out, and these Zanpakuto fell down in a daze, not even seeing how they were hit until they died. Shua shua shua. With countless figures intertwining, Eren almost every time he kills 7 or 8 Zanpakutos that have materialized, he will pull out a sword from the sword forest on the ground and continue to fight. Every time he changes his sword, Island's fighting style will undergo some changes. It may be as fast as the wind, or as fast as thunder, or as powerful as a mountain, or as violent as earth fire, or as surging as a torrent. But all the Zanpakuto who rushed into the sword forest were slaughtered by Island before they even finished 1/3 of the sword forest. That's right, this is no longer a fight, but a massacre. Thanks to book friend Sakura Piamio for the tip. Thank you. Chapter 38 Kid Showdown. Tear him apart, Feng Yinchuo. Explode, Diao Yunyao. Roar, the rebel thunder. After a number of ordinary Shinigami's Zanpakuto were killed in battle, the Zanpakuto of these officers also began to engage in close combat with Elin. Compared with those Zanpakuto that don't even have their own form, these Zanpakuto that have completed the Shikai can better understand the gap between themselves and Elin. Therefore, after entering the sword forest, these Zanpakutos with clear forms unleashed their abilities one after another. In an instant, more than a dozen powerful spiritual pressures rose up, carrying elements such as wind, fire, and thunder, and attacked Ailan. Hey! Facing these attacks, Ailan raised the sword in his hand and whispered, calling the sword's true name. Blast Fang! Boom! Following Ailan's call, endless lightning emitted from the Zanpakut in Ailan's hand. This is a weapon from the same world as Tai Suiya. The power is no less powerful than Tai Suiya. Endless purple thunder light gathered on explosive Fang, and finally condensed into a huge purple thunder dragon, blasting towards these incoming attacks. Alongpo! Hold head high! Boom 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 boom! Under the blast of Azure Fang, the attacks of these dozen official level Zanpakutos showed no resistance at all, and were directly scattered by the Thunder Dragon. Not only that, this Thunder Dragon also snaked around to bring all the dozen or so Zanpakut into its attack range, and with its invincible lightning, it drowned these Zanpakut. After the Thunder Dragon dispersed, 100-meter-long chasm appeared in front of Ailan, and thunder light shone from time to time in this chasm. As for the dozen or so official Zanpakut, they had been completely shattered by this Thunder Dragon. This terrifying blow shook the remaining Zanpakutos unconscious, and even their forward movements stopped. However, under the control of Hoshino Xianghe, they still rushed towards Ailan. This time, together with the two captain-level Zanpakutos of Dan Chifeng and Tengumaru, they all started to charge. Bankai! Boom! After Sikaku, Tengumaru also became Bankai. After all, they are just Zanpakut, part of the Shinigami's power. Without the support of the master's spiritual pressure, the Zanpakuto's ability is actually much weaker than that of a complete captain level. If the owner of the Zanpakut is very accomplished in Zankanzuki, he can defeat the Zanpakut Bankai using only Shikai. And with Ailan's current strength, without Bankai, they would have no chance of winning against Ailan. Whoosh! During the Tengumaru Bankai, Ailan made a move with his hand, and the blue spirit particles gathered in his hand, and soon a Zanpakut was formed. Fire Flame's Iron Broken Tooth. Boom! The blazing flames wrapped around the giant tooth knife. Ailan raised the flaming iron broken tooth high, and whirlwinds swirled around the iron broken tooth. A trace of spiritual pressure was attracted by the whirlwind from these incoming attacks. Fire Flame's explosion flow. Boom 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 boom. As Ailan slashed out with his sword, the violent slash turned into a tornado of flames and flew out. The secret of Iron Broken Fang, explosion flow, is a secret that can control the enemy's moves and spiritual pressure to double the impact and bounce it back. All the moves that were attacking Ailan were swept up by the flame tornado and integrated into the flame tornado, making the flame tornado even more powerful. Under the extremely powerful secret of this move, none of the remaining Zanpakut could escape. They were all pulled by their own spiritual pressure and rolled into the flame tornado, and were disturbed by the wind slash in the flame tornado. Broke in. Even Duan Kifeng and Tengumaru are no exception. Trash, trash. It's all trash. Seeing that all the subordinates he had finally gathered were wiped out by Ailan, Hoshino Xianghe cursed furiously. Doesn't this seem like he wasted most of his day doing something stupid? In anger, Hoshino Kyuga even looked at the Zanpakut in his hand like he was looking at garbage. You are a waste too. Muramasa. Under Ailan's flame blast, the 7th team was almost in ruins. There were burning flames, charred explosion marks, and collapsed buildings everywhere. Surrender Hoshino Sanchi. Ailan's left hand exploded with broken teeth, and his right hand broke with iron teeth. Purple lightning and red flames dyed the sky on both sides of Ailan purple and red. Based on your current crime, the most you can do is to be imprisoned for eternity, and the sentence is only between a few thousand or tens of thousands of years. Snort. Hoshino Xianghe sneered, stop talking nonsense, kid. I'm not one of those losers. Had number 71, Fang Qi Fierce Light. With a wave of his hand, the purple spiritual power condensed into a point in front of Xingyi Xianghe, spread in 8 directions, and finally turned at a right angle, turning into 8 purple lasers and attacking Island. 73 of Bakud, overturned crystal. Facing Hoshino Hibiki's kid attack, Island showed no sign of weakness, and a translucent triangular film appeared in front of him. Boom 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 boom. The laser collided with the transparent film, causing a huge roar. But in the end, these 8 lasers failed to penetrate the defense of Shenjing triangular film. Call out. Had S34, Diamond Explosion. Had 33, Blue Fire Pendant. Boom. 62 of Bakud 100-step railing. Bakud number 63, Chains and Binding. Red flames and blue flames intertwined, and light pillars and chains danced together. Before the confrontation, Hoshino Hibiki and Ai Lin started a duel with Kid. It has to be said that Hoshino Kyukawa was able to take over the position of captain of the Special Forces and the 3rd seat after the death of Mr. Yamamoto's disciple Kisaragi Taigo. His own strength is not bad. However, compared to Island, it is far behind. Island, who has experience with many captain-level figures, can now use Kid at his fingertips. No matter Hoshino Hibiki uses Had or Bakud, Aaron will instantly use a stronger Kid to fight back. After Hoshino Xianghe revealed a less obvious flaw, Island stretched out his left index finger, and the lightning on his index finger shone. Had number 4, White Thunder. Boom. Laugh. This bolt of lightning broke through the blockade of flames and smoke and directly hit Hoshino Xianghe's left arm, piercing a bloody hole in his shoulder. The next moment, Hoshino Hibiki and Shunpo, who had been pierced through the body, flashed out of the range of the 2 kids' confrontation. Hateful. Glancing at the wound on his left shoulder, Hoshino Xianghe became even more angry. Unexpectedly, Kid actually lost the duel. Very well, Kid Island, you succeeded in irritating me. This time, let me show you my true power. Chapter 39 Bankai Sky-Piercing Sword. Oh! Hoshino Sanchi's belly is really beyond my imagination. I thought I had already angered you. Hearing Hoshino Xianghe's angry shouting, Island shook his head and chuckled. Humph! I hope your mouth will still be so tough after a while. Hoshino Xianghe choked, his face stiffened, and in the end he just said one harsh word. Then, holding a Zanpakuto, his figure kept flashing as he rushed towards Island. Call out! Call out! Call out! In a few flashes, Hoshino Xianghe appeared in front of Island, and slashed directly at Island with the Zanpakuto in his hand. Wind injury. Island waved his left hand, and 3 soaring wind slashes cut through the sky, instantly submerging the Xingyi Xianghe River. But the next moment, Hoshino Xianghe, who was slashed by Island, instantly turned into nothing. On the other side, Hoshino Xianghe's figure appeared on Island's right, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed at Island again. Alongpo. The lightning in his right hand shone, and a purple thunder dragon tore Hoshino Xianghe's figure into pieces. Boom! The purple thunder dragon and wind slash swept across, causing huge damage to the 7th team. Unfortunately, Island's 2 powerful moves did not really hit Hoshino Xianghe. After using 2 illusions to deceive Island's attacks, Hoshino Hibiki's true form appeared behind Island, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed directly at Island. Sizz, sizzle, sizzle. It's a pity that Hoshino Xianghe's sword didn't really hit Island. A circle of purple barriers emerged around Island, blocking Hoshino Xianghe's attack. Whoosh! The next moment, 2 sword lights flashed by, and Xingyi Xianghe's body was chopped into 2 pieces by Island. But then the body burst like a bubble. Island's expression condensed slightly. He knew that the reason why he had hit Hoshino Xianghe's phantom again and again was because he had been affected by Hoshino Xianghe's ability. This is the true power that Hoshino Kyuga calls Although Ailen paid attention to it before, he did not regard it as a huge threat. Don't forget, in addition to the information about Hoshino Hibiki's abilities that Eren knew before crossing over, oh no, that one was called Kokaki Hibiki, Hoshino Hibiki's Zanpakuto Muramasa was also imprisoned by Eren. It was created that night in Division 9's prison. When he held Muramasa, he knew the ability that Hoshino Hibiki regarded as his trump card. Muramasa's real ability is to invade Shinigami's spiritual space, provoke Shinigami's Zanpakuto through words or force, amplify his dissatisfaction with his master, or his desire for war, to achieve the purpose of controlling the opponent. And this ability was bred from Hoshino Ziongi's own ability. It is an ability that can invade the enemy's body through one's own spiritual pressure, causing the enemy to have a vision difference. It is similar to controlling the five senses, but it does not have the powerful hypnosis ability of Kaika Suijutsu. However, even this is enough to show the power of Hoshino Ziongi's ability. It's a pity that Ailen only made Muramasa a few days ago. Learning more information about Hoshino Ziongi through Muramasa was the limit of what Ailen could do at this time. If Ailen is given more time, after he has completely absorbed Hoshino Ziongi's experience, it will naturally not be difficult to defeat Hoshino Ziongi. But now, after several consecutive defeats, Ailen can already understand the difficulty of this ability. If you want to defeat Hoshino Ziongi while you are under the influence of his ability, you can't do it with Tetsuya and Bakia. Sis. Click. In this battle, the Zanpakuto Ailen freed was his true Zanpakuto unlimited sword system. Therefore, when using the secrets of other weapons, you only need to separately unlock 1/10 of the secrets of other weapons. In this way, the Azure Dragon Break and the Wind Wound were wielded in Ailen's hands, and the Thunder and Wind Roar never stopped. Unfortunately, none of these attacks actually hit Hoshino Ziongi. In turn, the scabbard on Ailen's waist had exploded with several cracks under Hoshino Ziongi's attack. Once Taisuiya's scabbard is broken, and Ailen has no protective barriers, he will definitely be injured when facing Hoshino Ziongi's attack. Thinking of this, the iron broken fang and explosive fang in Ailen's hand turned into spirits and dispersed. No, not just the sword in his hand. The sword forest around Ailen turned into spirits and dispersed, and was taken back into the inherent barriers by Ailen. Oh! Seeing this scene, Hoshino Ziongi narrowed his eyes slightly. What? You feel the gap between us, so do you want to surrender? The circle of barriers around Ailen makes it difficult for Hoshino Ziongi to attack Ailen. But obviously, Hoshino Hibiki also discovered the weakness of Ailen's barriers. After several attacks, the scabbard carrying the barriers was about to collapse. Hoshino Sanchi, when did you get the idea that there is a gap between us, that I am not as good as you? It is undeniable that your ability is indeed extraordinary. At least for now, I haven't found a way to find your true form. But... Ailen stretched out his hand, and a circle of ripples swayed in front of Ailen's right hand. A Zanpakuto stretched out from the center of the ripples, and was held by Ailen. Shine. Following Ailen's call, the Zanpakuto in Ailen's hand transformed into a double-edged straight sword that looked like a mirror. Hoshino Sanchi, does your ability have a distance limit? Ailen looked at Hoshino Ziongi, regardless of whether the current Hoshino Ziongi was an illusion or his real body, judging from your previous attacks, the distance between your illusion and your real body will not exceed 10 meters each time. Tell me, if my attack range is 300 meters centered on me, how useful will your ability be? What? In the horrified eyes of Hoshino Ziongi, Ailen raised the mirror straight sword in his hands with both hands. Bankai, Heaven-Piercing Sword. The Sky-Piercing Sword is a weapon derived from the Integrity Knight Fanatio and Sword Art Online, Alice in Ailen's memory. Shikai's first weapon is the Complete Control Technique, which can absorb the surrounding spirits and turn them into lasers to attack the enemy. The ultimate liberation of memory is the ability to absorb the surrounding souls in a wide range, carry out intensive laser attacks on the surroundings, and condense these lasers into an extremely powerful torrent of light shock wave. What Island is using now is the ability of the sky-piercing sword after the memory is released. With A Island as the center, a large number of spirit suns gathered on A Island's sky penetration sword, making the sky penetration sword look like a small sun. Then, this little sun burst out countless beams of light in an instant, scattering in all directions. Boom 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 boom. Chapter 40 Victory. Shiridai, 1st Division. After ordering Island to attack Hoshino Xianghe, Captain Yamamoto and the other 11 captains came to the office of the 1st Division captain. As the main division of the Godai 13th Division, the captain's room of the 1st Division is the highest among all divisions. Looking out from here, you can almost see most of the Godai 13 team. Coincidentally, the movement on the 7th team's side was also within the field of vision here. Although the distance is too far, no one can see the specific battle process. But as captain-level experts, when they watch the battle, they focus more on sensing the collision of spiritual pressure between the two sides. Moreover, they couldn't see it specifically, but the sky-high slashes and the violent dragon roars, even in the first team, they could feel the powerful destructive power. Vice-Captain Island's strength is probably not considered weak among us. The person who said this was the captain of the 3rd Division, Jiro Hokyo. Every captain has absolute confidence in himself. For a captain to say such words is enough to show everyone's recognition of Island. Especially, the spiritual pressure Island released at the end, and the terrifying ball of light like the Sunday. Of all the people, perhaps only Moljo Kenpeki, who merged his Zanpakuto with Soul Society, saw this battle most clearly. When Island finally freed the Zanpakuto, Mole City Kenpeki inexplicably remembered that there seemed to be a chief officer in his squad who had the power to control light. That little guy seems to be called Ichinosmaki, right? I wonder if he will have the power of Vice-Captain Island when he grows up in the future. The victory or defeat has been decided. After the little sun dissipated, the captains could sense that Hoshino Xianghe's spiritual pressure had dropped to a very dangerous level. Obviously, Hoshino Xianghe had been severely injured by Deputy Captain Island's move and was no longer able to resist. Everyone, Vice-Captain A Island has successfully defeated the rebellious Hoshino Xianghe. Let's go to the captain's room to wait for the arrival of Vice-Captain A Island and celebrate his success. Yes, Captain. Under the leadership of Captain Yamamoto, the captains walked to the captain's conference room. On the way back, the captain of the 6th Division, Kokaki Jinling, deliberately approached the captain of the 2nd Division, Yoryuaki Shihoan. Captain Sifanjai Yuan, can I spare you some time? Oh. Shifanjai Yuan Yoryuaki glanced at Kokaki Jinling in surprise, and then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Uncle Kokaki is joking. You are the elder of Yoryuaki. If you are invited by an elder, is there any reason for Yoryuaki not to obey? Indeed, in terms of seniority, Kokaki Jingryu is the same generation as Yoryuaki Shihoan's father, Senanika Shihoan. He is less than 100 years older than Senanika Shihoan, and compared to Yoryuaki Shihoan, he is currently only 4 kid and Yoryuaki has a daughter, Kokaki Jinling has a son and a daughter, so the population is prosperous. But it is a pity that although Shifun Senichi only has 1 daughter, Shifun Yoryuaki has risen very quickly. In less than 200 years, he took over the captain of the 2nd Division and the head of the Shifun family from Shifun Senichi. As a result, Sifanjai Yuan Kyunri could retire early and enjoy life. As for Kokaki Jinling's children, none of them became successful in the end, and he had to support the position of head of the Kokaki family and captain of the 6th Division alone. Now, apparently they are figures of the same era. Shifun Seneca is still a strong man, but Kokaki Jinling is already old. Now, Kokaki Sojun is killed, leaving only Kokaki Haruko, a weak woman in the Kokaki family. Think again about seeing your vice-captain at Kokaki's house before. What Kokaki Jinling wants to say is self-evident. Sure enough, as Yoryuaki expected, as soon as Kokaki Jinling opened his mouth, he directly asked Yoryuki if he could let Island transfer to the team. Captain Siphon Jiyuan, after the chaos in Hoshino Xianghe, the deputy captain of our 6th Division died, which greatly damaged the strength of the 6th Division. I see that Captain Siphon Jiyuan's 2nd Division is full of talented people. I would like to ask Captain Siphon Jiyuan for someone to serve as the deputy captain of our 6th Division. I wonder what conditions Captain Siphon Jiyuan has. Kokaki Jinling's words almost made Yoryuki lose his expression. Are these people of the older generation so thick-skinned? This time the rebellion started by Hoshino Hibiki. The biggest losses should be the 7th Division as the final battlefield and the 9th Division that gathered outside the Central 46 courtroom at the beginning of the rebellion. It is true that one of the vice-captains of the 6th Division was killed by Hoshino Kyukawa, but who among the upper echelons of the Godi I-13 squadron didn't know how Kokaki Sojun got the position of vice-captain? With Kokaki Sojun's death, the 6th Division only lost about 4 or 5 seats at most. If replaced by a more capable vice-captain, the overall strength may be improved. How could there be a huge loss in strength? But think about it, the Kokaki family is now supported by only one elder, Kokaki Jinling, and Shiffon Jiyuan Yoryuki will not expose Kokaki Jinling's lies. Uncle Kokaki, you must also know that the nature of the 2nd Division is special. If you want to transfer the members of the 2nd Division, you still need the consent of the captain. Indeed, like other teams, if you want to change teams or retire, you only need the captain's nod of approval. However, as a covered mobile unit, the 2nd Division performs confidential missions and may even be exposed to some secrets that ordinary Shinigami will never be able to access in their lifetime. The 2nd Squadron, especially the Intelligence Squadron and Singjun, without special identities, would have to die in the squadron or die in battle throughout their lives. Don't worry, as long as you speak here, I will speak to the captain. Well, since this is what people say, Shiffon Jiyuan Yoryuki is happy to let him go. In this case, as long as Uncle Kokaki can convince that man and the captain, there will be no problem on my side. Boom 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 boom. With the sky-penetrating sword in Island's hand as the center of the circle, a radius of 300 meters was completely bombarded by countless dense laser beams. The next moment, powerful explosive flames raised a mushroom cloud dozens of meters high. The invisible shock wave spread out with the mushroom cloud as the center, almost raising the 7th team to the ground. When the smoke and fireworks dissipated, except for the place where Island stood, the rest of the place had completely turned into a hole dozens of meters deep. After sensing Hoshino Xianghe's spiritual pressure, Island's figure flashed and appeared at the bottom of the pit. Cough cough, cough cough. Hateful. At this time, Hoshino Xianghe is still as arrogant as before? There were at least dozens of pierced wounds all over his body, and his left hand and half of his body had been blown away. The breath all over his body was as low as possible. It seemed like he would die at any moment. No, it doesn't seem like it, but it is really going to die soon. Seeing the fierce look in Xingyi Xianghe's eyes, Island raised the sky-piercer sword in his hand. The white spirits gathered at the tip of the sky-penetrating sword, condensed into a beam of light, and shot toward Hoshino Xianghe's head. Call out. Chapter 41 Xianghe must die. Gudong. Feeling the high temperature in front of his forehead, Hoshino Xianghe swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The fierceness in his eyes also turned into fear. At that moment, if Island's sword had moved lower, his head would have been exploded. At the last moment, Island still raised the sky-piercer sword a little higher, allowing Hoshino Xianghe to escape. Hoshino Sanchi, compared to now, I really still like the unruly you before. At least, I feel a sense of accomplishment when I kill you like that. As for you now. Island shook his head, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. You really don't deserve to be asked to do a last-ditch attack from me. Cherish your last few moments. When you die, I will take you back to the first team to resurrect your life. Just think of this as my last mercy to you. Damn it, you guy. Hoshino Xianghe was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. Wanting him to become famous at a young age, he was invited to the first team, the strongest among the Godai 13, early on and became a member of the first team. After awakening his Zanpakuto, he successfully completed many difficult tasks many times and was very popular among the team members. He gradually became the fourth member of the first team. 5 years ago, after Captain Yamamoto's disciple Kisaragi Taiwu died, he took a step closer and became the captain of the Special Forces. As arrogant as he is, when has he ever been bullied like this? Puff. In the end, Hoshino Xianghe spurted out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened, his whole body twitched, and then lost his voice. He didn't die by Ailin's sword, but he died because of Ailin's words. Feeling the disappearance of Hoshino Xianghe's spiritual pressure, Ailin dispersed the Sky Piercer sword in his hand. Bakud number 4, Grey Rope. A rope formed by condensed spiritual pressure tied Hoshino Xianghe's body, and then Ailin used Shunpo to carry him to the first team. Hoshino Xianghe could have been immortal. But who made him actually use Bankai on Ailin and let Muramasa sneak into Ailin's soul space? The main body of the Zanpakuto is built by Nakia Oue, who has been promoted to the 0 division. Shinigami blended his soul with Isaru through the practice of Tool Zen, and finally gave birth to Aseta's spirit, which is the Zanpakuto. As long as Shinigami is still alive and the spirit of the Zanpakuto dies, it will be condensed again by Shinigami after a period of time. Just like the Shinigami of the 7th and 9th teams whose Zanpakuto was controlled by Hoshino Hibiki. Their Zanpakutos have now all been destroyed by Ailin. But as long as they use Sword Zen to practice for a period of time, their Zanpakuto will be restored to integrity. At most, during the period when the Zanpakuto has not recovered, they cannot use the ability of the Zanpakuto, and their strength is greatly reduced. In Ailin's own barriers, Muramasa learned many secrets that Ailin didn't want others to know. Once those secrets are known, Ailin will be hunted by the entire Soul Society. Therefore, Muramasa must die. Hoshino Hibiki, who can resurrect Muramasa and may also learn Ailin's true ability from Muramasa, must also die. On this point, even Captain Yamamoto in person could not change Ailin's decision. Among Ailin's inherent barriers, Muramasa was resisting the attacks of each materialized Zanpakuto. The strength of each of the dozen or so Zanpakuto that attacked him was superior to his. When his ability to bewitch did not have any effect, he could only be reduced to a punching bag for everyone's amusement. At a certain moment, Muramasa, who was being beaten, suddenly felt that the source of his spiritual power was cut off. Xianghe. Muramasa's pupils suddenly contracted. The Zanpakuto's spiritual pressure and spiritual power are both derived from Shinigami. This is true even for the Zanpakuto who were instigated by Muramasa. When the Zanpakuto's spiritual pressure cannot be replenished, there are only two possibilities. The master of this Zanpakuto is dead. Or, consciousness is sealed. From the moment he entered the Shinigami's soul space, Muramasa knew that Xianghe had no chance of winning in front of this Shinigami. However, Muramasa never expected that he would be defeated so quickly. When Muramasa was hit by several powerful Zanpakuto attacks at the same time due to a lack of spiritual power, what he hoped in his mind was that his master would not die but be sealed. Call out! Call out! Even when he was carrying Hoshino Xianghe's body, Ailin's speed was not affected at all. In less than 30 seconds, Ailin had arrived at the first team and entered the captain's conference room. Lord Captain, this time Siraidi's rebellious Hoshino Hibiki has been defeated. It's just a pity that because the strength of Hoshino Sanchi is too strong, I had to use all my strength, so I couldn't capture him alive. Please forgive me, Captain. In the conference room, Ailin gently placed the body of Hoshino Hibiki in the center, and then apologized to Captain Yamamoto. After all, no matter what, Hoshino Xianghe is still the third member of the first team. Even if he rebelled against Siraidii in the end, it didn't mean that Captain Yamamoto had no feelings for him. Now that Hoshino Zyonghe died in Island's hands, no one knew how the captain was feeling. Of course, everyone knows that no matter how sad the captain is, he will not punish Island based on his personal feelings. The captains looked at Hoshino Zyonghe's body covered in blood, and couldn't help but sigh at the power of Island's last blow. If it were them, few of them would dare to say that they could escape unscathed from that attack. Hoshino Hibiki can defeat the captain of the 9th team and the captain of the 7th team consecutively, so he is already strong. If you were defeated by Hoshino Zyonghe because of your withdrawal, and he caused greater turmoil, it would be your fault. This sentence was said by Captain Kukaki Jinling of the 6th Division. Alan nodded gratefully to Kukaki Silver Bell. Although he also knew that Old Man Yamamoto would not have any ill will towards him due to personal feelings, Alan might be serving under Captain Yamamoto for a long time, which would make the boss less dissatisfied with him. Ailing was still very grateful. This old man can handle it. On the contrary, his captain, Shifunji Yuanyuaki, just crossed his arms and looked at Hoshino Hibiki's body with interest, without any intention of standing up for him. Captain Kukaki is right, Vice Captain Ailan, you have made great achievements in the crusade against rebellion, so how can you be guilty of anything? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni opened his eyes slightly, setting the tone for Ailan's contribution this time. In just 5 years, the first team lost 2 of its most valued juniors. It would be a lie to say that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni didn't feel a little sad in his heart. However, when he saw the ferocious death of Hoshino Hibiki, the sadness in his heart turned into unrepentant anger. Chapter 42 Whitewash. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who had killed thousands of lives, could tell from the injuries on Hoshino Kyoga at just a glance that Hoshino Hibiki was seriously injured after being attacked by a powerful attack, and he could not accept the huge gap in death. Of course, if Ailan's last blow had not been lifted and opened a hole in Hoshino Hibiki's head, what Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni would have thought is another matter. Vice Captain Ailan, you performed outstandingly in this crusade. If you have any needs, just ask me, and I will consider it for you as appropriate. In the captain's room, all the captains had no reaction when they heard Captain Yamamoto's words. Captain Yamamoto has always felt that maintaining the stability of the Shiridai is the responsibility of all the Shinigami of the Godai 13. Since he enjoys the superior rights of Shinigami, he naturally has the responsibility and obligation to pay all for Shiridai. Among them, the captain of the Godai 13 is the one who stands at the pinnacle of all Shinigami, so all the tasks they complete are their due responsibilities. Ailan is currently only a vice captain, but he has overfulfilled the mission that even the captains may not be able to complete. The captains have no objections to the reward. Is there such a good thing? Regarding the request promised by the captain, Ailan directly put forward his own needs. Captain, after this battle, I feel that my kid still needs to be improved, so I want to enter Kid's library to learn more advanced Kid, and I hope that Commander will agree. In fact, for Aaron, who has copied all the captain's Zanpakut, as long as he is given time to make these Zanpakut and completely absorb the experience of the masters into himself, his limit will be reached. Infinitely higher. However, swordsmanship, Shunpa white hits, these 3 things can be said to be extraordinary talents. With the attainments in Kid, without the higher level Kid spell, the advanced Kid that Ailan knows will become a black door that cannot be cast. Now Ailan makes such a request, hoping to clear his name as a high-level Kid in the future. As long as he enters the library of Kid people, who knows how many Kid spells he has memorized. Okay, Vice Captain Ailan, I will directly explain to the Kid Chief Tsukubishi Tesai that he will be allowed to join the Kid clan to learn Kid for 3 months. During this period, the Kid clan's library will be completely open to you except for forbidden arts. And if you have any questions, you can ask the Chief Kid Chief Tsukubishi Tesai and the Deputy Chief Kid Chief Aryakita Hakijin. Yes. The next 3 months were the most comfortable 3 months since Aaron became a Shinigami. Because of the captain's permission, Island didn't need to do tasks. He made some Zanpakut that he had copied every night, and then absorbed the Zanpakut owner's experience. During the day, I went to Kid Public Report and read Kid's spells and release techniques. Every day, Island's spiritual pressure is growing. But Island's control over spiritual pressure is also improving. Therefore, even though Island maintains his spiritual pressure at the same level, no one notices Island's changes. On this day, when Aaron came out of the Kid Hall, he saw the Cookaki silver bell standing in front of the Kid Hall gate. Captain Cookaki. At night in Seoul Society. The full moon is in the sky. Island crossed the fingers of his hands and hugged the back of his head, holding a toothpick in his mouth, and walked slowly towards the second division. The reason Island was so late today was because he had a long chat with Cookaki Jinling when he came back. The content was as expected by Island, and it was centered around the Cookaki family and the 6th division. At present, Cookaki Gingling is old, his son Cookaki Sojun has suffered another disaster, and his eldest grandson Byakuya Cookaki is still young. The only way that the Cookaki family can continue to remain strong and avoid being targeted by the nobles who secretly covet her is to recruit a powerful son-in-law as her daughter Cookaki Haruko. Hoshino Hibiki, who was previously favored by Cookaki Jinling, has become a rebel and was killed in the hands of Island. Fortunately, Cookaki Haruko and Aaron had some friendship. Even when Cookaki Jinling held a funeral ceremony for his son Cookaki Sojun last time, Aaron entertained the guests with Cookaki Haruko. He thought Island had agreed. Entered Cookaki's house. But unexpectedly, for 3 months in a row, Island had no intention of visiting his father-in-law. In confusion, Cookaki Yinling approached Cookaki Haruko. Only then did he know that the last time Cookaki Haruko invited Island, it was only as a friend. Not as the son-in-law of the Cookaki family. Therefore, when Cookaki Jinling found out that Island was at Kid, he went directly to the door of Kid and waited. I married into the Cookaki family. When he walked to the dormitory, it was rare that Island did not practice sword zen for the first time. 5 years ago, before Aaron successfully gave birth to his own Zanpakut, his biggest wish was to live safely until he died of old age. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the longer the lifespan. Based on Island's spiritual pressure at that time, his lifespan was about 200 years old. However, once he awakens to his true abilities, with Island's current captain-level spiritual pressure, his lifespan will be around 500 years old. Moreover, as Island's strength increases, Island's life will only get longer. So, what is Island's dream now? Tilting his head, Island looked at the full moon in the sky through his window. The characters in Shinigami appeared in Island's mind one by one. Izensuk, Ichimaru Jin, Taisen Kaname. Hueco Mundo Espada, Masked Legion, Kurosaki Ichigo, Baunt, Invisible Empire Quincy. Waiwak Guards. Yohabak, those in the palace of the Soul King. And Hisub Ipi. He now possesses the X-level ability of infinite sword control. If he did not communicate with these people whose wonderful performances left a mark in his heart, Island himself would feel that he had traveled through this time in vain. Even more, Island thought more. The limit of this world is the Spirit King. Can you break through this limit? Slowly, Island stretched out his hand. With the gap in vision, Island grasped the full moon in the sky in the palm of his hand. Captain Yoryuaki, I'm sorry to come to you at this time. The next day, Aaron found Yoryuaki, and the two sat across from each other in the captain's room of the 2nd Division. What? Vice Captain Island, have you made up your mind? Well, although I have been in the 2nd Division for a long time, Master Yoryuaki, I still want to get closer. Aaron did not hide anything about Shifunji and Yoryuaki, and briefly mentioned the matter of Cookaki Jinling coming to him. Island is in the 2nd Division, and at most he is only the vice captain. Now Island has made it clear that he wants to take a step closer, which means that Island aspires to be the captain. Chapter 43 Taking Office as Captain. Shifunjin Yoryuaki expressed his understanding of Elan's desire to become the captain of the Godi I-13. Not everyone is as powerful as her childhood sweetheart, but does not want to pursue a higher status. Elan possesses captain-level spiritual pressure, and Bankai, who has also completed the Zanpakut, is indeed qualified to serve as the captain of the Godi I-13. However, in the second division, Elan had no possibility of becoming the captain under normal circumstances. Both Aaron and Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki know this very well. Unless, Aaron challenges Shihoan Yoryuaki and successfully wins in the presence of more than 200 Shinigami members. Now, the captain of the 6th division, Kokaki Jinling, has extended an olive branch to Elan, giving him a new choice. Well, I'll just congratulate you here. I think it won't be long before we are new colleagues. Thank you, Captain Yoryuaki. After bowing and thanking Yoryuaki, Aaron took off the armband representing the vice-captain of the 2nd division from his left arm, placed it gently on the table, and exited the captain's room of the 2nd division. After stepping out of the gate of the 2nd division, Elan looked back at the place where he had stayed for more than 30 years, and then walked in the direction of Kokaki's house. Hello. After walking a few steps, a gust of wind blew up some strands of Elan's hair, and the girl's clear voice sounded behind Elan. Hey Elan, do you really want to leave the 2nd division? Elan stopped and wanted to turn around, but in the end he just smiled and waved gently to the girl. Isn't that natural? Little Sui Feng, maybe you should call me Captain Elan next time we meet. Elan knew very well that he and Feng Xiaoling were different. Hesuia is the next head of the lower-level noble Ha family, and the successor to the captain of the 2nd division after Shifon Yoryuaki defected to Siridii. A Shinigami who came out of Rukanga, Iron Isuk, would not be able to serve as the captain of a special division like the 2nd division. If Elan wants to go further, it is inevitable to leave the 2nd team. The girl opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She just watched Elan's back disappear around the corner, and did not leave for a long time. The next day, news came out from the Kokaki family that Elan, the former deputy captain of the 2nd division, entered into a marriage contract with Kokaki Haruko, the eldest daughter of the Kokaki family, and became the son-in-law of the Kokaki family. At the same time, Elan will serve as the deputy captain of the 6th division. A year later, Kokaki Jinling officially retired, and Elan took over as captain of the 6th division. The former 3rd seat Jin Jinjiro was promoted to the vice-captain of the 6th division. Yet, under the cherry blossom tree in the backyard of Kokaki's house, a handsome young man is practicing his sword hard. Not far away, Kokaki Yinling squinted his eyes, very satisfied with the boy's performance. After resigning as the captain of the 6th division, Kokaki Gingling put all his efforts into his grandson Byakuya Kokaki. Whenever he is free, he will supervise Byakuya's practice. And Byakuya Kokaki's talent was beyond Kokaki Jinling's expectations. In just 5 years, the 14-year-old Byakuya has gained strength comparable to that of an ordinary Shinigami. However, perhaps Kokaki Jinling paid too much attention to Byakuya Kokaki's strength training, which made Byakuya Kokaki's temperament very out of touch, far from the aristocratic style of the Kokaki family. At this point, Kokaki Jinling also has a headache. Suddenly, Kokaki Yinling raised his head. Byakuya, you have a guest. Guest. Byakuya Kokaki, who was practicing his sword, was still confused. The next moment, he felt his head being held by someone, and his face was hit by someone with a ball. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Brother Byakuya, I haven't seen you for so long. Do you miss me? Byakuya Kokaki's expression, in just 3 seconds, changed from blank, confused, black lines, and finally to furious. You guy! Byakuya Kokaki's eyelids jumped and he slashed at Yoryuaki with the wooden sword in his hand without mercy. However, how could Byakuya, who was only a teenager, be able to hit Yoryuaki? Byakuya Kokaki's attack was not only ineffective, but Yoryuki also easily removed the red rope that tied his hair. Ha 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 ha! Seeing Yoryuki raising the red rope in his hand, Byakuya Kokaki became furious. Just stay there and don't move, you cat monster. Now, let you meet my shunpo. I want you to know that my shunpo is already above you, Shifunjin Yoryuki. Oh! Yoryuki couldn't help laughing when he heard Byakuya Kokaki's words. It's so cute. Brother Byakuya, you can't even catch up with me, how dare you say that your shunpo is above me? Hateful. The blood vessels on Byakuya Kokaki's forehead were all bulging due to Yoryuki's anger. He waved the shallow blow in his hand as if he was going to cut Yoryuki into pieces. Okay, Captain Yoryuki, Byakuya is still a child. Doesn't it hurt your conscience if you tease him like this? Just when Byakuya Kokaki was incompetent and furious, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Then, Byakuya felt his body light up, and the next moment, he appeared next to his grandfather. On his shoulder, there is an extra hand. Looking up, a handsome young man appeared in Byakuya's eyes. The long hair on the left side is tied back by 2 star clamps, and a crimson gauze is wrapped around the neck. Over the black Death Tyrant uniform, he wears the white Haori that represents the captain of the Godei 13th team. This person is the son-in-law of the Kokaki family and the current captain of Division 6, Island. Uncle. Well, be good, Dabai. The word uncle made Alan narrow his eyes with a smile, and stretched out his hand to move the top of Byakuya's head a few times. Byakuya was so cute when he was little. No wonder Yoryuki often teases him. Especially in Island's mind, the image of Byakuya Kokaki with his back paralyzed when he grew up often appeared in his mind. He moved Byakuya and saw the shameful and angry expression on his face, which made him even more excited. Father-in-law. After nodding hello to Kokaki Silver Bell, Island looked at Yoryuki. After Aaron became the son-in-law of the Kokaki family, the relationship between the Shifunji Yuan family and the Kokaki family became much closer. In Kokaki Jinling's view, Shifunji Yuan Yoryuki's willingness to let go of Island showed that the Shifunji Yuan family did not covet the Kokaki family. At least, not in the era when Shifun Yoryuki was the head of the family. Therefore, Kokaki Jinling also responded to Shifunjin Yoryuki's closeness. Over the years, Shifunji Yuan Yoryuki often visited Kokaki's house, teasing Byakuya Kokaki, but also inadvertently taught Byakuya a more advanced shunpo. Generally speaking, this generation of Kokaki family and Shifunji Yuan family are in an unprecedented honeymoon period. Yoryuki-sama, what's the reason for you contacting me this time? As the captain of the 6th Division, Island usually sits in the 6th Division during the day. Today, I suddenly received a summons from Yoryuki and rushed back to Kokaki's house from Division 6. Chapter 44 Secret. Well, there are some things that require Captain Island's assistance. Although Aaron married Kokaki Haruko and became the son-in-law of the Kokaki family, because of his demonstrated strength, both the captains of other divisions and the members of the 6th Division recognized Aaron's ability to become the captain. Therefore, when everyone calls Island, they call Island Captain Island instead of Captain Kokaki. This means that the captain of Division 6 that everyone recognizes is Island as a person, not as a member of the Kokaki family. This is completely different from the situation in Kokaki's Ionghee in Island's memory. Island remembered that the reason why Kokaki's Ionghee rebelled in his own memory was because he did not show strong strength in front of the members of the 6th Division before joining the 6th Division. The impression he gave everyone was more the son-in-law of the Kokaki family. Therefore, later on he gradually showed his strength, made more achievements, and was promoted to deputy captain. Everyone became accustomed to his status as the son-in-law of the Kokaki family. And this made Kokaki's Ionghee, who had strong self-esteem, feel depressed. When being framed by nobles who secretly coveted the Kokaki family, Kokaki Hakuwa finally broke out, escaped from prison and killed the nobles who framed him. In the end, his temperament changed drastically, killing a large number of Shinigami, and became a rebel in the Soul Society. Finally, Kokaki was killed. Jinling and Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni seals. Ah, this mission is a bit troublesome, so I would like to ask Captain Island to work together to complete it. Hearing Yoryuaki and Island of Shifunji-Yuan begin to talk about work matters, Kokaki Jinling pulled Byakuya Kokaki out of the backyard without interrupting the two of them talking about work matters. Oh! Island raised his eyebrows. What kind of mission would actually trouble Yoryuaki Shihoan? Yoryuaki-sama, why don't you first tell me what kind of mission it is? Well, that's right. Then I'll talk to you first. Yoryuaki nodded, crossed his arms, and leaned against the cherry blossom tree. More than 900 years ago, in this world, in addition to Soul Society, there was another force that killed the Hollows who entered the real world from Hueco Mundo to protect humans. The name of that force is called Empire of Light. The warriors in the Empire of Light are called Quinkers. Due to different philosophies, more than 900 years ago, the first generation Godei 13 led by Captain Yamamoto launched a decisive battle with the Empire of Light, and finally succeeded in wiping out the Quincy of the Empire of Light. Island nodded, he still knew these histories. And, he may know more than Shifunjin Yoryuaki knows. He even knew that before the decisive battle with the Godei 13, Waiwak, the leader of the Empire of Light's Quincy group, had negotiated with Hisub Ibbe, who guarded the Soul King's palace, and was eventually used by him to use the Soul King's right hand. The ability of the eyes is sealed. For nearly 1,000 years, Soul Society has been searching for the remnants of the Quincy of the Empire of Light, hoping to exterminate the entire Quincy lineage. Not long ago, the intelligence team of the 8th Division collected the hiding place of the remaining Quincy in the present world. Captain Yamamoto personally ordered the 2nd Division and the 13th Division to go to the present world to exterminate the remaining Quincy, etc. Hearing what Yoryuaki said, Island couldn't help but raise his hand to interrupt. Master Yoryuaki, are these Quincy remnants so strong? You and Captain Jushiro are the two captains, and they still find it troublesome. Island is not sure how strong Shifunji-Yuan Yoryuaki is now. But it is definitely not as powerful as when the Instant Thunder God combat type and Thunder Beast combat type were developed 200 years later. But Jaishur Yukatake, the proud disciple of Mr. Yamamoto and the right arm of the Soul King, is currently at his peak. His strength is enough to rank in the top 5 among all current captains in Soul Society. Except for Captain Yamamoto, Anoha Naretsu, Moljo Kenpeki, and Kirako Shunsui, the other captains are really not enough in front of Jaishur Yukatake. Even the captain of the 12th Division, Hikifun Kiryu, was no match for Jaishur Yukatake before he was promoted to the 0 Division and replaced his spirit bones. Of course, because he sacrificed his own lungs, Jaishur Yukatake would occasionally lose strength due to illness, but even if his strength was greatly reduced, Jaishur Yukatake's strength was still superior to that of most captains. As far as Aaron knows, after being defeated by the Godei 13, the truly powerful Quincy in the Empire of Light were all pulled into the shadows of Soul Society by Waiwaka's half-sword. From that day on, the Empire of Light became an invisible empire, also known as the Invisible Empire. Yoryuaki fell into a rare silence when asked by Island. As one of the 4 great nobles in the Soul Society, no, it should be said that he is the head of the Saihoran family among the 4 great nobles. Yoryuaki knows how he got his position as a great noble. That's betrayal. Before ancient times, there was only one world, and that was the present world. At that time, there was no life or death in the present world, and there was neither progress nor retreat. Even becoming empty was part of the cyclical transformation of spiritual beings. However, as the voids transformed into souls devour human souls, fewer and fewer souls are reincarnated in this world. One day in the future, the souls in this world will be completely swallowed by a big void and become a giant. The emptiness has brought the world to a state of stagnation. At this time, the world gave birth to the Spirit King. The Spirit King bred by the world possesses the almighty power. The Spirit King converts his almighty power into the power of destruction to destroy the void, and the world the crisis is resolved, and the souls begin reincarnation again. However, although the world is no longer in crisis, people who have seen the power of the Spirit King do not recognize such a world. Therefore, the 5 heads of the Tsuneyashiro family, the Shihoan family, the Kukaki family, the Shiba family, and another family tried to convince the Soul King to create a world where life and death are separated, that is, the present world, Hueco Mundo, and Soul, the 3 realms. However, during the exchange with the Soul King, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, together with the other 3 major families, took action against the Soul King and sealed the Soul King in crystal. The Spirit King seemed to have seen the future through his own ability, so he did not resist the cruelty of the 3 major families, and chose to sacrifice himself, allowing the patriarchs of the 3 major families to steal his power and separate the chaotic world into the 3 realms. However, even if the Spirit King gives up the resistance, except for the Shiba family, the other 3 families are not at ease if they give up the resistance, for fear that the Spirit King will want to retaliate against them one day. Therefore, with the tacit understanding of the 3 families, the Tsuneyashiro family went through countless years, gouging out the Soul King's heart, cutting off his feet, cutting off the Soul King's arms, cutting open the internal organs and removing them from the body. He took it out, stripped it of its power and fell to the lower realm. Chapter 45 Yoryuki's Plan. The Shiba family has always been opposed to all this. But with the power of the Shiba family, there is no way to stop the actions of the other 4 families. Since then, the Shiba family has always advocated the concept that the crimes we have committed should be made public and let people in this world judge us. However, the other 3 families and more nobles secretly targeted us, and gradually fell into decline. When he first learned about this secret, without Urahara Kisuk's comfort and enlightenment, Shifunji and Yoryuki would not have known how he would have dealt with himself. The aristocratic status that I consider to be extremely noble is actually the biggest rebellion in the world. It was also from that time that Yoryuki Shifunjin became the least noble of all the nobles. The 5 nobles who established Soul Society are the greatest rebellion, so what are these Quincy who were surrounded and suppressed by Soul Society? Shifunjin Yoryuki doesn't understand. This time the encirclement and suppression of the Quincy would not have been completed by Shifunjin Yoryuki if it had not been ordered by the captain himself. But even so, Shifunji Yoryuki was very distressed. If she was alone, she could decide whether to carry out the mission after seeing the Quincy. But this time she was assisted by Master Yamamoto's disciple, Jaishur Yukatake. Shifunji Yoryuki didn't dare to make any small move under Jaishur Yukatake's nose. Under normal circumstances, even if she personally defected from Soul Society, the Shifunji family would be fine. But for this kind of issue that involves Soul Society's own position, even if the captain lets the Shibayan family go, other nobles may target the Shiba family just like they did against the Shiba family, causing the Shibayan family to be reduced to the same level as the Shiba family. The same situation as the Shiba family. The 5 noble families jointly attacked the Soul King, stole the Soul King's power to open up the 3 realms, occupied the Soul Society, and established the Seiridai. But under their command, there is still a noble alliance composed of 12 upper-level nobles and 39 lower-level nobles, who jointly hold the highest power of Seiridai. The Shiba family has declined, and the Tsuneyashiro family was also exterminated more than 10 years ago. The filth among the nobles is far darker than Shifunjin Yoryuki could imagine. But she knew that the Shifunji family alone could not survive. Therefore, Shifunji Yoryuki thought of the Kukaki family. If Aaron is with him, Yoryuki will have a lot of room for maneuver. Therefore, Yoryuki did not hide his thoughts about Aaron. Captain Island, this mission is to encircle, suppress, and annihilate the remnants of the Quincy who have been discovered in this world. However, before I annihilate them, I want to secretly investigate what kind of Quincy I am without Captain Jushiro. When the time comes, I need you to cover for me and prevent Captain Jushiro from knowing where I am going. How? That's all. That's all. Island nodded. Okay, Captain Yoriyuki, I will go and explain a few words to my wife and father-in-law, and then we will set off with you. Okay, I'll wait for you in the 2nd division. Cough cough, cough cough. After separating from Yoriyuki, Elin walked to his room. Elin heard a few coughs when he was still some distance away from the room. The figure shrank a few times and arrived at the door of the room in an instant. After opening the door, he happened to see Kokaki Haruko coughing and preparing a lunch for herself. Haruko, haven't I already told you that your health is not good and you should stay in bed as much as possible? Seeing this, Ailen quickly stepped forward to take over the work from Kokaki Haruko, and helped her sit down on a chair. But, Mr. Ailen, if I don't get up and do something for you, wouldn't it make me seem so useless as a wife? After sitting down, Kokaki Haruko took a few deep breaths, regained her composure, and said to Ailen with a smile. Kokaki Haruko's body has always been in good health. But since 3 years ago, her health has deteriorated visibly. In this situation, even the captain of the 4th team, Anohana Retsu, had nothing to do. However, she gave Elin a suggestion. If you want Kokaki Haruko to live longer, then the time Eren and Kokaki Haruko spend together must be shortened, or even never see each other again. Ailen still remembers that after Captain Uzawa said these words to him, the look he looked at him was as piercing as ice for a moment. It was precisely because of Captain Anohana's words that both Ailen and Kokaki Jinling knew what Kokaki Haruko's situation meant. In Soul Society, Shinigami basically live in Seireitei and rarely go to Rukanga. This is because ordinary people do not have spiritual pressure. If they often stay next to someone with strong spiritual pressure, their soul will be continuously oppressed by the powerful spiritual pressure, and eventually the soul will gradually weaken until death. Kokaki Haruko is the daughter of Kokaki Jinling, so she naturally possesses spiritual pressure. However, her talent was not very good and she had no interest in becoming a Shinigami, so she did not practice. But with Kokaki Haruko's own spiritual pressure, even staying with a captain-level figure for a long time will not have any impact. There is only one reason why Kokaki Haruko is as weak as she is now. Living with people whose spiritual pressure was above the captain level for a long time caused her soul to be greatly oppressed, which was reflected in her body and her physical condition gradually declined. Ailen and Kokaki Yinling never thought of such a situation. After completely producing those copied Zanpakutos, Ailen's spiritual pressure level had a breakthrough, reaching the level of Century Captain. Ailen did not expect that even if he had reduced his spiritual pressure to the limit, his own spiritual pressure would still cause great oppression to Kokaki Haruko's soul. Kokaki Jinling never expected that Ailen's strength would reach such an extent. Centenary Captain does not mean that a person can be called a Centenary Captain after he has been the captain for 100 years. Just like more than 200 years later, Kirako Shunsui said that Hitsugaya Tuhiro was a genius captain when he was fighting number 1 Espada Star K. He also said that Hitsugaya Toshiro might surpass him in 100 years, which was to recognize Hitsugaya at that time. Toshiro possesses the strength of Century Captain. The most intuitive expression of the strength of the ordinary captain and the centenary captain is that the centenary captain's Shikai has the strength of the ordinary captain Bankai. In other words, if you can defeat a captain-level strongman who uses Bankai with only Shikai, it means that you have the strength of a century-old captain. When Kokaki Jinling was at its peak, it did not reach that level. Therefore, after knowing the advice given to Ailen by the captain of the 4th Division, Kokaki Jinling didn't even know what attitude he should take to face Ailen. On the one hand, he found a real genius for the Kokaki family. If nothing else happens, the Kokaki family will be worry-free for at least 1,000 years. Because the lifespan of the centenary captain has reached 1,000 years, which is twice as long as the 500 years of the captains. Chapter 46 Heading to the Real World. On the other hand, Kokaki Jinling is also sad. Because the son-in-law he recruited for his daughter was so powerful that he exceeded his expectations, his daughter's life was about to come to an end. After losing her son, Kokaki will experience the pain of losing her daughter. Once the soul begins to weaken, it is as irreversible as a leaky barrel. Even if Island stays away from Kokaki Haruko, she will die in more than 10 years. So, between a few years and more than 10 years, Kokaki Haruko chose the former. More importantly, Kokaki Haruko wanted to leave an heir for Island during the few years when her health was still good. Unfortunately, it has not been possible so far. Who said we, Haruko, are useless? Island smiled and scratched Kokaki Haruko's nose. You also know how boring Shinigami's work is, Haruko. Every morning when I wake up and see Haruko, I will be in a good mood for the day. When I come back and see Haruko, I can also relieve the fatigue of the day. Under Island's soft words, Kokaki Haruko showed a happy smile on her face. It's great to be able to meet, know, and stay with Linear. After putting Kokaki Haruko to sleep, Island found the Kokaki silver bell. Father-in-law. Well, have you seen Haruko? Island nodded, with a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. I have seen it. King's condition is more serious than I expected. It would have been better if he had discovered Haruko's problem earlier. After Captain Uzawa made that suggestion, Island stopped making weapons. But Kokaki Haruko's condition continued to deteriorate. Well. Kokaki Silver Bell sighed. That's her daughter. When it comes to sadness, he is no less sad than Island. If you don't accompany Kingza here to find me, what's the matter? After ringing for a while, Kokaki Yinling calmed down and asked Island. Well, Captain Yoriyuki asked me to assist her in completing a mission in this world. I want to take this opportunity to give Haruko a break. So, I agreed. In the past few days, whether it's Haruko or the 6th Division, I'll ask my father-in-law to take care of it. Well, I understand. After bowing to Kokaki Silver Bell, Island exited the room. After glancing in the direction of Kokaki Haruko, Shunpo disappeared into Kokaki's house. Sorry to keep you waiting, Captain Yoriyuki, Captain Jushiro. When Island arrived at the 2nd Division training ground, the Shinigami from the 2nd Division and the 13th Division had already been waiting here for a long time. Haha, we didn't wait long. Now that Captain Island is here, let's set off. Although they are both captains, because each division performs its own duties, usually the captains do not interact much with each other unless they have a close personal relationship. Eren and Jaishur Yukatake were not very familiar with each other, so Jaishur Yukatake just smiled and nodded to Island, and immediately ordered his Shinigami to prepare to pass through the realm gate. Yes, Captain Jushiro. The two Shinigami put their hands on the ground and injected spiritual pressure into the ground. Suddenly, a closed wooden door appeared on the ground between the two people. After the door was completely solidified, the two doors opened on both sides, revealing a passage emitting white light. This is the space passage from the Soul Society to the real world, the World Crossing Gate. On the surface, the gates from Soul Society to the real world are controlled by the Technology Development Bureau of Division 12. All Shinigami need permission from the captain if they want to go to the present world. Only people from Division 12 will do it. It opens the gate through the world. In addition, those who are deputy captain or above will have a limited spiritual pressure seal printed on their bodies to prevent the powerful spiritual pressure of Shinigami above deputy captain from oppressing the souls of living humans. Of course, secretly, many nobles hold the world-traveling gates from Soul Society to the real world. Moreover, entering the real world through the world-traveling gate they control will not limit the spiritual pressure. They are different from those in Soul Society who only have their souls left. Because they have no physical body to nurture them, their souls will gradually weaken under oppression. Because people in this world have the protection of the physical body, under the long-term oppression of powerful spiritual pressure, some humans will be born with spiritual pressure. For those in soul society, having spiritual pressure is a good thing. After all, it is the most basic requirement for becoming a Shinigami. But for human beings in this world, having spiritual pressure is their nightmare. With spiritual pressure, they can see spirits that ordinary people cannot see. This can cause great distress in their lives. At the same time, what Su, who came to the world from Hueco Mundo, likes most are these souls with spiritual pressure. Although there are Shinigami stationed in this world, but if Shinigami can save you once or twice, can it save you for the rest of your life? It is undoubtedly the saddest thing to be able to see terror but not have the power to resist terror. This time, because they were going to defeat the Quincy remnants of the Empire of Light, Island and his team were not sealed with limited spiritual pressure. Captain Jushiro took the lead, followed by Shifen Jin Yoryuaki and Elin, and the remaining Shinigami also entered the boundary gate. This is the present world. In the absence of interference from others, Soul Society's world traveling gate is still very secure. At least, in the process of traveling through space, Island and his party did not encounter any unforeseen events. After stepping out of the world traveling gate, Island felt that the concentration of spiritual beings in this world was several times worse than in the Soul Society. That is to say, if you want to exert your Soul Society's strength in this world, your own spiritual power consumption will become greater, and the recovery time will also be longer. The place where Elin and others appeared was a deep Yamanaka with dense jungle. There was no trace of human habitation within a radius of 10 miles. On the other side, after Shifunji and Yoryuaki came out, he winked at Island, who nodded slightly and walked towards Jaishur Yukatake. Captain Jushiro, this is my first time in the human world. Is there anything we need to pay attention to? After Aaron attracted Captain Jushiro's attention, Yoryuaki Shihoan and Urahara Kisuk disappeared quietly at some point. Only Aya, who had the vice-captain's armband on her right arm, kept giving orders to the second captain. The Shinigami of the team advance along the traces left by the intelligence unit. On the other side, Island also learned about some of the current situation in the world through communication with Jaishur Yukatake. Among the Godii 13th Division, the 13th Division is the purification team. It is mainly responsible for purifying the souls remaining in the present world and extraditing them to Soul Society. It is also responsible for killing those who came from Hueco Mundo to the present world to prey on souls. Virtual. In the entire Siritii, in terms of understanding of the real world, no division can compare to the 13th Division. In this era, wars are everywhere in the world, and people are in danger, which has given rise to many evil spirits. Under such circumstances, the Shinigami stationed in the present world in the 13th Division were simply too busy, and even had to make considerable sacrifices. Chapter 47 Village. It is precisely because the Shinigami stationed in the real world of the 13th Division suffered too many casualties that the hollows were raging in many places. It is precisely because of so many voids that the Quincy lurking in the world could no longer hide themselves, and began to take action to eliminate the voids. The Shinigami kill Su, mainly to purify Su's soul. The soul of a hollow killed by Shinigami will still reincarnate in the world. However, the Quincy's power of annihilation is the power of annihilation used by the Spirit King when he destroyed the most ancient hollow. It can completely annihilate the hollow's soul and completely dissolve it into the world. Shinigami in Soul Society may take a nap when it comes to other things. However, when it comes to the balance of world existence, it is closely watched. In the Shinigami world, the number of souls is fixed. At the same time, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the souls of this world all need to maintain a very delicate balance to keep the three worlds stable. When humans die in this world, most of their souls will enter Soul Society, while a small number will become hollows and enter Hueco Mundo. Among them, the Shinigami of Soul Society are responsible for protecting the stability of the world. When the number of hollows in Hueco Mundo exceeds the balanced range, the Shinigami will ask the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force stationed in Hueco Mundo to kill the Hollows in Hueco Mundo, and send part of the Hollows' souls to reincarnation to maintain the stability of the three realms. If the number of Hollows in Hueco Mundo suddenly decreases significantly, the Shinigami will also use some means to make some of the Hollows in Soul Society disappear. Of course, these secrets were all known to Island based on his memories of Blue Star during his lifetime. Even in the Seireitei, there are probably only a few people such as the Five Nobles, Captain Yamamoto, Kirako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, etc. who can truly know these secrets. The Quincy hiding in the real world killed the Hollows. The souls of these Hollows were destroyed directly without reincarnation or going to the Soul Society, which reduced the total amount of souls in the entire world. Such anomalies were quickly eliminated by the corpses. The Soul World found out and targeted the remnants of the Empire of Light. The troops that followed Yoryuki this time were the criminal army of the 2nd Division. Under the leadership of Bazeo Ling, they quickly discovered the marks left by the intelligence force and determined the direction of the remaining Quincy of the Empire of Light. After finding the target, Island and Jaishur Yukatake also stopped communicating and led the members of the 13th Division to follow. Contrary to Island's expectation, Jaishur Yukatake did not show any doubts about the departure of Shifunjiyuan Yoryuki and Uraharakisuk. Obviously, Jushiro knew about Yoryuki Shifunjiyuan's departure before. Oh, I am still too young. Following Feng Shaoling, Island shook his head. This time, I am afraid that I was used as a shield by Yoryuki and Jushiro. By then, it would be better if nothing happens to Yoryuki. If something happens, Jaishur Yukatake will have a reason to explain. Well, that's right, the reason was that Island pestered him and asked him some irrelevant questions. I hope I won't be tricked this time. The Shinigami are all beings with extraordinary power, but perhaps they want to buy time for Yoryuki, so when the criminal army led by Ayahesu is looking for clues left by the intelligence team, they are more efficient than Eren. It was dozens of times slower in the criminal army. However, the distance was only 20 miles, so Feng Shaoling was stunned to let seeing Jun's people take everyone around for 2 days before they reached their destination. Hey, you guys are so slow here, Captain Jushiro, Captain Island. At the end of the road, Yoryuki and Uraharakisuk stood there, as if they had been waiting for a long time. We have investigated clearly. The information from the 8th Division is correct. There is indeed a Quincy here. Eren and Jaishur Yukatake walked in. Looking ahead from this muddy path, they saw more than 30 dilapidated thatched huts. Surrounding the thatched house is a field. Most men and young women work in the fields. In the village, there are still some children playing. Their clothing is similar to the residents of Rukanga in Soul Society. Obviously, this era also belongs to ancient times for Island. Looking at these humans who were no different from ordinary people, Island frowned slightly. Captain Jushiro, must all of these people be eliminated? In this village, Alan just sensed that there were about 230 people. Among them, there are more than 30 children under the age of 10 and more than 20 elderly people in their 60s and above. Since becoming a Shinigami, Island has never wielded a butcher's knife against a child. He didn't want to make an exception today. No, our goal is to destroy the Quincy of the Empire of Light. Ordinary people are not within our scope. As if he knew what Island was going to say, Jaishur Yukatake directly explained the goal of this mission. Really? Then how do we confirm which of these people are Quincy's? Quincy is an expert in playing with spirit children. For a powerful Quincy, hiding one's spiritual pressure is the most basic ability. Moreover, what Quincy is best at is manipulating spirit suns to turn into arrows to attack the enemy. Even if the spiritual pressure is not high, he can still have a strong attack power. Without the active burst of spiritual pressure, Shinigami would not be able to distinguish between Quincy and ordinary people. This is simple. Before Jaishur Yukatake could reply to Island, Uraharakisuk, who was standing next to Yoryuki, spoke, making everyone look at him. I saw Uraharakisuk taking out a small glass bottle from his arms. There was half a bottle of liquid in the glass bottle, and it swayed as Uraharakisuk's wrist shook. I discovered this thing accidentally. When this thing comes into contact with the air, it can emit an aura similar to the human soul. After saying that, Uraharakisuk uncorked the small glass bottle and threw the glass bottle into the village below. The glass bottle rolled in the air, white liquid spilled from the mouth of the bottle, and quickly evaporated in the air. The smell emitted by just this small bottle of potion is similar to the breath of 1,000 human souls. Think about it, so many soul auras gathered here will soon attract the virtual ones in Hueco Mundo. When the time comes, those who attack Su will be the targets we need to eliminate this time. Aaron discovered that when Uraharakisuk said the word erasure, Yoryuki did not react at all. Thinking about it, something happened here that Island didn't know about, which gave Yoryuki his own persistence. In order not to attract the attention of the Quincy in the village, Island and his party retreated into the forest, only observing the situation of the village from a distance. Island and his party were not kept waiting. After the potion thrown by Uraharakisuk evaporated, less than 10 minutes later, a hollow roar could be heard in everyone's ears. In the sky of the village, only people with spiritual pressure can see it, and black cracks appear one after another. Chapter 48, Silver Ridge Arcade Bird. One after another, terrifying monsters appeared from these cracks and fell on the roads, fields, and villages. No, there's a large group of false attacks. When they heard Sue's voice, some people in the village and fields looked up at the sky, and their expressions suddenly changed. Everyone, run away, there is a disaster coming. As soon as Sue was discovered, the villagers began to organize the villagers to evacuate in an orderly manner. These people led the villagers' escape route far away from the voids that fell on the ground. Even if these voids wanted to prey, it would take some time. Afterwards, blue spirit arrows were shot out from all over the village and fields, attacking the voids that descended on the village one after another. Swish swish! Swish swish! A hollow that only fell from the Hueco Mundo black cavity was killed by these spirit arrows. However, perhaps the liquid in the Uraharakisuk glass bottle was too effective, so it came out of the Hueco Mundo black cavity. There are many virtual ones. Even, in addition to the most common miscellaneous fish, small fish, there are also several medium-sized fish. The largest number of miscellaneous fish will basically turn into black smoke and dissipate if shot by 1 or 2 spirit arrows. Unless the mask on the head of a small hollow is hit, it will take about 7 or 8 spirit arrows to kill it. Medium-sized hollows, such existences, can be compared to the elites in Shinigami. Powerful, even rivaling the chief. They are very fast, and most of the Quincy's arrows cannot hit them. In the fields, they stepped into big holes one after another, and quickly ran towards the crowded places. These Quincy's are so weak. In the jungle, Island looked at the fighting ahead, compared it with the Quincy in his mind, and couldn't help but shake his head. The number of hollows attracted by Uraharakisuk's liquid was similar to the number in Island's memory when Ishida Yuri wanted to compete with Kurosaki Ichigo. In terms of intensity, they are almost the same. But the performance of this group of people was not as good as that of Ishida Yuri alone. Even though Ishida Yuri's fingers were cracked and bleeding from pulling the bow many times, so many voids did not pose a real threat to Ishida Yuri. Although there are many Quincy, none of them can compare with Ishida Yuri when he first appeared. Even the shadows of the bows in many people's hands were swaying, as if they would collapse in the next moment. It seems that the battle between the Empire of Light and Soul Society more than 900 years ago really wiped out all the elite Quincy. The only ones left in the present world are some unqualified Quincy. Over the past 1,000 years, the inheritance has almost been discontinued. As he watched several medium-sized hollows dodge countless arrows and rush toward the crowded direction, Island put his hand on the Zanpakut at his waist. But the next moment, a hand pressed on the back of Island's hand, stopping him from drawing the sword. "Captain Island, Please don't expose our position rashly before we start taking action. Looking at Jaishur Yukatak, who was staring at him seriously, Ailan was silent for a few seconds. Then he pulled Jaishur Yukatak's hand away and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Captain Jushiro, if I want to take action, I will never let him be destroyed." The butchers knew it. Jaishur Yukatak, Ailan doesn't know how to evaluate him. He is kind, honest, and peace-loving. He treats Shinigami and humans equally, and he is equally gentle to members of other divisions. These daily actions make Jaishur Yukatak look like a good old man. However, men's dignity is more important than life. This can be seen from how he stopped Rukia from saving Kyan. In addition, the plan to use agent cards to monitor Agent Shinigami was also the initiative and implementer of Jaishur Yukatak. The initiative states that if Shinigami agents do anything against Soul Society, they will be killed. Take a look at the only two Shinigami agents. Who are they? Jinjo Keigo and Kurosaki Ichigo, both of them possess the ability of Shinigami, Hollow, and Perfection Technique. Both of them have the possibility of becoming Spirit King. Jaishur Yukatak discovered this through the ability of the Divine Hexagram and listed the two as Spirit King candidates. Once something unexpected happens to the Soul King and causes the collapse of the three realms, Jinjo Keigo and Kurosaki Ichigo will be able to pass a series of He became the new spiritual king and used it to stabilize the three realms. From this point of view, Jaishur Yukatak, like the later Urahara Kisuke, is a tough character who can sacrifice everything for Seiridai. For such people, Ailan felt that he could have friendship with them, but he could not have a heart-to-heart relationship with them. Because Ailan doesn't know whether one day in the future, he will also be regarded as a spiritual king candidate by the two. Anyway, Ailan neither wants to be as philanthropic as the Spirit King, who sacrifices himself for the world without any resistance, nor does he want to be the wedge force to stabilize the three realms like Waiwak. Ailan was stopped by Jaishur Yukatak, and the fastest medium-sized hollow in the village was almost catching up with the group of people in front of him. Just when Ailan was about to take action. Call out! A sharp arrow flashed past, directly piercing the medium-sized hollow. The next moment, the same sharp arrows quickly killed several medium-sized voids. Quick, center on me and get closer to me. An old man with a white beard held a bow like a spider web in his hand, flew to the roof of the tallest house in the village, and shouted loudly. After seeing the bow in the old man's hand, Ailan loosened his grip on the Zanpakut. He recognized the shape of the bow in the old man's hand. That is, only when a Quincy becomes powerful enough to turn his bow into an advanced form, the Silver Ridge Arc Bird. In Ailan's memory of his previous life, Ishida Yuri transformed his bow into this form when he entered Hueco Mundo to save a new Orium. At that time, Ishida Yuri was considered to have power above the vice-captain level. This old Quincy possesses the same bow, and his strength may not be inferior to that of Ishida Yuri at that time. With this old man here, even if there are several times more of these hollows, they will not pose any threat to this village. This old Quincy should be very prestigious in the village. After hearing his words, the villagers in the village and outside the village ran towards the old man in a swarm, regardless of whether there were any voids on the way. After everyone moved closer to him, the powerful Quincy stretched the string of his bow. And the powerful spirit particles turned into blue spirit arrows in his hands. Swish swish! Countless spirit arrows burst out from the old man's Silver Ridge Arc Bird, like a heavy rain. As the old man moved his bow, all the voids in front of him were annihilated. Silver Ridge Arc Bird, this is a bow that only high-level Quincy can master. It can fire more than 1,000 arrows per second. Chapter 49 Jushiro's Little Thoughts. Call. Seeing these hollows killed by arrows, Shifunjayu and Yoryuaki let out a long sigh. Sure enough, under Yoryuaki's induction, all the hollows killed by the Quincy turned into black smoke and dispersed. This means that these voids and the souls swallowed by these voids have been completely destroyed and dissipated in this world. The hollows killed by Shinigami turned into white or blue spirits and dissipated. The souls of the void, and the souls swallowed by the void, will begin to reincarnate in the world as the souls spread. Although his own existence comes after his rebellion, the Quincy's existence is more dangerous to the world. If the Quincy is allowed to destroy the void like this, the total amount of souls in the world will gradually decrease until it is destroyed. From the perspective of the world, the Quincy really deserves to die. After thinking about this, Shifunji Yuan Yuryuaki no longer felt burdened by this mission. Waiwak, the ancestor of the Quincy, knew all this, and he came up with the idea of killing the Spirit King and absorbing the Spirit King's power to reopen the world. Perhaps, in the world he reopened, the power of annihilation, which represents the Quincy, is the means to send the soul of the hollow into reincarnation, and the power of Shinigami is the evil heretic that annihilates the soul. After the old Quincy took action, all the hollows attracted by Urahara-Kisuk's bait were wiped out in less than 5 seconds. Such a quick death also made the hollows behind the black cavity hesitate. Finally, after the old Quincy shot a wave of arrows at the black cavity in the sky quickly closed. Kurosaki-sama! Kurosaki-sama! After seeing all the hollows being killed, the villagers with spiritual pressure in the village cheered loudly. Master Kurosaki, formerly known as Kurosaki Takiya, is a pure-blood Quincy and an elder who teaches everyone how to practice. In this village, Kurosaki Takiya's prestige is comparable to Captain Yamamoto and Shiridai. However, contrary to everyone's cheers, although he killed the incoming virtual group, Kurosaki Takiya still looked around cautiously. Even if there were false attacks, they would only come in the form of 1 or 2 at most. This time, hundreds of virtual beings attacking at the same time could not be an accident. As a pure-blood Quincy, Kurosaki Takiya once knew from documents recording the history of Quincy that Quincy can create bait to attract hollows through some means. The movement it can cause is very similar to the movement this time. Perhaps, some junior saw this part of the record and secretly made it. But no matter what, there are so many voids here, but we can't stay any longer. Shutta Katagiri, Junichi Ishida, please organize your personnel immediately and pack your things. We must leave here immediately. Yes, Master Kurosaki. After the 2 middle-aged men looked at each other, they immediately began to organize everyone to go home and pack their things in preparation for a long-distance migration. The villagers didn't say much, and each began to make preparations in an orderly manner. After the disappearance of His Majesty Waiwak, the Empire of Light was unable to withstand the Shinigami's attack. Within a few years, it was defeated by the Shinigami of the Shiridai, and the Empire of Light was destroyed. After that, the Quincy began to flee for hundreds of years. Although the tribesmen gradually withered under the pursuit of Shinigami, they also left behind precious experiences. The Quincy's manipulation of spirit children is even more sophisticated than the Shinigami's. As long as they don't actively release their spiritual pressure to fight, ordinary Shinigami cannot tell the difference between Quincy. But Quincy, who possesses spiritual pressure, can see Shinigami. Therefore, as long as ordinary people pretend not to see spirits in front of Shinigami, or ordinary people who can see spirits and have some spiritual pressure, there will be no problem. If they fight, the Shinigami will not be able to find traces of the Quincy unless they destroy a large number of hollows in a short period of time. However, during this period, the frequency of their attacks was too high. Coupled with today's battle, Kurosaki Takiya knew that this place would soon be discovered by the Shinigami. If he doesn't leave quickly, I'm afraid the Quincy lineage will be cut off in his own hands. Everyone, have all the goals been clear? In the jungle not far from the Quincy village, Jaishur Yukatake confirmed to all the Shinigami present. The reason why Urahara Kisuk created these hollows to attack the village was to find out which people in this village were Quincy and which people were ordinary people. The Shinigami present are not newbies. Although the previous battle lasted no more than 5 minutes, everyone who took action had been secretly recorded by them. Faced with Captain Jushiro's question, everyone didn't reveal themselves loudly, they just nodded. Everyone, remember, our target is only the Quincy, and we must not involve ordinary people. After saying this, Jaishur Yukatake glanced sideways in Island's direction. Sure enough, after he finished saying this, Island nodded slightly. Jaishur Yukatake deliberately said this to Island. Captain Jushiro, Captain Yoryuaki, I don't think the Quincy in this village needs me to take action, so I will guard this road. If any Quincy escapes towards me, leave it to me to deal with it. The other directions will be left to you. Okay, then I'll leave this direction to Captain Island. Jaishur Yukatake couldn't get enough of Elan's offer to garrison one side. After all, his mission this time was to completely eliminate the remnants of the Quincy. Through the divine hexagram, he saw that the Siridii would be attacked by the Quincy in an unknown period of time, causing heavy losses. For the Siridii, he must eliminate all Quincy. At the very least, the number of Quincy that the Siridii will encounter in the future must be reduced to a level that the Siridii can handle. Annihilating all the Quincy in the world is his first step in trying to change the future. He said before that he would only kill exposed Quincy, but he only said it to Elan. After a while, the real action was taken. Except for those who stepped forward to save the Quincy, all those who first discovered that Su was coming and led the villagers to avoid it must die. In addition to these people, Jaishur Yukatake did not want to let go of any villagers who could see Shinigami and possess spiritual pressure, whether they were women or children. Now Island offered to guard one side, which made it easier for Jaishur Yukatake to operate. If not necessary, Jushiro would not want to antagonize a good captain like Island. Island naturally didn't know how much Jaishur Yukatake's mind had been spinning in just a few breaths of time, but since he had obtained permission from Captain Jushiro, Island showed up with several shunpo on the road connecting the village to the outside world, hugging arms, back to the village. After Island left, Jushiro nodded to Yoryuaki and then ordered, "Everyone, let's get started." Kill. Chapter 50 Loose Spirit Gloves. Not good. In the village, when the Shinigami rushed out of the jungle, without the protection of the hidden barriers, their spiritual pressure was quickly sensed by the Quincy in the village. How is it possible? We just killed Hollow. Why are the Shinigami so fast? The moment he saw Shinigami, Kurosaki Takiya's face became solemn. Shinigami is coming. As the Shinigami approached, more and more Quincy discovered traces of the Shinigami. To the Quincy, Shinigami, like Hollow, is a sworn enemy who will never stop fighting once they meet. In fact, the Quincy's hatred for Shinigami is even greater than that of Kyun. This is the hatred left over from the centuries of fighting between Quincy and Shinigami. Suddenly, blue spiritual bows appeared in the left hands of each Quincy, and they unleashed their attacks on the incoming Shinigami. It's a pity that these Quincy arrows, which have trouble even killing small hollows, can pose a threat to the elite Shinigami. Either Shunpo directly dodges, or he pulls out his Zanpakuto and smashes the spirit arrows attacking him, but in an instant, the Quincy's attacks have been completely dispelled. No, the Shinigami who attacked this time are so strong. When he saw these Shinigami easily neutralizing the attacks of his own Quincy, Kurosaki Takiya secretly thought that it was not good. Unless we have been exposed a long time ago, our attack just now was just to let the Shinigami know our specific location in advance. After this thought flashed through his mind, Kurosaki Takiya raised the silver ridge arcbird in his hand again, and launched a dense rain of arrows at the incoming Shinigami. The Jinling arcbird has been used to the limit by Kurosaki Takiya. 1,200 spirit arrows per second almost flooded most of the sky in the eyes of the Shinigami. If these Shinigami were hit by this move, at least half of them would be lost. Unfortunately, Kurosaki Takiya's rain of light move did not really attack any Shinigami. Because, two figures instantly appeared at the front of all Shinigami, facing the rain of arrows in the sky. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Godai 13, Yoryuaki Shihoan, and the captain of the 13th Division, Jaishur Yukatake. Bakud number 81, Breaking the Sky. A light yellow transparent light curtain appeared instantly in front of Yoryuki and Yuka. Boom 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 boom. Countless arrows hit the light curtain, bursting out with rapid sounds, and a thick mist of spirit explosion appeared in front of Duankong. Kurosaki Takiya's attack did not cause any damage to Shinigami except for causing more smoke and dust after the explosion of the spirit arrow in front of Duankong. After all, as a high-level defensive kid, Breaking Sky is a powerful defensive move that is said to be able to perfectly defend HAD below 90. Even if Yuka gives up chanting, he can only show 1/3 of the power of true Soku, and at the very least he can defend himself against the HAD attack of around 60. Although the rain of light shot by Kurosaki Takiya has an arrow speed of up to 1,200 arrows per second, the destructive power of each arrow is similar to that of HAD White Thunder No. 4, and cannot break through the defense of Duankong at all. The captains of the Godai 13, and moreover, there are two. When the figures of Shifunji and Yoryuki and Yuka appeared in front of Kurosaki Takiya, he knew that he, and even more Quincy, were in a bad situation today. The captain of the Godai 13 team is the 13 most powerful people who stand at the top of the Shiridai. Each one has strength far beyond the imagination of others. No matter how confident Kurosaki Takiya is in himself, he doesn't think he will be a match for the captain of the Godai 13th team. Not to mention, the two captains standing in front of him now. Moreover, after stopping the attack, he also discovered that the Shinigami behind Duankong were advancing in an arc from both sides, as if they wanted to completely surround the village where he and others were. This is obviously a plan to completely annihilate his group. Shutta Katagiri, Junichi Ishida, I will resist these Shinigami, please take everyone away as soon as possible. Kurosaki-sama. Stop being so nagging, let's run away with everyone. If you can't escape, remember to tell the children what they can see and what they can't. After hearing Kurosaki Takiya's words, Katagiri Shutta and Ishida Junichi's expressions suddenly became ugly. Are they in a desperate situation? Even Master Kurosaki is beginning to despair? Ishida Junichi lowered his head and let out a sneer. Hee. When will our Quincy's life and death depend on Shinigami's kindness? Kurosaki Takiya frowned. Junichi. Don't worry, Master Kurosaki, I will explain it. But, I'm sorry, Master Kurosaki, this time, I would rather die here than live with the hope of Shinigami. Having said this, Ishida Junichi put his right hand on a sharp cone of his left hand's spirit glove, and suddenly broke it. Click. Boom. The spirit scattering gloves are the most powerful Quincy equipment developed by Quincy over the past hundreds of years. Normally, the spirit scattering gloves will absorb the spirit particles in the air and store them in the gloves. When the Quincy breaks the sharp cone of the spirit spreading glove, the spirit sun stored in the spirit spinning glove will be completely released, and the Quincy's control over the surrounding spirit suns will be strengthened, allowing the Quincy to simulate some of the abilities of the Quincy's highest form, the perfect holy body. However, after using the spirit scattering gloves, the Quincy will be overloaded in controlling the spirit children, causing great damage to its own knots, and eventually losing its power. At this moment, a large number of spirit seeds in the air were lingering around Ishida Junichi. At the same time, the spiritual bow in Ishida Junichi's hand also changed from the spirit sun state to a white spiritual bow that was almost the same as the entity, Arc Bird. Junichi Ishida, who used the soul scattering gloves, was still stronger than Kurosaki Takiya at this time. Pulling the bow, Ishida Takiya shot his arrow at Yoryuki and Yuka who were wearing white haori in front of them. Kill. Everyone, run away. Although his back was to the village, with Island's ability at this time, the sound of fighting in the village still reached Island's ears. The Quincy has finally declined. Even if Ishida Junichi, Katagiri Shutta, and even Kurosaki Takiya all used the soul-scattering gloves to increase their strength to a level comparable to that of the captain, it did not change their endings at all. Ishida Junichi was killed by Yoryuki Shihoan, Hide to Katagiri was killed by Urahara Kisuke, and Kurosaki Takiya also fell to the sword of Jaishur Yukatake. The three strongest Quincy died, and the remaining Quincy were unable to fight back under the attacks of the elite Shinigami.